Welcome to Cello. At readcello.com, you create personalized novels based on your input. You can also find a library of ebooks and audiobooks just like this one. This free audiobook of Threads of Fate is brought to you by readcello.com. Enjoy the book. Threads of Fate has been written and narrated by the amazing team at readcello.com. Dedication. This book is dedicated to the historical dreamer. The historical dreamer is a traveler through time, a reader who longs to step into the past and experience history as if they were truly there. They crave richly detailed settings, immersive historical accuracy, and stories that bring lost eras to life, whether through sweeping romance, thrilling political intrigue, or deeply personal character journeys. For them, history isn't just about facts, it's about people, emotions, and the echoes of time. They want books that make them feel like they're walking through the streets of Victorian London, sailing on an ancient ship, or standing in the shadow of the Roman Colosseum. They seek stories that bridge past and present, making history feel as vibrant and alive as their own memories. Threads of Fate. Chapter 1. The Weave of Dreams. Celeste sat at her loom, the rhythmic sound of the shuttle moving back and forth creating a soothing atmosphere in the quiet of her workshop. It was early morning, and golden light streamed through the window, casting delicate patterns on the floor. She carefully selected threads from a vibrant array, each color whispering promises of stories waiting to be woven. The tapestry unfolding before her depicted scenes from their village and its rich history, a testament to the struggles and triumphs of the people she loved. Each thread glimmered under her skilled hands, reflecting the passion that fueled her art, as she hummed an old folk song that echoed through the air. With each movement, Celeste infused her dreams into the fabric, longing for a day when her work would capture the attention and admiration of the king. The loom felt familiar, a vessel for her hopes, yet that day held a promise of change. As she concentrated on the intricate patterns forming beneath her fingers, she felt a gentle breeze sneak through the open window, bringing with it the distant sound of the village stirring to life. The warmth of the sun contrasted against the cool air, a reminder that today would be different. Determined to create something extraordinary, Celeste set her mind to the task ahead, ready to weave not only threads, but the stories of her heart. As Celeste worked, her mother entered the room, the soft sound of her footsteps interrupting the rhythm of the loom. "Celeste," she said, her voice a mixture of warmth and concern. "Have you heard the news about the royal visit?" Celeste paused, her heart skipping a beat. She looked up from her weaving, the threads momentarily forgotten. "What do you mean?" "The king is coming to the village," her mother continued, setting down a basket of fresh herbs. "They say he will be announcing new projects to help the townsfolk. We must prepare." Her mother's eyes glinted with nostalgia, recalling the days when the village thrived, filled with hope and opportunity. "I'll make sure we have a feast worthy of his attention," her mother declared, a hint of excitement in her tone. Celeste sighed, stepping away from her loom and glancing at the tapestry in progress. "But what about my tapestry? I want to create something special for him." Her mother smiled gently, but the concern lingered. "You know how the nobles can be, Celeste. They seek grandeur, not a simple tapestry. We need to think practically." "I understand," Celeste replied, but her mind swirled with doubt. "This could be my only chance to show my work. If I impress him—" "Focus on what we can control, my dear," her mother advised, her voice steady but firm. "We can't expect it to be about you." Just then, Oliver entered, his presence radiating energy that immediately shifted the room's atmosphere. "Did someone say king?" he exclaimed, grinning as if the news brought excitement instead of worry. Celeste could feel the familiar spark of motivation ignite within her. "Yes, the king is coming," she said, unable to contain the thrill of the opportunity. "Then we need to make sure everyone sees your tapestry," Oliver chimed, his enthusiasm contagious. Celeste's heart raced at the prospect, though her mother's cautious gaze reminded her of the uncertainty that lay ahead. As the three of them began discussing preparations, Celeste resolved to weave not just threads, but the fabric of her dreams into reality, thinking of ways to balance her art with her mother's practicality. As the conversation continued, Celeste's mother hesitated, watching her daughter with a mix of pride and concern. Celeste, she began, her voice taking on a serious tone, I need you to understand the realities of this royal visit. Celeste furrowed her brow, feeling a tension between her ambitions and her mother's practicality. What do you mean? Her mother's expression softened as she carefully explained, the nobles will be more interested in lavish displays than in something as personal as a tapestry. They may not appreciate the message you want to convey. But what if they do? Celeste countered, an edge of determination creeping into her voice. What if my tapestry tells a story that resonates with them? That's a lovely thought, her mother replied, but you must remember that it's not just about the art. It's about perceptions. We must focus on what the king will value. Celeste opened her mouth, but Oliver chimed in, full of enthusiasm. Celeste, your tapestry could be the most unique thing they see. It could catch the king's eye. Celeste glanced at Oliver, his support comforting. Yet, the doubt persisted in her mind. I want to show them what our village represents, not just a display for the royal court. Her mother stepped closer, her tone gentle yet firm. I want you to succeed. Just think carefully about how you present your work. The air filled with an electric tension, highlighting the weight of expectations on Celeste's shoulders. With a suppressed sigh, she looked outside, absorbing the bustling village life. I'll find a way to make it work, she asserted, her voice smoothing out as her determination resurfaced. This was her opportunity, and she wasn't ready to let it slip away. Just then, a loud knock echoed through the workshop, interrupting the heated discussion. Celeste's mother exchanged a worried glance with her daughter before stepping toward the door. Celeste's heart raced. This could be news about the royal visit, and she felt the anticipation wash over her. As her mother opened the door, a villager entered, breathless and wide-eyed. The king's caravan is approaching, he exclaimed, a mix of excitement and anxiety evident in his voice. Celeste's pulse quickened at the news, an adrenaline surge flooding her senses. Everyone is scrambling to prepare, the villager continued, glancing nervously around the room. Celeste's mind whirled with thoughts of her tapestry. This was the moment she had been waiting for, an opportunity to present her work to the king. Her mother stepped forward, urging the villager to settle down. What can we do to help? We need to be ready. The villagers need food and decorations, he replied, catching his breath. There's chatter of bringing gifts for the king, and your works of art might be just what we need. Celeste felt a spark of hope. This could be her chance to shine, to show the king her talent and dedication to her village's narrative. As the preparations began, she glanced at her mother, determination sparking in her eyes. This was no longer just about art. This was about her village, their story, and her expression within it. I'll weave a tapestry that tells our story, she declared with newfound resolve, her voice steady. Her mother nodded, a hint of pride mixing with her earlier concern. Just remember to embrace the traditions that will resonate with him. Yes, Celeste replied, allowing both her ambition and her mother's wisdom to take root in her heart. With the villagers bustling around her, she felt ready to meet the challenge ahead, stepping into the role she was destined for. With a flurry of activity surrounding her, Celeste quickly gathered her tools and materials, her mind racing with ideas about the tapestry she would create. She meticulously sorted through her threads, selecting vibrant colors that reflected the heart of their village, the deep blues of the river, the lush greens of the fields, and the warm yellows of the sun-drenched homes. Each hue sparked a memory, a story waiting to be woven into the fabric of her design. As she worked, her mother rushed around the workshop, preparing food and decorations for the incoming guests, keeping a watchful eye on Celeste's progress. You must be swift, my dear, her mother reminded her, glancing at the loom. The king will only appreciate the finest work. Make sure it shimmers with vitality. Celeste nodded, feeling the familiar tug of urgency, but also a deep-rooted desire to infuse her tapestry with authenticity. Closing her eyes for a moment, she envisioned the narrative the tapestry would tell, depicting not just their livelihood, but the spirit of the village in vibrant detail. With renewed determination, she threw herself into her work, weaving thread by thread with purpose. Occasionally, she would glance sideways at her mother, whose hands moved deftly as she prepared for the royal visit. The closeness of their respective tasks fostered a sense of togetherness, even amid the chaos of preparation. Celeste felt a mixture of excitement and anxiety. She was pinned between the desire to create something meaningful and the reality of the king's expectations. Reminding herself of her mother's advice, she took a deep breath and focused on her art, ready to tell the story of her people. She promised herself that this time she would weave more than just fabric. She would weave hope into their future. Suddenly, a cool breeze swept through the open window, ruffling the papers on her workbench and sending a shiver down Celeste's spine. She paused, feeling a flicker of unease as the distant sounds of the village settled into a tense quiet. Taking a deep breath, she glanced out the window, noticing the villagers bustling with preparations, but sensing an undercurrent of worry in their movements. The excitement about the king's visit also brought with it whispers of anxiety, perhaps about the looming expectations that accompanied a royal presence. Celeste's heart raced. She could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on her. What if her work didn't meet the king's standards? What if the tapestry failed to convey the spirit of her village? Pushing those thoughts aside, she returned to her loom, fingers gliding over the threads, ready to weave each stitch with intention. With every movement, she reminded herself of the strength and resilience of her community and the importance of sharing their story through her art. Then, as if inspired by the very air swirling around her, she began to hum a melody, a song that echoed the heartbeats of the villagers and their dreams. The tapestry wasn't just about impressing the king. It was about honoring her people and their shared history. Celeste refocused, determination settling within her as she realized that her art could capture more than royal approval. It could weave hope into their collective future. Chapter 2, Threads of Courage. As the sun rose over the village, Celeste felt the familiar rhythm of life begin anew. She stepped out into the bustling square, the vibrant colors of the marketplace invigorating her senses. Merchants were setting up their stalls, and the air buzzed with laughter and chatter, a hopeful reminder of the community thriving around her. Despite the excitement of the royal visit, Celeste couldn't shake the tension that had haunted her since the news broke. With each person she passed, their energy seemed to ebb and flow, and Celeste absorbed it all, allowing it to fuel her growing resolve. She made her way toward the village center, where residents were discussing plans for the celebration. Her heart raced at the prospect of unveiling her tapestry, but the hint of doubt crept back, that nagging suspicion that her work might not be enough to impress the king. Shaking off the anxiety, she approached her mother, who was conferring with other villagers, their expressions a mix of excitement and worry. "Have you prepared everything for the king's arrival?" Celeste asked, her voice steady but laced with underlying anticipation. "Yes, but we must ensure everything is perfect," her mother replied, eyeing the preparations critically. "This is our chance to show him the heart of our village." Celeste nodded, feeling the weight of expectations settle on her shoulders. She knew this moment was essential, not just for herself, but for everyone who lived there. The excitement buzzed around her, but beneath it lay a current of uncertainty. The stakes were high, and Celeste understood that failing to impress the king could affect the entire village. With a deep breath, she resolved to focus on her craft and to channel the spirit of her community into her art, knowing they all depended on her success. With the preparations in full swing, Celeste moved through the marketplace, the bustling energy of her village surrounding her like a warm embrace. She glanced at the merchants displaying bright fabrics and luscious produce, their vibrant colors inspiring her creative spirit. As she passed a stall, she stopped and picked up a few herbs, fragrant and fresh, intending to incorporate them into her tapestry's design, a symbolic touch that would resonate with the villagers. "Celeste," called a familiar voice. It was Oliver, rushing to catch up with her. He grinned, eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Isn't this exciting? The king will see your work." "Yes, but there's so much pressure," she admitted, feeling a hint of anxiety creep into her voice. Oliver stepped closer, lowering his tone. "You've worked hard for this. Just remember, it's about telling our story." Celeste nodded, reassured by his words. She knew he believed in her, and that spark of confidence ignited her spirit once more. As they continued through the crowded square, they stopped at various stalls, gathering supplies and chatting with neighbors who shared their excitement about the upcoming royal visit. Each interaction built her confidence, reminding her of the strong support system that surrounded her. Yet, deep down, Celeste felt a pressing need to prove herself, a quiet urgency whispering that this moment was more than just about art. It was about legacy. With her arms filled with supplies and resolve boiling within her, she turned back toward home, ready to weave her vision into reality. As Celeste worked, the soft chatter of villagers around her began to deepen into conversations about the royal visit, creating an atmosphere of both excitement and apprehension. By the time she reached the heart of the market, a few villagers were gathered, sharing stories about past encounters with nobles, their voices reflecting a mix of admiration and anxiety. Celeste overheard snippets of a discussion about how demanding and quick-tempered the king could be, and how easily he could dismiss an artist's work if it didn't meet his expectations. The rising tension in the air tightened around her, and she paused, feeling a swell of anxiety creep back in. One elderly woman turned to her, observing Celeste's intense expression. "Do you think he will appreciate your tapestry?" she asked, concern evident in her tone. Celeste swallowed hard, uncertainty hanging in the air. "I hope so," she replied, forcing a smile. "I want to show him the spirit of our village." The conversation shifted to murmurs of doubt, and Celeste could sense the wavering confidence in the villagers, echoing her own fears. Feeling the weight of their expectations, she decided it was time to reassure them. "I've worked hard to capture our stories in my art. I believe he will see the heart in it." The villagers exchanged glances, some still apprehensive, but her words seemed to spark a glimmer of hope amongst them. Celeste realized her responsibility extended beyond her tapestry. She had to uplift those around her and instill confidence in their shared vision. With renewed purpose, she joined the discussion, eager to embrace every detail they shared about their lives, solidifying the connection between her art and their story. As the conversation continued, Celeste felt a ripple of unease flow through the crowd when a villager, known for her astute observations, raised her hand to speak. "While I admire your passion, Celeste," she began, her voice steady but firm, "I worry that this king will not see beyond the surface of your work." Celeste's heart sank slightly, the skepticism weighing on her, but she refused to let it crush her spirit. "I appreciate your concern," she responded, her voice gaining strength. "But this tapestry will be more than just decoration. It will convey our stories, our struggles, our triumphs." The villager held Celeste's gaze, still unsure, but showing a flicker of understanding. "And what if he dismisses it? What if he doesn't care about our tales?" At that moment, Celeste realized the importance of not only believing in her vision, but also instilling that belief in others. "Then I will ensure that he does care," she said boldly, her determination flooding through her words. "Art is meant to connect us. If I can present it in a way that resonates, he cannot ignore it." A few villagers nodded, intrigue replacing the earlier doubts, while others exchanged uncertain glances, still unsure whether their hope was misplaced. Feeling the energy shift, Celeste took a deep breath and continued. "This tapestry is a reflection of who we are, and I want to share that with him, to show him our village's heart. That is what matters." With her conviction, the earlier fears began to dissipate, transformed by her passion and resolute drive. She could see the villagers reconsidering their doubts, realizing that their story was a collective effort worth sharing, a powerful blend of roots and aspirations. Celeste felt a spark of unity ignite among them, an understanding that their tales held value, not just for approval, but as a testament to their resilience. Just then, the distant sound of a horn echoed through the village, signaling the arrival of the king's caravan. Celeste's heart quickened as she turned toward the square, where the commotion of villagers intensified. Excitement mixed with anxiety rippled through her, amplifying her earlier resolve. She could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on her shoulders. The townsfolk hustled to prepare, each one determined to make a favorable impression on the king, their enthusiasm palpable. Celeste took a step back, taking in the scene. Friends and neighbors coming together for a common purpose, a vibrant display of their collective spirit. She glanced to her mother, who was now directing individuals in arranging the feast and decorations, her presence a reassuring anchor amidst the chaos. Feeling the pulse of the village around her, Celeste knew she had to act quickly. This was her moment to showcase her tapestry, to present their story to the king. With purpose, she moved through the crowd, collecting the final threads and ensuring her masterpiece was ready for display. The vibrant colors reflected the warmth and spirit of the community she loved. Beneath her determination, doubt flickered momentarily, reminding her of the stakes involved. What if he didn't see? But as she caught sight of the approach of the royal entourage, the energy shifted. She felt a flicker of hope surge within her. This was the culmination of her work. This wasn't just a chance for validation. It was an opportunity to showcase her community's heart and resilience. Celeste took a deep breath, reminding herself of the stories woven into every thread, ready to unfold them for the world to see. With the king's caravan finally in sight, Celeste felt a rush of adrenaline course through her. The villagers stood in a hushed reverence, their faces a blend of excitement and apprehension. As the ornate carriage rolled into the square, the king's guards surrounded it, their polished armor shining in the sunlight, casting sharp reflections on the cobblestones. Celeste clutched her tapestry tightly, its folds cool against her skin, heart racing as she mentally prepared herself for this pivotal moment. She glanced back at her mother, who offered a reassuring nod, a silent reminder of the values she had instilled in her daughter. With a deep breath to steady herself, Celeste stepped forward, her feet guiding her through the throng, determined to make her presence known. As she approached the king, the crowd parted, and she could feel the collective gaze of the villagers, their hopes resting on her shoulders. The moment felt electric, filled with the weight of expectation as she entered the king's line of sight. "Your Majesty," she began, her voice carrying the strength she had mustered, "I present to you the heart of our village." With a flourish, she unfurled the tapestry, each thread shimmering in the light, revealing a vibrant tapestry that depicted the stories, struggles, and unity of her people. Celeste's heart raced as she watched the king's reaction, observing the nuances in his expression as he took in the artwork before him. This wasn't just her moment. It was a testament to the community she cherished, the narrative they wove together. She felt a sense of pride swell within her, a blend of vulnerability and strength as the crowd awaited the king's response, the silence accentuating the importance of this moment. In that breathless instant, she realized it was more than just about winning favor. It was about honoring their shared journey and their dreams for the future. Chapter 3, The Call to Action. The king stepped down from his carriage, the crowd parting to reveal the imposing figure clad in regal attire, his presence commanding immediate respect and attention. Celeste's heart raced as the moment hung in the air, mingling excitement with trepidation as she prepared to present her tapestry. He surveyed the gathered villagers with a calculated gaze, taking in the decorations, the food, and the hopeful expressions of the people before him. "Let us see what artistry your village possesses," the king declared, his voice holding a sense of authority that cut through the murmurs of the crowd. Celeste felt the weight of his words, plunging her deeper into the responsibility of the moment. With a deep breath, she stepped closer, the tapestry still draped over her arm, its bright colors contrasting with the muted tones of the crowd's garments. She gathered her thoughts, reflecting on all the preparation, anticipation, and hope that had led to this encounter. Holding the tapestry firmly, she smiled at the king, her nerves blending with excitement, and said, "Your Majesty, I present a tapestry that tells our village's story, a story of resilience, unity, and pride." As she revealed the tapestry, she felt the collective breath of the villagers, their eyes wide with anticipation, hoping for the king to appreciate the heart and soul woven into every thread. As the tapestry unfurled, gasps of awe rippled through the crowd, all eyes riveted on the intricate designs that spoke of their shared history. Celeste watched the king's expression closely, noting the way he leaned in slightly to examine the artwork, a hint of curiosity flickering across his face. The tapestry depicted scenes of unity and hard work, villagers planting crops, children playing, and celebrations under the sun, all woven together with vibrant colors that seemed to dance in the light. Celeste poured her heart into each stitch, and she hoped that the king could feel the essence of the village pulsing through the fabric. "Your artistry is commendable," the king remarked, his voice carrying a weight that prompted a stillness among the crowd. "But tell me, what do these threads mean to you and your people?" Her heart raced at the opportunity. She had yearned for this moment. Celeste took a breath, feeling the pride of her community swelling within her. "Each thread tells our story, showing both our struggles and our triumphs. It embodies who we are and what we aspire to be." The king regarded her intently, and for a brief moment she felt a connection, an understanding of shared humanity beneath the layers of crowns and tapestries. The villagers seemed to hold their breath, eager to see how he would respond, their hopes resting on Celeste's words. The king's eyes narrowed slightly, and a thoughtful expression crossed his face as he absorbed her explanation. "Your work is indeed beautiful," he began, measuring his words with care. "But can beauty alone sustain the kingdom?" Celeste felt her breath catch. The underlying challenge in his tone sent a ripple of anxiety through her. Gathering her thoughts, she replied, "Beauty can unite and inspire. It strengthens the bonds within our community. If we lose that connection, we risk losing everything." The king regarded her with an intensity that made her realize this was about more than just art. Around them, villagers exchanged nervous glances, sensing the weight of the moment, unsure of how their fate would unfold. "Your passion is commendable, yet in times of uncertainty, how do you ensure that beauty translates into action?" the king pressed, clearly probing for deeper understanding. As the words hovered in the air, Celeste drew on her experiences, recalling the unity she had seen during their preparations and the strength of their shared stories. "By creating opportunities for collaboration, we can turn beauty into action," she said, her voice steadying as her conviction grew. "Art is not only for admiration, it fosters dialogue and inspires progress." The king considered her words, and the intensity of the moment solidified Celeste's resolve, knowing that this was her opportunity to assert the significance of her and her community's vision. The king paused, his expression contemplative as he weighed Celeste's words against the background noise of the marketplace. "I appreciate your perspective," he said finally, but a shadow of doubt lingered in his tone. "Yet, this kingdom has faced challenges that require more than hope and artistry." The tension in the air thickened as Celeste felt the gaze of the villagers resting on her, their anticipation hanging in the balance. "Your Majesty, I understand that the realities we face are daunting," she replied, her voice gaining strength. "But we also must cultivate the spirit of resilience. Art can inspire hope, and that can be the spark for action." She could sense the villagers nodding in agreement, their belief in her growing as her passion ignited the crowd. The king raised an eyebrow, intrigued but skeptical. "A noble sentiment, but sentiment alone will not protect the realm. What tangible solutions do you offer?" Celeste felt the weight of his challenge, the pressing need to back her words with concrete actions in the face of such scrutiny. "Perhaps," she ventured, "an alliance between artists and those in power can create lasting change. By combining our strengths, we can inspire the very action you seek." The king leaned back, considering her proposition, and for a moment, uncertainty hung in the air between them. Around them, the villagers whispered excitedly, sensing that the direction of this conversation might be pivotal for their future. Celeste stood tall, prepared to defend her vision, aware that how she handled this encounter could influence not only her destiny, but the fate of her entire village. The king regarded Celeste with a newfound intensity, his curiosity piqued by her proposition. "A partnership between the arts and leadership is a concept I've rarely entertained," he admitted, leaning forward slightly as the crowd held its collective breath. Celeste felt a rush of hope. This was a critical moment where her ideas could gain traction. "But," he continued, "what guarantees can you provide that this will not merely be another empty promise?" Celeste took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on her like an impending storm. She recalled the unity and strength their village had shown throughout their preparations, and the resilience they displayed during the difficulties they faced. "We will hold a gathering, an exhibition that combines the talents of our artists with the needs of our community, she proposed, her voice steady. This will demonstrate our commitment to creating tangible value through collaboration and innovation, a chance for you to witness the dedication firsthand. The villagers murmured, their encouragement weaving through the air, and Celeste felt their belief serve as a shield against the king's skepticism. Lord Ember, observing from the side, nodded approvingly, reinforcing Celeste's confidence further. "There lies the strength of the people," he remarked, drawing the king's attention. "Investing in their talents could yield fruitful returns for the kingdom." Celeste met the king's gaze, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness as she awaited his response. "Very well, Celeste," he finally replied, a hint of intrigue in his tone. "You have my attention. Organize this exhibition, and I shall attend, but know that the weight of this venture rests on your shoulders." A wave of relief washed over her, mingled with exhilaration. Celeste felt the air electrify as she nodded, accepting the challenge laid before her. "Yes, Your Majesty, I will ensure that this exhibition reflects the heart of our village and the promise of our potential." With the king's endorsement, hope ignited in the villagers' hearts, a shared aspiration that resonated deeply among them as they breathed a collective sigh of anticipation. As the king's entourage began to move, Celeste felt a swirl of emotions, relief, excitement, and determination coursing through her veins. The villagers around her erupted into a jubilant murmur, their hopes reigniting with the promise of attention from the king. "Did you hear that?" Oliver exclaimed, clapping Celeste on the back. "This is your chance to show everyone what our village can do." Celeste smiled, knowing that this moment was not just a victory for her, but for all the villagers who had believed in her vision. She glanced at her mother, whose proud eyes sparkled with unshed tears, reflecting the gratitude of a mother witnessing her daughter rise to the occasion. Realizing there was much to be done, Celeste gathered everyone for an impromptu meeting. "All right, everyone, we have less time than we think. We need to showcase the talents of our village. Let's start organizing the exhibition immediately." Voices filled the square as villagers enthusiastically volunteered their specialties, offering to contribute paintings, sculptures, and crafts to the event. Celeste took notes furiously, feeling her heart swell with pride as she saw their collective spirit flourish. However, a voice from the back interrupted. "Will it really reflect our best?" It was Garrick, skepticism lacing his tone. Celeste turned to him, frustration bubbling just beneath the surface, but she took a breath to remain composed. "Yes, it will," she replied firmly, meeting his gaze. "It will reflect our collective story. We will make it happen together, but we need every one of you involved." The energy shifted as the villagers began discussing logistics, their voices rising in excitement, each contributing to the plan. Celeste felt the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders, but it was different now. It was invigorating. As the plans took shape, she realized this exhibition had the potential to shape not only her destiny, but also the future of the entire village. Chapter 4, The Gathering Storm. The days melted into one another as Celeste poured herself into the preparations for the exhibition. Every morning she rose with the sun, her hands working the loom, weaving threads of vibrant hues that echoed the spirit of her village. The tapestry grew more intricate, capturing the essence of community gatherings, the laughter of children, and the resilience woven into the hearts of its people. As the time of the royal visit approached, the atmosphere thickened with excitement and anxiety. Villagers worked fervently alongside her, crafting pieces that told their stories, each art form a reflection of their shared hopes and struggles. Amidst the bustle, Celeste found strength in the collective efforts, but the anticipation gnawed at her, sending ripples of doubt through her heart. What if the king dismisses their work as trivial? What if she falls short of everyone's expectations? One afternoon, the villagers gathered together, their faces lit by the golden sun filtering through the tall trees. Celeste stood before them, sharing updates and plans, her voice steady and encouraging. As she spoke, she noticed that some were still hesitant, glancing around at each other with uncertainty. Encouraged by Oliver's earlier support, she reassured them, "Remember, our art is a reflection of us. If we pour our hearts into it, the king will see the truth in our work." The villagers exchanged knowing looks, their unease mingling with renewed hope. In that moment, Celeste felt a spark. This wasn't just about her. It was about the village, their stories, and their shared future. As the preparations continued, Celeste's mother discovered an old chest in their attic, filled with decorations and textiles to embellish the exhibition. The dusty chest held remnants of past celebrations, including shimmering fabrics and colorful garlands that recalled the joy of community events long forgotten. Celeste watched her mother sift through the treasures, her face lighting up with nostalgia as she recognized the value of the items lying in wait. "Look at this, Celeste," her mother exclaimed, holding up a delicate embroidered banner that depicted spring blossoms. "This could add a touch of history to our exhibition. It's important to remember where we come from." Celeste's mind sparked with ideas, envisioning how these pieces could complement her tapestry, enhancing the collective narrative they were building. "Let's use these to tell the larger story of our village," she replied, excitement bubbling within her as their shared vision started to take form. As they worked together, weaving the past with the present, the room filled with laughter and warmth, reinforcing their bond amidst the chaos. But as Celeste admired the banner, she couldn't shake the lingering doubts. Would the king appreciate the history embedded in their art? Her mother, sensing her hesitation, offered a reassuring smile. "Remember, it's not just about impressing the king. It's about honoring our roots." Celeste took a deep breath, nodding as she chose to take her mother's words to heart. With renewed purpose, they continued to pull together the decorations, hoping to create an exhibition that celebrated the heart of their village and ignited the king's appreciation for their story. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm glow across the village, Celeste and her mother worked tirelessly, arranging the decorations alongside the tapestry. The vibrant colors of the banner complemented the intricate patterns of the fabric Celeste had woven, creating an atmosphere filled with hope and nostalgia. As they hung the decorations, villagers began to gather, drawn by the excitement and anticipation of the upcoming visit. Among them was Henry, the skeptical villager who approached with a cautious expression. "Do you really think the king will see the importance in all of this?" he asked, casting a glance at the tapestry with uncertainty. Celeste took a moment, feeling a flash of frustration. "What we're creating is our story, Henry. It is more than just an exhibition. It's the heart of our village." Henry crossed his arms, still unconvinced. "But how will he know that? The nobles only care about show and grandeur." "Then we will impress him with our authenticity," she replied, her determination returning. "If we convey our spirit and history, we might just capture his interest." The villagers around them murmured in agreement, but Celeste sensed that Henry's skepticism lingered. She turned to him, willing to address his concerns directly. "Join us in this effort, Henry. Show that you believe in our village as much as we do. Together we can create something remarkable." His brow furrowed for a moment, contemplating her words, before he finally nodded, albeit reluctantly. As they resumed decorating, Celeste felt a surge of energy. She understood the importance of not just creating art, but also building connections among their community. With each decoration hung, confidence started to replace the earlier anxieties, reinforcing the belief that they could truly impress the king with their collective spirit. As the villagers buzzed with activity, Celeste's heart swelled with a mix of pride and apprehension. The preparations were nearly complete, but a sense of urgency gripped her. They needed to ensure everything was perfect before the king arrived. She glanced at the tapestry, laid out against the backdrop of the decorations, and felt a pang of self-doubt wash over her. Would it be enough? Determined to maintain focus, she stepped toward the center of the square, raising her voice to gather everyone's attention. "Thank you all for your hard work. Each of you has played a vital role in bringing our village's story to life. Together, we have created something truly special." The villagers listened intently, but Celeste noticed a few still whispering doubts, their eyes flickering between her and the tapestry. One villager spoke up, worry etched on her face. "But what if the king doesn't see it? What if he doesn't care about our village?" Celeste took a deep breath, searching for the right words to reassure them. "Our worth is not measured by his approval, but by our unity and the strength of our stories. This tapestry represents our journey, and we must believe in it." She felt the energy shift as some villagers nodded, encouraged by her conviction. However, Henry's skepticism echoed in her mind. The lingering doubts of others only added to the pressure of the moment. As the sun dipped lower, Celeste resolved to channel her nerves into her work, directing her team's focus back to the tapestry and the preparations around them. "Let's ensure everything is in place. We will show the king our heart, our resilience, and what makes this village thrive," she declared, her voice filled with renewed determination. In that moment, Celeste realized that their collective strength depended on her ability to inspire, and she was ready to embrace that responsibility wholeheartedly. With the final touches being made, Celeste took a moment to survey the square, pride swelling within her as she saw the tapestry's colors shining in the sunlight. The villagers moved about, laughter and chatter filling the air, creating a palpable sense of excitement. Yet, beneath her joy, a lingering concern gripped her mind. Would the king truly appreciate what they had created? As she hung the last piece of decoration, her mother approached her, wiping her brow with a cloth. "You've done well, Celeste," her mother said, nodding toward the vibrant display. "I believe the king will see the heart of our village." "Thank you," Celeste replied, though uncertainty still swirled in her chest. "I just hope it's enough to show him who we are." Just then, the sounds of approaching horses broke through the festivities, and the crowd hushed, a wave of anticipation sweeping through them. Celeste's heart raced. This was the moment they had been preparing for. Yet the weight of expectation pressed down on her shoulders. She turned to the villagers, who gathered closer, their eyes bright with hope and anxiety. "Remember our story," Celeste said, her voice steady. "This is not just about impressing the king. It's about sharing who we are and celebrating our strength together." As her words settled over them, the villagers nodded, newfound determination replacing their fears. Celeste observed a spark in their eyes and felt their faith bolster her own as she prepared to stand before the king. With a final glance at the tapestry, she inhaled deeply, reminding herself of the resilience woven into every thread and the stories they all shared. This time, she would let her heart lead, trusting that their collective spirit would shine through in her creations. As the sound of hooves drew nearer, Celeste's stomach tightened with anticipation. The villagers held their breath, eyes fixed on the entrance of the square as the royal carriage slowly rolled into view. Golden embroidery glinted in the sunlight, and the ornate designs echoed the grandeur of the event, stirring a mix of excitement and unease in the crowd. Celeste stood at the forefront, her heart pounding as she tried to center her thoughts. This was the moment everything hinged upon, the unveiling of her tapestry. The carriage came to a halt, and guards dismounted, creating a barrier before the king emerged. He stepped onto the cobblestones with an air of authority, sizing up the villagers and their preparations with shrewd eyes. Celeste's breath caught in her throat as she took in his regal presence, feeling the weight of the moment settle over her. With courage rising within her, she stepped forward, tapestry in hand, ready to share her vision with the king. The crowd parted for her, and she felt their collective hope buoying her spirit. "Your Majesty," she began, her voice steady despite the flutter of nerves, "I present to you a tapestry that tells the story of our village, our resilience, our unity." Her words hung in the air, and she unfurled the tapestry, the colors and designs illuminated by the soft glow of the evening light. As the king regarded her creation, Celeste held her breath, praying that their shared stories would resonate with him. This was more than just an art piece. It was a declaration of her and her village's identity, woven through hardship and hope. Chapter 5, The Fractured Alliance. The king's gaze lingered on the tapestry, and Celeste felt hope ignite as he began to examine the intricate details she had poured her heart into. His brow furrowed in concentration. She could see him processing the stories woven into the fabric. The bustling market fell into a hushed silence, all eyes on the king as he continued to study her work. After what felt like an eternity, he turned to his advisors, murmuring something that made the tension in the air thick with anticipation. Celeste held her breath, wondering if her creation would finally earn the recognition she had long sought. Your craftsmanship is commendable, the king finally said, breaking the silence with a measured tone. But I must ask, what use is a beautiful tapestry in these troubled times? The words struck Celeste like a sudden chill. She felt doubt creeping in, the moment overshadowed by the weight of his scrutiny. She began, her voice faltering momentarily. It represents our strength and unity. Art has the power to inspire hope, and it can unite us in the face of adversity. The king met her gaze, calculating the sincerity behind her words, and Celeste could feel the crowd's collective breath withhold, eager to see how this would unfold. Around her, villagers exchanged anxious looks, the weight of expectation hanging heavily in the air. Celeste gathered her resolve, determined to share not just the beauty of her work, but the essence of their community that breathed life into it. As the king listened, Celeste sensed a shift in the air, a flicker of curiosity mingling with skepticism. Art may inspire, but can it feed hungry mouths or defend against threats? He challenged, gesturing to the gathered villagers. His question echoed in Celeste's mind, and she felt the urgency of her mission pressing down on her. I believe that art does more than beautify. It brings people together, she responded, her voice gaining strength. It can spark conversations, inspire action, and build resilience within our community. The king seemed intrigued, leaning in as she continued to explain how their traditions of storytelling through art could empower the villagers to confront their struggles. As she spoke, she glanced at the villagers, their expressions shifting from apprehension to hope, sensing the potential impact her words might have. The atmosphere around them buzzed with both excitement and anxiety, the villagers eager to see if the king would recognize the value of her vision. Imagine, she posited, if we harnessed that unity, channeling it into efforts that would not only nourish bodies but also souls. For a moment, the king's expression remained inscrutable, a quiet contemplation evident on his face. Celeste felt a mix of hope and vulnerability as she stood before him, knowing that every syllable she spoke carried the weight of her community's aspirations. The room was heavy with expectation, waiting to see if her attempt to connect would resonate with him. The king's gaze narrowed slightly as he weighed her words, his expression a blend of interest and skepticism. Around them, the villagers held their breath, and Celeste's heart raced, the gravity of the moment pressing in on her. You speak of unity and resilience, young artist, he said slowly, but what of the dangers that lurk beyond your village? How will your art protect you when threats arise? His voice was steady, yet the challenge was clear, and for a moment, Celeste felt an icy wave of doubt wash over her. Art may not physically defend us, she replied, her voice firm despite the tension in the air. But it can inspire courage in the hearts of those who seek to protect our home. It can ignite a flame of resilience when facing fear. The king remained silent for a moment, contemplating her response while the villagers exchanged glances, some thoughtful, others still uncertain. Lord Ember nodded from the side, his expression thoughtful, as if weighing the significance of what Celeste was proposing. Perhaps, the king replied, you believe that art can empower, but will your people heed your call to action if things escalate? Celeste's resolve hardened as she thought of the villagers still trying to bond through shared stories and art, grasping at their own potential despite their fears. Then let us show them, she urged. Let this exhibition be a testament to our unity, a symbol of what we can accomplish together. If we stand strong in our beliefs, they will follow. The king watched her closely, an inscrutable expression on his face as the villagers began to murmur amongst themselves, some nodding slowly in agreement with Celeste's vision. This moment of connection between Celeste and the crowd shifted the weight of the encounter, hinting at the possibility of something greater. The king's expression shifted, a glimmer of respect forming as he considered Celeste's proposal. You speak with conviction, he acknowledged, the corners of his mouth hinting at a smile. But I wonder if merely relaying your village's story will suffice in the face of real danger. Celeste felt a renewed sense of determination surge within her. It won't just be a story, Your Majesty. It will be a call to arms, one that binds our community together. When we share our art, we remind everyone of what we stand for. The crowd shifted, energized by her words, as village members whispered their support, feeling inspired to rally behind her vision. Lord Ember stepped closer, his gaze sharp as he interjected. "And if the king finds your approach lacking, what then, Celeste? How will you respond to criticism?" Celeste met his gaze, her heart steady as she replied, "We will adapt. If the king sees flaws, we will refine our message. Art and leadership are both processes, not destinations." Her conviction resonated with the villagers, sparking murmurs of agreement among them. The king's brow furrowed as he absorbed her response, intrigued by her adaptability. "You have passion and purpose, but it is action that will define your path." With a deep breath, Celeste nodded, contemplating the balance of artistic expression with practical leadership. As the weight of his words settled, she resolved to embody that principle, understanding that she would need to reflect on her journey as they prepared for the exhibition. "We will stand as one. I will listen, learn, and grow, both as an artist and as a leader," she declared, infusing her statement with heartfelt conviction. Emboldened by her words, the villagers straightened, brimming with hope and anticipation as new possibilities began to unfurl before them. As the conversation continued, the villagers gathered closer, sensing the pivotal moment unfolding before them. Celeste felt a rush of energy course through the crowd, their collective anticipation fueling her resolve. "Let's ensure our preparations reflect the heart of our village," she said, her voice steady. "We need each of you involved, every skill we have at our disposal." She turned to various villagers, calling on specific talents and strengths. "Those with artistic skills, start creating decorations and paintings. We want the square to be vibrant and inviting." "Mira," she called, spotting her friend among the crowd, "could you manage the artistic display? Your eye for detail will make a difference." Mira smiled and nodded, eager to contribute. "Of course. I'll start gathering materials right away." Celeste turned to another group. "The rest of you, let's designate roles for gathering food and preparing the feast. We want to show the king the best of our village." The villagers responded positively, excitement buzzing through the air as they divided into groups, each person invigorated by the sense of belonging. However, Celeste noticed that a few members lingered, uncertainty etched on their faces. One villager hesitated, raising a hand. "What if it's not enough? What if we fail to impress the king?" Celeste took a moment, recognizing the fear beneath his question. "Every effort counts. It's about our identity and the stories we share. This is where our strength lies." Her reassurances began to alleviate some of the anxiety, but she could sense lingering doubts. This moment of connection marked a pivotal point as she realized that her role extended beyond guiding the preparations. It involved inspiring trust in her leadership as well. With renewed focus, Celeste felt the atmosphere shift, the villagers rallying around her vision, ready to transform their hopes into reality. With the villagers dispersing to begin their tasks, Celeste felt a rush of exhilaration mixed with the weight of responsibility. As they worked, she moved among them, offering encouragement and checking in on their progress, her presence instilling a sense of unity in their efforts. She watched as Mira rallied a group of artists, their laughter and creativity spilling over as they brainstormed decoration ideas. Celeste couldn't help but smile, feeling a swell of pride at how the villagers responded to her leadership. "Remember, we want to express the heart of our story," she reminded them, her tone encouraging. As she stepped away to gather more supplies, she overheard a few villagers discussing their concerns about the king's arrival and potential judgment. "Will he even notice the effort we put into this?" one said, a hint of doubt in his voice. Celeste paused, her heart sinking slightly, aware that the fear of disapproval lingered just beneath the surface of their excitement. Shaking off the unease, she took a deep breath and resolved to confront any doubts head-on. "Gather around for a quick huddle," she called, drawing the villagers' attention back to her. Once they gathered, Celeste spoke candidly about the importance of their community's story, emphasizing that their efforts together would reveal the strength and resilience they represented. She could sense the villagers' determination rekindling as they listened, the earlier doubts slowly fading. With renewed focus, they shared their ideas, weaving them into their preparations, and Celeste realized how vital her role was in steering both their plans and their spirits. As the sun began to set, she glanced at the tapestry, its colors warm in the fading light, and felt a surge of clarity about what truly mattered in this moment: the unity of her village and the stories they shared. Chapter 6, The Test of Trust. As the day of the king's arrival dawned, Celeste awoke early, the golden light filtering through her window. With a mixture of excitement and anxiety, she quickly dressed, her fingers deftly fastening her clothing as she prepared for what lay ahead. The village was already alive with activity. The sounds of chatter and laughter mingled with the fragrant aroma of breakfast wafting from nearby homes. Stepping outside, Celeste felt a rush of energy coursing through her as she joined the bustling crowd, the anticipation electrifying the air. Villagers hurried to prepare the square, hanging decorations and setting up tables filled with food, each detail meticulously chosen to impress the king. As she moved through the preparations, her eyes caught glimpses of her tapestry, a vibrant piece displayed prominently, reminding her of the work and dedication that had gone into creating it. Yet, uncertainty tugged at her heart. What if the king dismissed her art? Celeste shook off the doubt, focusing on the task at hand. She joined her mother, who was coordinating the final touches, ensuring everything was in order. "Are we ready?" her mother asked, glancing at the sky, apprehension furrowing her brow. "We will be," Celeste assured her, feeling a swell of determination as she helped adjust a banner. As they worked together, the bond of their shared mission deepened, transcending the early morning nerves they both felt. Celeste concentrated on every detail of the preparations, knowing that today could significantly shape their village's future and her own destiny. As the preparations continued, Celeste focused intently on the tapestry, her heart pounding in tandem with the rapid movements around her. She stepped back to admire it, ensuring the colors flowed harmoniously and the stories entwined seamlessly across the fabric. Just as she finished adjusting a section, a young villager approached, her eyes wide with excitement. "Celeste, it looks beautiful. Do you really think the king will appreciate it?" Celeste felt a mix of pride and apprehension at the question. "I hope so. It tells our story, our spirit. That's what matters most." The villager grinned and nodded, the enthusiasm briefly lifting Celeste's lingering doubts. However, as she returned to the loom, a sudden commotion drew her attention. A group of young boys raced past, mischief written across their faces, causing a nearby stall to topple over, spilling produce everywhere. Celeste frowned, her concentration broken as she rushed over to help the vendor begin collecting the scattered fruits and vegetables. "Are you all right?" she asked, concerned for the merchant and the damage done, realizing that every detail counted for today's event. "Yes," the vendor replied, exasperated but smiling. "Just a typical day before the royal visit." Celeste couldn't help but smile back, feeling the communal spirit lift her mood. As she helped gather the items, she glanced back at her tapestry, the weight of the day's importance pressing deeper into her chest. This simple act reminded her of the interconnectedness of their efforts and how even small moments could shape the larger narrative they were creating together. As the enjoyable chaos of the market continued, a voice rang out, halting Celeste in her tracks. "Celeste!" It was Garrick, approaching with a furrowed brow. "I need to talk to you about your tapestry." Celeste felt a flutter of apprehension. Garrick's skepticism often drained the excitement from her projects. "Yes?" she replied, forcing a smile despite her unease. He gestured toward the tapestry hanging in the square, his expression serious. "Have you thought about what will happen if the king doesn't like it? This could end in disaster for us." "I believe the king will see the heart of our village in it," she said, trying to convey strength. "It's not just fabric, it tells our story." Garrick crossed his arms, skepticism still evident in his posture. "But we have to think practically. What if he dismisses it entirely?" Celeste felt her frustration rising, but took a breath to steady herself. "I understand your concerns, but if we don't share our story, how will we ever be heard? We can't live in fear of rejection." Just then, Oliver joined them, sensing the tension. "We need to present this tapestry with the strength of our community behind it, not just for the king's approval, but for ourselves." Celeste glanced between Garrick and Oliver, sensing the rift forming. "Let's focus on what we can control. We can show the king that art has value beyond mere decoration. It can empower us." The conversation hung in the air, the weight of doubt mingling with determination. Garrick remained quiet for a moment, considering her words, while Oliver nodded in agreement, his belief in their mission shining through. Celeste recognized that she needed to bridge this gap if they were to move forward together, feeling the delicate tension of leadership as she prepared to guide them through their doubts. Feeling the weight of the moment, Celeste took a step back, looking at Garrick with sincerity in her eyes. "I know it's easy to doubt in tough times," she said softly, "but every great change starts with the courage to share our truth. That's what our tapestry represents." Garrick shifted slightly, his expression softening as he began to ponder her words. "We've struggled together, faced loss and uncertainty, but we've also shared our joys," Celeste continued, her voice steady. "This tapestry is more than my art. It belongs to every one of you." The villagers nearby began to nod, their uncertainty giving way to the strength of shared experiences. Oliver leaned in, backing her up. "If we can stand together and believe in the power of our community, we can weather any storm that comes our way, even the king's judgment." The subtle shift in the dynamic encouraged Celeste. She could see the foundations of trust being rebuilt with each word spoken. Garrick examined his surroundings, his friends and neighbors rallying behind Celeste's vision, and for the first time, he seemed to let go of some of his skepticism. "I suppose I get too caught up in fears of what could go wrong," he admitted, his voice tinged with vulnerability. "Maybe I need to believe, like the rest of you." Celeste felt a surge of relief, recognizing the power of honesty in transforming doubt into understanding. "Together, we can make sure this tapestry tells our story in all its complexity," she affirmed, sensing their camaraderie growing stronger. With a renewed sense of purpose, Celeste smiled, ready to embrace the challenges ahead, knowing that the tapestry they were creating would reflect not just her ambitions, but the heart of a united village. With the palpable tension easing, Celeste took a deep breath and turned back towards her tapestry, focusing on the work that lay ahead. The vibrant colors swirled before her, and she was reminded of the emotions woven into each thread, powerful enough to resonate with the king and the villagers alike. "Let's ensure everything is ready," she urged her team, feeling the responsibility of leading them, underlining her every word. As they continued their preparations, the energy shifted. Enthusiasm began to replace doubt as the team rallied around her vision. Each villager worked tirelessly, some painting decorations, while others arranged the tapestry with care, their commitment growing more evident with every passing moment. However, amidst the bustle, Celeste spotted Henri lingering at the edge, his brow furrowed with anxiety, still grappling with his earlier skepticism. "Remember," Celeste said, catching his gaze, "it's not just about art being beautiful. It's about the stories it tells and the unity we can foster through it." Henri met her eyes, a flicker of understanding breaking through the clouds of doubt, though uncertainty remained. "Are you sure this will be enough to impress the king?" he asked, concern still etched in his voice. Celeste nodded firmly, determination radiating from her. "I believe our hearts will shine through. We have poured ourselves into this, and that matters more than the king's approval." With her words, she felt a shift within the group. They regarded her with renewed faith, bolstered by her conviction. As night fell over the village, the preparations finally began to take shape. The tapestry standing proudly among the decorations, a testament to their collective story. Celeste stepped back to admire their work, feeling proud yet aware that the true test lay ahead, for today was not just a display. It was a declaration of their identity and resilience. As the sun began to set, casting an orange glow across the square, Celeste gathered the villagers once more, her heart filled with a mix of excitement and apprehension. "Tonight is our chance to share who we are," she began, her voice carrying the weight of their collective hopes. "We've worked hard to prepare, and I know you've each put a piece of your heart into this." The villagers nodded, their determination igniting as they exchanged supportive glances, each feeling a part of something greater. Celeste scanned their faces, seeing both pride and lingering anxiety. "Let's show the king the spirit of our village, our stories, our struggles, and our triumphs." Her words hung in the air, and she felt a renewed wave of confidence wash over her as they began to organize themselves for the evening's festivities. She took her place beside her tapestry, ensuring it was displayed prominently, hoping to catch the king's eye as he entered the village for the first time. In that moment, she felt a unified energy among the villagers, a tangible connection that reminded her of why they were all there together. The excitement building around them was palpable, creating a sense of anticipation that mingled with the fading light of day. Celeste's heart swelled, aware that this was more than just art or a performance. It was a declaration of their identity and resilience as a community. With the first sounds of the king's caravan approaching, she steadied herself, ready to share their narrative and honor the power of their voices. Chapter 7: The Quest for Allies. As the sound of the king's caravan drew closer, anticipation hung in the air like a taut string, ready to be plucked. Celeste stood in the village square, her heart racing as she caught sight of the ornate carriage drawing near. The villagers gathered around her, their expressions a mixture of excitement and nerves. The sun had dipped low, casting a warm golden glow over the scene, making the decorations sparkle and the tapestry shimmer with life. People whispered to each other, sharing last-minute thoughts and wishes for the upcoming encounter, as the guards dismounted with precision, their presence commanding and impressive. Celeste felt a flutter of anxiety deep within her. This was it, the culmination of her hard work and the chance to present her village's truth to the king. As the carriage doors opened, she straightened, her posture reflecting the aspirations and hopes of everyone around her. The king emerged, surrounded by a group of advisors and guards, his countenance regal and watchful as he surveyed the crowd. Celeste's breath caught in her throat. Everything she had worked for rested in the balance, the energy of the village coalescing into a singular moment of potential. She glanced back at her tapestry, feeling the stories woven into it vibrate with energy, a reminder of the journey they had taken together as a community. With a final steadying breath, she stepped forward, ready to embrace the moment and share their narrative with the king. As the king approached, Celeste felt her heart pounding in her chest. This was the moment she had been waiting for. Gathering her courage, she stepped forward, tapestry in hand, and called out, "Your Majesty." The king paused, turning toward her with a curious expression, his eyes narrowing as they landed on the vibrant work of art she held. With a steadying breath, she unfurled the tapestry, allowing its colors and intricate designs to fall open, revealing the stories woven into the fabric. "May I present to you the heart of our village," she proclaimed, her voice resonating with passion. The crowd murmured in anticipation, their eyes fixed on the king as he leaned closer to inspect the masterpiece. Celeste felt a surge of pride. She had poured so much of herself into this work, channeling the hopes and dreams of her community into every thread. "Impressive," the king remarked, adopting a thoughtful expression as he studied the tapestry. "Tell me, what do these colors signify?" "Each hue tells a tale," she replied, feeling the exhilaration of sharing her vision. "The blues represent the river that nourishes us, the greens reflect our fields, and the yellows symbolize the warmth of our community." The king nodded, appreciating her description, and the tension in the air began to dissipate as villagers exchanged glances filled with hope. Celeste sensed that she was beginning to capture his interest, feeling the collective anticipation of the crowd. Her heart raced, knowing that this moment could rewrite their destiny, weaving together the threads of her art and the future of her village. As Celeste spoke, the king's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of skepticism returning to his expression. "While I appreciate your artistry," he said slowly, glancing around at the assembled villagers, "art alone cannot resolve the kingdom's struggles. Tell me, how does this tapestry translate into action?" Celeste felt a weight settle on her shoulders as she processed his words. She took a moment, reflecting on how to bridge the gap between their hopes and the realities of leadership. "This tapestry represents our unity and resilience, but it also serves as a catalyst for action," she began, feeling her voice gather strength. "By showcasing our culture, we can foster alliances and inspire others to invest in our future." Around her, villagers began to murmur in agreement, emboldened by her confidence. "Shouldn't we be focusing on more tangible actions?" The king replied, his tone challenging. What guarantees can you provide that this will not be seen as mere embellishment? Celeste felt the tension in the air, aware that her response could sway the perceptions of everyone present. She met his gaze with unwavering determination. We will turn this exhibition into a call for collaboration. I believe that when people see our spirit, they will be compelled to help protect it. The king looked around at the villagers, many nodding in support, some still unsure, but opening themselves to the possibilities she was presenting. Celeste realized that this was her chance to demonstrate not only her passion, but her understanding of leadership, one that involved not just art, but community engagement. The king pondered her words, the air thick with anticipation, while the villagers held their breath, waiting to see if her vision would resonate with him. The king's expression remained contemplative, and Celeste felt the weight of the moment pressing against her as she continued to hold his gaze. Your words have merit, he finally replied, his tone softer but still probing. But intentions alone will not shield us from the harsh realities we face. How do you plan to translate this passion into action? Celeste felt a wave of pressure wash over her. This was the crux of her moment. Drawing on the lessons she had gathered, she replied, by fostering partnerships within and beyond our village, we can unite our strengths to tackle these challenges together. We must transform our stories into initiatives that foster change. The king surveyed the assembled villagers, and Celeste could see a flicker of contemplation igniting in his expression. If you can weave such a tapestry of cooperation, perhaps it would be worth exploring, he conceded, the intrigue evident in his voice. Around them, the villagers began whispering among themselves, sensing the potential of this conversation moving in a favorable direction. Celeste's heart raced as she saw hope bloom in their eyes, but she also recognized the heavy responsibility resting on her shoulders. This was not just about her artwork. It was about the future of her village and their collective efforts to thrive against the odds. With renewed resolve, she stepped closer, addressing the king once more. Let us show you how an exhibition can represent a turning point for our community, binding us together in purpose. In that moment, Celeste understood that this was a pivotal juncture, one that could lay the groundwork for new alliances and clarify her vision of leadership. The king nodded slowly, a sign of consideration that ignited anticipation in Celeste's heart. Very well, the king said, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. If you can assemble this exhibition and demonstrate the strength of your community, I will consider supporting your endeavors. Celeste felt a rush of exhilaration mixed with trepidation at his words. The stakes had been raised, and she needed to rally her villagers to help her execute a plan worthy of the king's attention. As she turned to the crowd, she noticed the villagers buzzing with excitement, a newfound energy coursing through them at the prospect of finally being heard. Let's show him what we can do, Celeste called out, her voice brimming with determination. We will gather our best works and share the stories that make our village extraordinary. Cheering erupted among the villagers, their spirits buoyed by her resolve. However, she spotted a few familiar faces lingering at the back, uncertainty still shadowing their expressions. Garrick stood among them, crossing his arms, a telltale sign of his skepticism. Are we really ready for this? What if we disappoint? Celeste approached him directly, her heart pounding at the challenge. We cannot let fear of disappointment hold us back. Every piece we create is a step toward representing our village, and our stories matter. Garrick met her gaze, doubt simmering beneath the surface, but something shifted in the way he regarded her. I see your vision, but it's a heavy burden, he replied quietly, his defenses slowly lowering. Celeste nodded, feeling the weight of his concerns. It is heavy, but it's a burden worth bearing for our community. Together, we can ensure we leave a lasting impression. The dynamic shifted as villagers around them began murmuring support, reinforcing Celeste's belief in their potential. With everyone feeling encouraged, Celeste felt a surge of confidence. She was not just an artist, but also the embodiment of their collective hopes. Now, let's get to work, she declared, ready to lead her team in weaving their stories into the fabric of their presentation. With the villagers rallied around her, Celeste felt a surge of excitement and determination as they set off to organize the exhibition. The energy in the air was contagious, each person eager to contribute their talents and creativity to showcase the spirit of their village. As they began to gather supplies, Celeste moved through the crowd, offering encouragement and support while helping to coordinate their efforts. Her heart raced at the sight of the decorations coming together, each thread and piece of art reflecting the collective story they shared. Throughout the day, laughter echoed in the air, blending with the sounds of activity as she worked alongside friends and neighbors, weaving connections not just in art, but in purpose. However, as the sun began to set and shadows lengthened, Celeste felt a weight of looming responsibility pressing on her shoulders. She paused to reflect on what it would mean to have the king's gaze upon their work, the expectations hanging heavy in the air. Focusing on her commitment to the village, Celeste stepped forward, reminding everyone to keep the heart of their story at the forefront of their preparations. "Every piece of art, every decoration represents us," she called out, her voice carrying through the square. "Let's ensure our spirit shines through." The villagers responded with renewed vigor, each one pushing aside doubts and embracing the vision she outlined. Celeste felt the tide turning as the preparations solidified. Her leadership resonated, reminding her that their collective effort could make an impact far beyond mere artistry. As the last pieces were hung and the final details checked, she took a moment to look around, proud of what they had accomplished together. There was still much to do before the king's arrival, but she felt an unbreakable bond with her village, ready to face the challenges ahead with unwavering resolve. Chapter 8: The Plan in Motion. The day of the exhibition arrived, bathed in the warm glow of early morning light, illuminating the village in vibrant hues. Celeste awoke with a flutter of excitement in her stomach, the reality of the moment settling in like a tangible weight. Everywhere she looked, the village buzzed with preparations. Tables were laid out, decorations swayed in the gentle breeze, and villagers exchanged eager words about the impending royal visit. Celeste jumped into action, hurriedly dressing and mentally reviewing her plans as she prepared to make this day a testament to her community's heart and resilience. As she stepped outside, the air was thick with the scent of baked goods and fresh flowers, each breath filling her with a sense of urgency and anticipation. She made her way through the village, greeting familiar faces, each one beaming with excitement and pride about what they had accomplished together. "Are you ready for this?" Oliver appeared at her side, his grin infectious, packing his supplies as they walked toward the square. "I'll be ready once I see the king's reaction to the tapestry," she replied, feeling a mix of nerves and determination. Together, they approached the square, bustling with activity as villagers completed the final touches of the setup, and she couldn't help but feel the thrill of what lay ahead. This was the moment every stitch and detail had been preparing her for, and as they reached the heart of the square, Celeste's heart raced with the possibility of their story being told on a grand stage. As they stepped into the square, Celeste took in the vibrant scene before her. Villagers bustled about, arranging flowers and hanging decorations, their faces illuminated with the excitement of the moment. Celeste immediately focused on the tapestry, ensuring it was positioned front and center where it could capture the king's attention the moment he arrived. Her mother was nearby, directing the final arrangements, and she caught Celeste's eye, giving her an encouraging nod that reinforced her resolve. Determined to everyone's success, Celeste engaged actively with those who were still setting up, offering assistance to help convey a sense of unity. "Make sure the flowers are evenly distributed," she advised a couple of young girls, her tone encouraging as they placed blooms in carefully chosen spots around the tapestry. Nearby, Oliver joined a discussion with several villagers about the layout of the tables for the feast, showing his knack for organization. Celeste observed them, a sense of pride swelling within her. The collaboration was a testament to their shared purpose. In the midst of the noise and excitement, however, a sudden realization struck her. Their efforts would not only be judged by the king, but would also play a significant role in defining their community's identity moving forward. Feeling the weight of that truth, she ensured every detail was attended to, understanding that the village's spirit must shine through the preparation. With every completed arrangement, the atmosphere shifted further into one of palpable anticipation, and Celeste felt ready to embrace the challenges and opportunities of the day. As the sun climbed higher, casting a bright light over the square, Celeste felt the air buzz with excitement. Villagers exchanged stories of their own artistic contributions, each sharing how they hoped the king would appreciate the efforts made today. Just then, she overheard a few villagers debating the significance of their preparations. "Do you really think the king cares about our history?" one woman questioned, her voice laced with skepticism. Celeste paused, catching snatches of doubt that threatened to ripple through the crowd. "What if he dismisses it as just another craft?" another added, echoing the sentiment. Feeling the need to address this growing apprehension, Celeste stepped forward, raising her voice to be heard over the chatter. "This is not just about what the king thinks. It's about us, our stories, our spirit, and the connection we've woven together through our art," she declared, her tone earnest and passionate. The villagers looked toward her, some nodding slowly, as if reconsidering their doubts. "It's our identity. We deserve to share it, regardless of his response," Celeste continued, her heart racing as she leaned into her conviction. Seeing their faces soften, she felt a surge of hope. This was what she needed to remind them of their resilience and purpose. "Let's show him who we are," she urged, feeling the energy shift as excitement replaced their earlier doubts. This moment solidified a sense of unity, with villagers stepping closer, ready to support her vision for the day. With the villagers now clustered around her, Celeste could feel their energy amplifying, a collective resolve igniting the atmosphere. "Let's finish the preparations," she exclaimed, motivating everyone to jump back into action. She divided the remaining tasks, clearly outlining who would be responsible for specific decorations and who would finalize the layout for the feast. As they spoke among themselves, the hum of collaboration filled the square, the tension of earlier doubts dissipating into the air. However, amidst the bustle, Garrick's voice cut through the excitement, filled with a lingering skepticism. "Are we really ready for this? What if it all falls apart?" Celeste turned to him, sensing his concern rooted in protective instincts. "We've come too far to back down now, Garrick. We need to trust in the strength we've built together." He looked unconvinced, but fell silent, crossing his arms as others moved around him, continuing with their tasks. Celeste took note of his hesitation, understanding that she had to maintain group momentum while also addressing any lingering doubts within her team. She approached Garrick, lowering her voice. "You've seen what we can achieve when we work together. This is our moment to shine." Seeing the flicker of acknowledgement in his eyes, she continued, "Imagine the look on the king's face when he sees our village's spirit in action. Let that be our focus." Her words began to sink in, and silently, Garrick nodded, his posture softening ever so slightly as he moved forward to assist as well. With each action taken, Celeste felt their collective strength grow, solidifying her belief that they could navigate the day together, no matter the challenges they faced. As the last touches were applied, Celeste stepped back to survey the square, her heart racing with a mix of pride and anxiety. The decorations hung triumphantly, each color and detail coming together to create a vibrant display that told the story of their village. She felt the excitement of the crowd ripple through her, their eagerness palpable, but the nagging uncertainty lingered in the back of her mind. The sun began to dip lower in the sky, signaling the approaching arrival of the king, and Celeste called for one final check of the arrangements. "Let's make sure everything is in its place. We need to be ready for when he arrives," she urged, her voice resonating with both authority and encouragement. Her team moved with renewed vigor, adjusting the tapestry and ensuring that the feast was ready to be presented. Amid the flurry of activity, Oliver caught her eye and gave her a thumbs up, his unwavering belief in her bolstering her confidence. Yet, just as the group's spirits peaked, an unexpected sound broke the concentration, a distant clamor of hooves and shouting growing louder as it approached. Celeste's stomach dropped, the familiar pang of anxiety creeping back. "What is that?" a villager asked, concern etched on their face as they paused from their tasks. I don't know, Celeste replied, her heart racing as she glanced toward the source of the noise. Quickly, she signaled for everyone to gather, urging them to remain vigilant. She felt the urgency settle in. Their hard work hinged on this moment, and she needed to maintain control. Stay close, she instructed, her voice steady despite the rising tension. We can't let fear disrupt what we've built here today. With every heartbeat, she prepared herself to face whatever challenge awaited them, drawing on the strength of her community to guide her through the unknown. As the sound of hooves grew nearer, Celeste's heart raced, filled with a mix of excitement and anxiety. She could feel her pulse quicken with each beat, the air thick with anticipation. Everyone, stay alert, she called, rallying her team as their eyes shifted toward the pathway leading to the square. Villagers rushed to their designated places, and Celeste felt the energy around her shift from apprehension to focused determination. The sound of the king's entourage came into view, the royal carriage glimmering in the sunlight as it approached the village. Celeste glanced at the tapestry one last time, its vibrant threads catching the light, embodying the story of their community. This is it, she whispered to herself, instilling a sense of purpose as she prepared to present her work. The villagers gathered closer, their faces reflecting a mixture of hope and nervousness as they awaited the king's arrival. As the carriage came to a stop, the air was charged with tension, and Celeste felt the weight of expectation pressing down on her shoulders. She straightened her back, took a deep breath, and stepped forward to meet the king as he dismounted. "Your Majesty," she greeted, her voice steady despite the surge of emotions whirling within her. "I am honored to present you with our village's tapestry." With a flourish, she unveiled the artwork, holding it proudly for the king and the surrounding crowd to admire. The atmosphere shifted as the king examined the tapestry, his attention focused intently on the intricate details Celeste had poured her heart into. In that moment, she felt the uncertainty shift. She had stepped forward into her role as a leader and an artist, ready to share the essence of her community. Chapter 9, A New Dawn. As the day dawned bright and clear, Celeste felt a renewed sense of purpose as she stepped outside, the morning sun warming her skin. The village was alive with activity. Laughter and chatter filled the air as townsfolk moved about, preparing for the day ahead. Celeste walked through the square, the vibrant decorations still fresh in her mind, a testament to their collective effort for the king's visit. Each familiar face greeted her with smiles, their excitement palpable as they shared in the anticipation of what was to come. The tapestry, now symbolizing their hopes and resilience, stood proudly in its designated spot, catching the first rays of light. As she approached, Celeste felt a mix of pride and anxiety, reflections of her journey swirling within her. She knew today was about more than just the exhibition. It was about uniting her village and showcasing the spirit that defined them all. Grabbing her supplies, Celeste took a deep breath, ready to embrace the opportunities that lay ahead while preparing her heart for the challenges they might face. As Celeste prepared for the exhibition, she busily arranged the tapestry, ensuring it was securely hung for all to see. The hustle and bustle around her filled her with exhilaration. Villagers moved about, setting up tables laden with food and decorations. She paused occasionally to assist others, helping to place fresh flowers and aromatic dishes on display, her heart swelling with pride at the beauty they were creating together. Nearby, she spotted Oliver engaged in animated conversation with a group of young boys, excitedly explaining how the king would arrive and what to expect from his visit. Celeste chuckled at his enthusiasm, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for his unwavering support. With a swift motion, she turned back to her work, double-checking the tapestry's positioning, ensuring it caught the light just right. Yet, as the minutes slipped by, the fluttering of nerves began to anchor in her stomach, stemming from the knowledge that everything hinged on this moment. Just then, a villager approached her, carrying a tray of freshly baked pastries. "These were made for the king. Do you think they'll be good enough?" Celeste smiled warmly, reassuring her. "He'll see the love and care put into each one. It's all part of who we are." Feeling the sense of community flourish around her, Celeste returned to her task with renewed focus, determined to ensure that their collective spirit would shine through for the king's arrival. As Celeste continued her preparations, the sounds of hooves echoed in the distance, growing louder and electrifying the atmosphere filled with anticipation. The villagers suddenly paused, their chatter fading into a hushed silence as they turned their attention toward the road leading into the village. Celeste felt her heart begin to race. The moment had finally arrived. She glanced at the tapestry one last time, mentally reminding herself of the stories woven into its fabric, and how important it was to share those stories with the king. With each passing second, the tension in the air thickened, both excitement and anxiety swirling among the villagers. The king's royal carriage finally came into view, shimmering in the sunlight, flanked by guards clothed in polished armor. "Everyone, remember our mission," Celeste said, projecting her voice to the crowd as they gathered closer. "Let's show him the heart of our village." As the king's carriage halted in front of them, Celeste stepped forward, ready to welcome him and present her tapestry. The villagers looked to her for leadership, their faithful expressions urging her to take the step she had been preparing for. Feeling the weight of their expectations, Celeste steadied herself, taking a deep breath before stepping into the light of the king's gaze. This was her chance, not just for herself, but for her village, and she was ready to make them proud. The king dismounted, his presence commanding as he surveyed the villagers gathered in the square. Celeste's heart raced as his gaze landed on her, a mixture of anxiety and anticipation coursing through her veins. "Welcome, Your Majesty," she said, her voice steady despite the flutter of nerves she felt. "I am honored to present to you our tapestry, a reflection of our village's spirit and resilience." She stepped forward, unfurling the vibrant fabric with deliberate care, allowing it to cascade gracefully from her arms. The intricate patterns sparkled in the sunlight, each thread telling a story of their struggles, celebrations, and connections. As the king inspected the tapestry intently, Celeste felt the crowd behind her hold their breath, their hopes entwined with her presentation. "Art, while beautiful, must also serve a purpose," the king remarked, intrigue threading through his voice as he assessed her creation. Celeste nodded, ready for this pivotal question. "It tells our story, Your Majesty, and inspires action. It's a call to unity for those who see its heart." She watched him carefully, searching for any flicker of interest or doubt. The villagers exchanged glances, their anticipation palpable, a shared understanding that this moment could define their village's fate. Celeste wondered if she could truly convey their collective spirit to a king who had never seen their struggles up close. The king's brow furrowed as he considered her words, the air thick with expectation. Can a tapestry truly inspire action? Can it change the hearts of those who sit idle while danger looms? He challenged, gauging her response. Celeste felt the weight of his skepticism pressing down on her, but she refused to waver. "Art conveys emotions and ideas that words often cannot," she replied, her voice rising with conviction. "It can ignite the spirit in those who see it, sparking a desire to act together for our shared future." The villagers shifted behind her, their collective hope mixing with uncertainty, but Celeste could feel a sense of resolve building among them. As the king examined the tapestry once more, the depth of its meaning seemed to resonate with him. At least, she hoped it did. "Our stories of hardship and triumph are woven into this tapestry," she continued. "If we can show that our community's journey is recognized, it can inspire all of us to come together." He remained silent for a moment longer, his advisors whispering among themselves, creating a backdrop of tension and anticipation. Celeste noted the glances of approval from a few villagers nearby, which bolstered her spirit. She realized that this moment depended not only on her words, but on how boldly she could express their community's collective aspirations. With a final deep breath, she stood tall, prepared to defend her vision as she awaited the king's ruling. The king regarded the tapestry with a thoughtful expression, processing Celeste's words alongside the vibrant imagery before him. After a moment that felt like an eternity, he nodded slowly, a sign of acknowledgement. "You make a compelling argument. Perhaps there is merit in harnessing your stories." A wave of relief washed over Celeste, but she remained poised, knowing there was still much left to achieve. "I would like to see this exhibition take place," the king declared, a glimmer of curiosity evident in his tone. However, I expect to witness results. Fluff will not suffice. Celeste's heart raced. This was the opportunity she dreamed of. She sensed the crowd's anticipation swell around her, their faith in her ability to deliver hanging delicately in the air. I promise, Your Majesty, we will not disappoint, she replied, her voice steady. Every piece will embody the spirit of our community. As murmurs of excitement rippled through the villagers, the king gestured to his advisors and began to walk away, leaving Celeste with a mix of exhilaration and pressure. The villagers cheered, their spirits soaring with the king's approval, and Celeste felt a profound sense of responsibility settle upon her. This was not merely about art, it was about her people and their hopes. In that moment, she understood that her success hinged on the collective strength of her village as much as her individual effort. Determined, she resolved to create an exhibition that would resonate deeply, not just with the king, but with every soul in her village. Chapter 10. The Unfamiliar Path. As the days passed after the king's visit, Celeste found herself navigating the bustling preparations for the upcoming exhibition. The square was alive with activity, as villagers worked tirelessly to create a vibrant atmosphere, each corner adorned with flowers and handmade decorations that reflected their collective spirit. Celeste moved through the familiar streets, feeling the energy of the community around her. But a sense of urgency pressed against her as the exhibition approached. She visited each artist in turn, gathering their pieces and offering encouragement, noting the diverse talents that thrived in her village. The cool air was filled with laughter and animated discussion, but beneath the excitement, she could sense an undercurrent of anxiety about whether their efforts would truly impress the king. One afternoon, while arranging to showcase local pottery, Celeste overheard some villagers discussing their past experiences with noble visits, sharing stories of disappointment and unfulfilled promises. This time feels different, one villager murmured, her tone cautious. Celeste felt the weight of their doubts, but she was determined to push forward. As she prepared the layout for the exhibition, she reminded herself of the narrative they were about to share and how essential it was to embody their strengths. Celeste decided to take a moment to gather the villagers together, to instill a sense of unity and reinforce their commitment to the exhibition, encouraging them to believe in the heart of their art. As she stood before them, the vibrant decorations framing her, she felt both the gravity and the exhilaration of what lay ahead. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant hues of orange and pink, Celeste gathered her team once more to finalize the details of the exhibition. The square, filled with a buzzing energy, now showcased an array of artistic displays, each telling a unique story from their community's heart. "Let's go over everything one last time," she called to the group, her voice resonating with determination. They circled around her, and she pointed to specific artworks that would be displayed prominently, emphasizing how each piece would engage the king and the villagers alike. "This tapestry should draw the most attention," she said, gesturing to her own work, proud of what it represented. However, a wave of unease rippled through the crowd as a villager hesitated, voicing concerns about whether the king would truly appreciate their efforts. Celeste sensed the doubt that lingered, but resolved to turn it into motivation. "Remember, this isn't just about impressing the king, it's about showcasing our stories, our spirit." As she spoke, she could see some villagers begin to nod, their confidence bolstered by her impassioned words. With renewed focus, she orchestrated the final arrangements, guiding her team seamlessly to move items into place, ensuring each detail was attended to. Throughout this process, Celeste noted a mix of excitement and anxiety among her team, recognizing the importance of maintaining momentum while embracing the uncertainty that loomed. Her experience had taught her to be adaptable. This was not just another exhibition, but a turning point for their village, a moment to unite and inspire one another. As they worked, she felt a sense of connection grow between them, solidifying the belief that together they could overcome any challenges that lay ahead. As the day of the exhibition approached, excitement mingled with apprehension in the air. Celeste felt the mounting anticipation as she moved through the village, greeting neighbors who were busy with last-minute preparations. She spotted Lila, who had been helping organize the decorations, her face lit with enthusiasm, yet shadowed with a flicker of doubt. "Do you think the king will really appreciate our stories?" Lila asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty as she adjusted a painted banner. Celeste paused, recognizing the common fears threading through her community. "Lila, our stories matter. This exhibition showcases our spirit, and that is what the king needs to see." Lila seemed to consider this, but her brows furrowed slightly. What if he thinks it's just petty art? Determined to quell the doubts swirling around her, Celeste replied, "Art connects us. It's a reflection of our identity. If we show him the heart of our village, he can't dismiss us." Seeing Lila nod slowly brought a warmth to her heart, even though uncertainty clouded the air. In that moment, several villagers joined them, picking up on the conversation, and Celeste felt the collective apprehension shift toward a shared resolve. As they discussed their hopes for the exhibition and the potential impact it could have, the energy in the group began to rise. This lively exchange reminded Celeste that while doubts existed, their unity and commitment could turn uncertainty into strength, a realization deepened by her earlier experiences. Celeste sensed that her growing leadership skills were influencing the team's dynamics as they started to believe in the power of their collective stories. In the midst of the preparations, a sudden commotion erupted near the edge of the square. A group of villagers had gathered, their voices rising with agitation as they discussed a rumor that had just circulated. A rumor about the king's mercurial temper and how quickly he could dismiss those who failed to impress. Celeste's stomach tightened at the news, realizing that fear had begun to infiltrate their collective excitement. "What if he does not see our work as worthy?" one villager asked, her voice shaky as she glanced at the tapestry with uncertainty. Celeste felt a wave of urgency spread through her. "We need to focus on what we can control, the quality of our work and our presentation," she asserted, stepping closer to the gathering. She looked around, meeting the eyes of her fellow villagers. "We've poured our hearts into this exhibition. We cannot let speculation dampen our efforts." Lila raised a hand, her hesitation still palpable. "But what if he truly doesn't appreciate it? Wouldn't it be better to prepare for the worst?" Celeste paused, weighing Lila's concerns against the need for optimism. "What matters is that we show our true selves through our art. If we let fear dictate our actions, then we lose the essence of why we are doing this in the first place." The villagers began to chatter among themselves, a mix of apprehension and determination evident in their voices. Celeste sensed the lingering tension about to boil over but remained grounded, committed to fostering unity. "Let's reaffirm our commitment to this exhibition. Let's show the king what our community truly represents." With her words, Celeste began to see expressions shift from doubt to resolution. She felt a spark igniting within the crowd, reinforcing her belief in their shared purpose. In that moment, she understood that while fear was an ever-present danger, courage could weave a stronger narrative for their village. With renewed energy, Celeste turned back to the preparations, invigorated by the collective resolve of the villagers. She felt the realization that this exhibition was not just her responsibility, it was a shared endeavor that represented the entire community. Directing a few volunteers, she organized the final touches on the tapestry, ensuring it was displayed at the perfect angle to catch the light and draw the eye of the king. "Lila, can you come help me adjust this side?" she called, motioning to the corner that didn't hang quite right. Lila rushed over, and as Celeste explained her vision for the tapestry's presentation, she felt the warmth of collaboration enveloping them both. Around them, others were busy preparing food and arranging decorations, their laughter mixing with the sounds of hammers and nails as the finishing touches were being made. Celeste could feel the anticipation of the upcoming royal visit mounting, yet she remained focused, allowing the energy around her to fuel her determination. However, just as they finished, Garrick's voice cut through the joyous atmosphere, raising a concern about whether they could truly rely on their preparations for the king's approval. "Are we truly ready for this?" he challenged, still grappling with unease. "What if he dismisses our efforts as trivial?" Celeste felt a mix of frustration and understanding. She knew his fears were rooted in the recent tension that had gripped the village. "Garrick, this is our chance to show him who we are. We need to believe in what we've created together, not just focus on fear," she replied firmly. His expression softened, and though he nodded, she could sense the doubt still lingering beneath the surface. "This isn't just about impressing the king," Celeste continued. "It's about celebrating our community. We can't let anxiety undermine our dedication." With her words, she could feel the mood shift again, hope igniting as others chimed in, rallying around her call to action. Celeste took a deep breath, rejuvenated by their collective spirit, determined to lead them into the exhibition with hearts united. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting golden hues across the square, Celeste felt the buzz of anticipation surrounding her. The villagers had come together, their collective efforts culminating in a vibrant tapestry of color and life that represented their village's essence. Celeste stepped back to admire their work. The decorations hung beautifully, the aroma of food wafting through the air, and the excitement palpable among the crowd. "All right, everyone, it's almost time," she called out, rallying the villagers. "Let's make sure everything is in its right place before the king arrives." The villagers, caught up in excitement, rushed about, finalizing last-minute details, and Celeste moved among them, offering encouragement and ensuring everyone felt involved. She could see the trust they placed in her, each nod and smile fueling her resolve. But just as the excitement reached a peak, a sudden shout rang out from the edge of the square. "Celeste, come quickly!" It was Oliver, urgency lacing his voice. Celeste turned, her heart racing as she hurried over to him. "What's happened?" He pointed toward the entrance, where a small group of nobles, clearly dissatisfied, was approaching the festivities, their expressions cold and critical. "We might have trouble. They're not looking pleased," he said, worry etched across his face. Celeste gulped, envisioning the potential fallout. A judgmental gaze from the king could shatter their moment of triumph. "Stay back," she instructed Oliver, quickly assessing how best to respond. "We need to focus on what we can control, and that's our presentation." Her heart raced as she composed herself. This was not just about her work, it was about the unity and spirit of her entire village. Celeste took a deep breath, reminding herself of the values she and her community had cultivated. "Let's show them what we've created," she asserted, turning back to the villagers, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them with unwavering determination. Chapter 11, The Alliance Formed. As the crowd buzzed with anticipation, Celeste stood at the edge of the gathering, heart racing with a mix of excitement and nervousness. She scanned the faces of the villagers. Their expressions were a blend of hope and anxiety, each of them aware that today could shape their village's future. The sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the vibrant tapestry she had worked so hard to create, a centerpiece meant to capture the heart of their community. Just then, as she prepared to lead the villagers in unveiling their art, a familiar voice rang out behind her. "Celeste, do you really think this will work?" It was Garrick, his brow knitted with concern as he stepped closer. "Of course," she replied, forcing confidence into her tone, despite the lingering doubts she felt. "This is our chance to show the king who we really are." He shook his head slightly. "But what if he doesn't understand? What if he dismisses us again?" Celeste took a step closer to Garrick, determined not to let his fears undermine her resolve. "Then we'll adapt and find another way, but we have to try. Our voices deserve to be heard." Around them, murmurs of agreement began to rise, other villagers encouraging one another as they rallied around the idea of showcasing their art and unity. Feeling the collective spirit, Celeste's determination grew more profound. She turned back to the crowd, ready to inspire them with her vision. "Gather around. Let's share our story with the king. Let's show him the heart and soul of our village." The villagers nodded, feeling the energy shift toward a common purpose as they prepared for the moment they had all worked so hard to achieve. Celeste took a deep breath, ready to step into her role as a leader, fully committed to embracing the opportunity in front of them. With the crowd now gathered around her, Celeste felt the anticipation electrifying the air. She glanced at the tapestry one last time, taking in the vibrant colors and intricate patterns that told the stories of her people. Everyone, remember the spirit of this village as we unveil our art, she said, her voice steady. With a nod from Oliver, the villagers fell quiet, their focus shifting solely to her. Today is not just about impressing the king. It's about sharing who we are and our journey together, Celeste continued, feeling the weight of their collective hopes resting on her. In that moment, the sound of hooves echoed in the distance once more, and the crowd fell silent, tension tightening around them. Celeste sensed the familiar pang of anxiety, but she wouldn't let it break her spirit. "Let's show him our heart," she declared, raising her hands to prepare for the unveiling, determined to project confidence despite the uncertainties ahead. The villagers moved closer, creating a protective circle around her as anticipation swelled, ready to witness their story take flight. With the sun shining down and the king approaching, Celeste felt the unity of her community fortify her resolve, proving that together they could face anything. The moment of silence shattered as the king's carriage came to a stop, the sound of guards shouting commands echoing through the square. Celeste watched as the king emerged, flanked by advisors, their expressions unreadable. As he surveyed the scene, Celeste felt her heart race. This was the moment every villager had worked toward. She stepped forward, ready to unveil the tapestry, every fiber of her being attuned to the weight of this occasion. "Your Majesty," she called out, her voice ringing clear, "I present to you our tapestry, a representation of our village's spirit and resilience." The king's cold gaze shifted to the tapestry, and for a moment, Celeste felt the energy of the crowd surrounding her, their anticipation palpable. However, she sensed a subtle shift as some villagers glanced nervously at the king, worry etched on their faces. Garrick remained at the edge of the crowd, arms crossed, skepticism still lingering as he watched the king's reaction closely. "Is that what you consider an impressive display?" he muttered under his breath, raising Celeste's anxiety once more. Ignoring his comment, she focused intently on the king, determined to hold her ground. "Each thread tells our story, showcasing not just our hardships, but also our hopes for the future," she pressed, feeling the weight of expectation return. With each word, she felt the villagers rally behind her, a silent but palpable support strengthening her resolve. Celeste realized that this moment was about more than artistry. It was a chance to unite her people under a shared vision, showcasing their community's fight and spirit. The king's gaze remained fixed on the tapestry, his expression inscrutable as he absorbed the vibrant colors and intricate details. After a moment, he directed his attention back to Celeste, eyebrows slightly raised. "Do you believe your art can truly inspire those with power to take meaningful action?" Celeste felt a weight settle in her chest. A mixture of self-doubt and determination surged. "Art has always been a voice for the voiceless. It can ignite a spark that prompts change," she replied, her tone steady despite her racing heart. Around her, the villagers shifted, a collective breath held in anticipation, waiting for the king's response. "One must consider," he continued, his voice carrying a sense of authority, "that not everyone shares your vision. Some may regard it as mere decoration." "I understand that, Your Majesty," Celeste responded, the conviction in her words rising stronger. "But this tapestry embodies the strength of our community and the stories we hold dear. While it may be art, it is also a declaration of who we are." The king regarded her, his eyes narrowing slightly, gauging the determination in her voice. The surrounding villagers murmured softly, feeling their hopes intertwining with Celeste's words, while Garrick's skeptical expression remained unchanged. "Then show me how this art translates into action," the king challenged, his tone shifting subtly, as if he was beginning to contemplate her proposal. In that moment, Celeste felt the gravity of the challenge. It was clear that winning the king's favor would require more than just aesthetics. It would demand a vision that resonated beyond the canvas. Meeting the king's gaze, she felt a surge of courage. "Let this tapestry be the start. We are prepared to create initiatives that will bring people together, not just to admire art, but to act upon it." The murmurs from the villagers intensified, a mixture of encouragement and concern, but Celeste stood firm, ready to defend her vision until the very end. The king regarded her with a contemplative expression, the tension between them palpable as the villagers awaited his response. "Very well," he finally said, his tone shifting slightly. If you believe in the power of your words, then I will grant you the chance to prove it. Organize your exhibition, and I will attend. A wave of relief washed over Celeste, invigorating her spirit as she felt the weight of the moment shift in her favor. The villagers erupted in cheers, excitement swirling around her like a warm embrace, and she could hear Oliver's voice above the rest, calling out words of encouragement. Yet, amid the jubilation, she noted a couple of skeptical faces in the crowd, including Garrick, whose expression hadn't changed since the start of their meeting. "Will it actually make a difference?" he called out, skepticism still hanging in the air, frustration evident in his tone. Celeste met his gaze, determined to address his concerns directly. "It will if we believe in it. Every initiative begins with a vision, and this tapestry is just the start. We will show the king that our stories matter." Garrick softened slightly, though uncertainty remained in his eyes. Celeste felt a mix of gratitude and responsibility. She knew she had to extend her leadership beyond a singular moment, ensuring that everyone understood the importance of their collective narrative. With the excitement still hovering in the air, she took a step forward, raising her voice again. "Let's begin preparing now. We have a lot of work ahead of us to make sure every detail reflects the heart of our village." The villagers responded eagerly, the spirit of unity rekindled among them as they rallied behind her words, ready to turn their ambitions into reality. Celeste felt empowered by their support, her confidence growing as she understood the impact her vision could have, not just for herself, but for the community she loved. With the plans taking shape and the excitement buzzing in the air, the villagers quickly dispersed to begin organizing their tasks for the exhibition. Celeste felt a renewed sense of purpose as she moved through the square, encouraging everyone to contribute their gifts to the project. She stopped to assist some young children, helping them set up a colorful display of handmade crafts that would showcase the creativity of the village. Nearby, Oliver was coordinating with a group of older villagers, discussing logistics for the feast to ensure that everyone would have something to share with the king. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and chatter as each person embraced their role, the tension from earlier discussions fading into the background. But just as Celeste felt the current of positivity flowing through the square, Garrick approached her again, his expression one of concern. "Are you really sure about this? The more we do, the more exposed we become. What if the king's entourage doesn't appreciate our efforts?" he questioned, his voice low but insistent. Celeste paused, absorbing his worries while considering her response. "I understand your fears, Garrick, but if we don't showcase our stories, we risk losing what makes us unique." He nodded, still uncertain but pondering her words. Feeling the shift in their dynamic, Celeste encouraged him. "We are stronger together, and our efforts can only draw attention if we believe in them. Trust me, we have to do this." As the preparations continued, the group rallied, believing in the vision that Celeste had outlined. With each step forward, she felt more confident in her ability to lead, knowing that every task contributed to something much larger than any individual effort. As dusk approached, she took a moment to glance around the bustling square, the energy invigorating her spirit and reinforcing her commitment to their cause. Chapter 12. The Weight of Success. On the day of the exhibition, excitement pulsed through the village as Celeste woke before dawn, the sun still hidden beneath the horizon. She could hear the distant sounds of preparation echoing through the streets, a symphony of rustling fabric and laughter mingling in the cool morning air. Anticipation coursed through her as she dressed quickly, her heart racing with the weight of what lay ahead. Every detail flooded her mind: the tapestry, the layout of the square, the food prepared for the feast, and the single thought that today would define everything they had worked for. Celeste gathered her supplies and stepped outside into the soft glow of early light, the village slowly waking around her. Neighbors greeted her with friendly nods and smiles, their excitement contagious as they joined in the preparations for the day's festivities. Feeling the adrenaline pumping through her veins, Celeste moved through the square, taking in every arrangement, ensuring all was in its place for the king's arrival. She felt invigorated by the buzz of activity around her, the energy of community and collaboration lifting her spirits as she engaged with other villagers. Yet, beneath the enthusiasm lay a nagging fear. What if their efforts weren't enough? Determined not to let those doubts seep in, she set her mind to the task at hand, reminding herself of the countless stories woven into her tapestry, each one a testament to the strength of their community. As Celeste adjusted the fabric of her creation, she felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to present not just art, but a reflection of their unity and resilience to the king. As the villagers immersed themselves in preparations, Celeste took a moment to approach her tapestry, its vibrant colors glistening under the morning sun. She felt a deep connection to the fabric, each thread representing not just her hard work, but the stories and hopes of her entire community. While adjusting the tapestry's position, she glanced over at Oliver, who was busy coordinating with a group of villagers setting up tables for the feast. "Everything looks great," Celeste called out, her voice filled with enthusiasm, hoping to instill further confidence in the team. Oliver turned, grinning back. "Thanks to your vision. Just don't forget to add a few finishing touches to the tapestry." Celeste nodded, determined to ensure her work would shine during the exhibition. As they finalized the setup, she approached an older villager who was creatively arranging flowers. "Do you think we should add more flowers around the tapestry?" she asked, seeking her opinion. The villager looked thoughtful. "It would enhance the beauty, but we must make sure they don't overshadow the tapestry. It's your art that should draw the king's eye." Celeste considered this feedback, recognizing the wisdom in the villager's words. She took a step back, assessing the overall arrangement, mindful of the importance of balance between the decorations and her artwork. With a confident nod, she decided to add a few more blooms, but in a way that accentuated rather than overwhelmed. Each adjustment she made reflected her understanding of how art could coexist with the vibrancy of their preparations, blending their hopes and creativity into one united display. As the final adjustments were made, Celeste noticed a group of villagers huddled together, whispering among themselves with expressions of concern. Curious, she approached them, sensing an air of uncertainty in their discussion. "What's going on?" she asked, trying to gauge their feelings as she looked each person in the eye. One villager, a man known for his practical insights, glanced up, his brow furrowed. "We're worried about the king's reaction. What if he doesn't see the value in what we've created?" Celeste felt a chill run through her at the thought, the weight of the king's judgment looming heavily over her artistic aspirations. "I know it's easy to doubt," she replied, her voice steady, "but we've put our hearts into this. If we focus on what our tapestry represents, we can show him our spirit." Garrick stepped forward, still carrying some skepticism. "But what if he dismisses our work as trivial?" "It happens all the time." Celeste took a deep breath, determined to reassure them. "This isn't just about impressing one person. We're sharing our stories, our history. We're more than just artists. We're a community with a voice." Seeing the flicker of understanding in their eyes brought her back to the motivation that had sparked her vision from the beginning. "Let's focus on what we can control," she urged, feeling the urgency of the moment. "We'll stand together and present our work with pride, no matter the outcome." With those words, she felt the energy in the group begin to shift. Nods of agreement spread through the villagers, some exchanging hopeful glances as they prepared to invest more in the exhibition. Celeste sensed the unity returning, a reminder that even in doubt, they could harness their collective strength to face the day ahead. As the preparations neared completion, Celeste felt the atmosphere shift. The villagers exchanged ideas and concerns, their excitement mingling with anxiety about how the king would receive their efforts. She took a moment to step back and assess their work, the tapestry hanging proudly amidst the vibrant decorations. The sight filled her with pride, but the weight of expectation began to settle heavily on her shoulders once more. "We've come so far," she said, addressing the gathered group, wanting to bolster their spirits. "Our work represents everything we've built together. Let's not forget the strength of our community." A soft murmur spread through the crowd, and Celeste sensed the lingering doubts among some villagers. One villager, Rita, raised her hand. "What if it isn't enough? What if he looks at it and sees nothing worth his time? Celeste's heart sank at the question, but she recognized the need to address these fears directly. Art's value isn't solely based on approval. This tapestry is our story. It belongs to all of us. We must believe in its worth. Garrick crossed his arms, his brow still furrowed, but there was a hint of contemplation in his expression. It's easier said than done, Celeste. We've had disappointments before. I understand, she replied, her voice firm and resolute. But this time, we approach with our hearts united. We show him our spirit, our resilience. That has to count for something. As Celeste spoke, she saw the flicker of hope rekindle in the eyes of her fellow villagers. Their uncertainty began to soften, replaced with a renewed determination to showcase their collective identity. This moment solidified how far they had come together, showcasing their strength as a community while preparing them for the king's visit. With every moment that passed, Celeste felt the urgency of the upcoming exhibition pressing upon her. The sun climbed higher in the sky, illuminating the square, and she knew it was time to step fully into her role as a leader. Determined, she called the villagers together once more, wanting to solidify their plan and address any final concerns. Today is our chance to share our stories, she said, her voice reaching across the gathering. Each piece of art, each detail reflects our heart and soul. We must present our village with confidence. The villagers nodded, a renewed sense of purpose more evident than before, but Celeste caught a hint of hesitation in Garrick's expression. I just want to make sure we're truly ready, he voiced, looking around at the decorations and the tapestry. What if we stumble at the last moment? Celeste understood his fear. She felt the weight of the day's significance herself. If we stumble, we adapt, we learn. This is not just about this one moment. It's part of our journey. As the words left her lips, she could feel the atmosphere shift, a palpable lift in the spirits of her fellow villagers. Let's move forward with pride, she encouraged, knowing our spirit will shine through, no matter the king's verdict. The infectious energy spread among the group, and Celeste's earlier doubts began to fade into the background, replaced by the confidence of collective determination. Her resolve solidified. She reshaped her focus on the task at hand, ready to embrace whatever challenges lay ahead in their quest to present their story to the king. As the villagers prepared to present their work, Celeste took a moment to absorb the vibrant scene around her, the square bursting with life and color. The tapestry hung proudly, colors shimmering in the sunlight, adorned by the decorations they had all worked so hard to create together. With excitement buzzing through her, she took a deep breath, readying herself for the imminent arrival of the king. Remember, we've invested our hearts into this, she reminded the villagers, her voice filled with conviction. Let us share our journey with pride and unity. The crowd responded with murmurs of agreement, their spirits lifted by her passionate words. Just as Celeste felt buoyed by the energy, a whisper of doubt crept back in. Would the king truly see their worth? Shaking off the uncertainty, she glanced at her mother, who stood at the edge of the square, a proud smile on her face that grounded Celeste's resolve. Her mother's encouragement fortified her spirit. This was their moment to shine, a culmination of their shared hopes and dreams. As the distant sound of hooves approached, signaling the arrival of the royal entourage, the villagers began to gather closer, forming a protective circle around the tapestry. Celeste stood at the forefront, ready to present their collective story, heart racing at the prospect of what lay ahead. This was not just an exhibition. It was a testament to the strength and spirit of her village, and she was determined to share their narrative with everyone present. Chapter 13, The Test of Leadership. As the king's entourage finally entered the village square, Celeste felt a surge of exhilaration mixed with a wave of anxiety. The guards, clad in shining armor, formed a barrier around the regal figure, and villagers held their breath, eyes wide with anticipation. Celeste stood at the front of the group, her grip tightening on the edge of the tapestry as she prepared for the pivotal moment. The king's gaze swept over the crowd, assessing the scene before him, and for a heartbeat, time seemed to hang in the air. With a flourish, he stepped down from the carriage, his presence commanding immediate attention from every villager present. Here we are, he proclaimed, surveying the decorations and the table laden with offerings. "I trust you have prepared something worthy of my time." Celeste's heart raced. This was the moment she had anticipated, and now it was unfolding before her. Determined, she took a deep breath and stepped forward, ready to present not just her tapestry, but the spirit of her village. "Your Majesty," she began, her voice clear and steady, "I present to you our tale, woven across this tapestry, a representation of our village's heart and resilience." As she unfurled the tapestry, the colorful threads shimmered in the sunlight, revealing intricate images that told their stories of struggle and unity. The air thickened with anticipation as all eyes remained fixed on the king, awaiting his reaction to the work she had poured her soul into. The king's eyes narrowed as he examined the tapestry, his gaze moving from one intricate detail to another. The vibrant colors and carefully woven patterns seemed to draw him in, and Celeste felt her heart pounding in her chest, hoping her message would resonate with him. "Tell me," he said, a hint of curiosity laced in his voice, "what do these images signify? How do they reflect the essence of your village?" Celeste took a breath, sensing the moment was pivotally important. "This tapestry represents not only our history, but also our aspirations," she explained, her tone growing steadier. "Each thread captures our struggles and the strength of community that has carried us through." The king nodded, his attention still fixed on the tapestry, and Celeste felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. "Your story is interesting," he remarked, slightly softer, "but I wonder if art alone is enough to strengthen a village. What will keep your people united in challenging times?" She felt the weight of his question and the importance of winning his understanding. "Art gives us identity and purpose, Your Majesty. It can inspire action, ignite dreams, and remind us of what we are fighting for together." His brow furrowed in concentration as he appeared to contemplate her response, and the tension in the air seemed to build. Around her, the villagers held their breath, anxious for the king's verdict, while Celeste stood tall, committed to her mission. This was their opportunity to weave their story into the fabric of the kingdom, and she was determined to ensure it would not be overlooked. The king's gaze remained fixed on the tapestry, his brow furrowed in contemplation, as Celeste felt the tension in the air grow heavier. "Art is indeed valuable," he admitted, "but does it have the power to resolve conflict? Can it shield your village from the dangers that surround you?" Celeste's heart thudded in her chest, the weight of his challenge making her skin prickle. "Art can unite us in purpose and remind us of our shared values," she responded, striving to keep her voice steady. "When we create together, we strengthen our bonds and inspire action." As she spoke, she sensed the villagers behind her leaning in, their eyes wide with anticipation. They shared in her determination to convey the importance of their collective spirit. The king nodded, but she could see a flicker of skepticism in his eyes. And yet, what if ideals do not translate into reality? What will happen when the king's presence fades? He pressed, pushing against her optimism. Celeste took a moment, the weight of his words reverberating within her. "Then we continue to create," she asserted. "We forge our path, using the strength gathered through every piece of art, every story shared, to navigate the trials ahead." The king seemed to regard her with newfound interest, while nearby villagers whispered encouragement, buoying her confidence. She knew that this moment was crucial. If she could not inspire confidence in him, she could not inspire it in her own people. "Your Majesty," she continued, determination infusing her words, "let our art and unity be a testament to the resilience of our village. Together we can face any challenge." This declaration hung in the air, and she felt the stakes of the moment crystallize around them, an opportunity not just for approval, but for solidarity and strength. The king considered Celeste's words, his expression shifting as he absorbed the depth of her conviction. "I see your passion," he said finally, stroking his chin, "but passion alone does not protect a village from the perils that lie in wait." Celeste felt a chill at his words, as if the very air around her had thickened. She glanced at the villagers, their faces a mixture of hope and apprehension, the weight of the king's expectations pressing down on them. "Your Majesty, that's why we need to combine our art with our actions," she replied, her voice steady despite the pressure. Art can illuminate our path forward, guiding us through darkness and uncertainty. The king raised an eyebrow, intrigued but not yet convinced. Tell me, how do you plan to turn this art into action? What specific steps will you take? Celeste took a deep breath, feeling the intensity of the moment. This was her opportunity to demonstrate that art and community engagement were intertwined. We will organize exhibitions, workshops, and communal gatherings where we can share our stories, she explained, her conviction shining through. By engaging others, we can create a network of support that empowers our village to act together. Around her, villagers began to nod, the spark of her words igniting a fire of enthusiasm within the group. The king watched closely, deliberating her answer, and Celeste felt the anticipation palpably rise in the air. Very well, he said at last, a hint of intrigue in his voice. If you truly believe this can translate into tangible change, I will grant you the opportunity to prove it. A wave of relief washed over Celeste as she realized she had made a significant breakthrough. Thank you, Your Majesty, she replied, her heart swelling with gratitude. This was more than just a moment of validation. It was an affirmation of her journey and the strength of her community, a realization that their stories could indeed inspire action and unity. As the king declared his willingness to support her vision, a wave of murmurs lifted around the square, excitement swelling among the villagers. Celeste felt a rush of triumph. She had managed to sway not only the king but also everyone's faith in their collective mission. The king turned away, speaking to his advisors, and Celeste seized the moment to gather her team, eager to discuss the next steps. Okay, everyone, we have the king's approval. Now is the time to translate that into action, she exclaimed, her voice electric with enthusiasm. The villagers rallied around her, their expressions brightening with hope as Celeste encouraged them to brainstorm ideas for the exhibition, emphasizing the importance of collaboration. Garrick, standing a bit apart, crossed his arms again but appeared to be reflecting rather than dismissing her vision. Let's ensure we have every aspect covered: art, food, storytelling, she instructed, her leadership solidifying as she directed the group's energy toward tangible preparations. Team members eagerly shared their thoughts, building on each other's suggestions as they discussed possible themes and interactive elements for the exhibition. Celeste felt the energy shift, knowing that their growing camaraderie would enhance the authenticity of what they were about to present. This moment ignited a sense of unity, emphasizing how each person's contribution was vital in bringing their shared story to life. Celeste's heart swelled with pride as she observed the transformation of doubt into collective determination, ready to carry forward their vision into the exhibition and beyond. With a sense of purpose guiding her, Celeste began to organize the tasks that lay ahead, eager to turn their ideas into reality. She moved from group to group, facilitating discussions, ensuring that everyone felt engaged and valued in the process. Villagers rallied around her, energized by the momentum of recent events, excited to contribute to something greater than themselves. As plans became more concrete, Celeste felt a spark of inspiration. She was not just leading projects, but actively shaping the future of her community through their collective efforts. Let's ensure that every visitor feels the heart of our village, she urged, her voice filled with conviction as she reminded everyone of the importance of their shared story. Conversations flowed, and hands moved deftly as they began crafting decorations and preparing their contributions, the spirit of collaboration filling the air with laughter and purpose. Celeste felt the weight of responsibility settle over her, knowing the exhibition was more than just a display. It was a testament to the resilience and unity of their community. As she stepped back to observe the bustling square, she felt a swell of pride for both her work and the collective efforts of her village, affirming the shared bonds they had forged along the way. Celeste made a mental note to check in with Oliver, wanting to ensure that all details were covered before the day of the exhibition arrived. With the scent of freshly baked goods wafting through the air, she glanced at her tapestry, each thread infused with all their dreams, and felt a powerful sense of determination for the days ahead. Chapter 14, Wisdom and Doubts. As the sun rose higher, casting a warm light over the village, Celeste felt an exciting energy coursing through her as she gathered her supplies for the day's gathering. She made her way toward the community center, where villagers were still filled with a sense of anticipation as they set up for the exhibition. Upon entering the bustling space, she spotted Madame Lisette, her mentor, organizing a corner where they would display some of the village's artistic achievements. "Good morning, Celeste," Lisette called, her voice cheerful as she looked up from arranging paintings. "Today is the day. We have much to accomplish." Celeste smiled, the warmth of Lisette's encouragement wrapping around her like a comforting blanket. "Are you ready for the big unveiling of your tapestry?" Madame Lisette asked, raising an eyebrow playfully while adjusting a nearby flower arrangement. "I think so," Celeste replied, her heart fluttering at the thought. "I just want to make sure it captures the essence of our village." Lisette nodded, her demeanor shifting to one of gentle guidance. "Remember, it's not just about the art. It's about how you present it and engage the audience. Invite them into the story." Celeste felt invigorated by this reminder, feeling clarity wash over her as she recognized the importance of showcasing their collective narrative. "Let's work together to create an exhibition that reflects everyone's spirit," she said, determined to ensure their hard work resonated throughout the event. This reaffirmation not only solidified their bond, but also signaled to Celeste the significance of the moment. The exhibition was more than her tapestry. It was a celebration of identity and resilience. Celeste and Madame Lisette began to arrange the exhibition, carefully positioning the tapestry as the centerpiece, surrounded by the various artistic contributions from the villagers. Celeste stepped back, her heart racing as she observed how the artworks complemented each other, each piece forming a narrative thread that wove together the identity of their community. "Let's ensure we tell the complete story of who we are," Lisette suggested, her hands deftly adding finishing touches to the display. Celeste nodded, feeling a swell of inspiration. "We should incorporate descriptions next to each piece so visitors understand the significance behind them." With eager agreement, they set to work, Celeste writing brief notes about the themes of unity and resilience represented in each artwork, while Lisette arranged them in an inviting layout. As they worked, Celeste posed questions about the placements and combinations of different pieces, valuing her mentor's insights on how best to create an engaging atmosphere. "Art is about conversation," Lisette reminded her. "We want the audience to feel drawn in, to connect with the stories being told." Just then, a group of villagers approached, eager to help. Seeing their enthusiasm fueled Celeste's confidence. "Thank you all for coming," she called, feeling exhilarated by their presence and the collective energy they brought to the preparations. As they grouped around the display, she began assigning tasks, urging them to help with additional decorations and ensuring that there was enough space for families to gather and share their own stories. The collaboration felt vibrant, each member contributing their unique perspectives, which only enhanced the exhibition's purpose. Celeste relished this moment. It was a testament to the strength of their community, serving as a reminder that they were all part of something much larger than themselves. As the villagers helped with the preparations, a familiar face emerged from the crowd. Garrick, looking more reserved than usual, approached Celeste with a serious expression. "Celeste, can we talk?" he asked, his tone carrying an edge of urgency that piqued her concern. "Of course," she replied, stepping away from the cheerful hustle around them. Garrick led her to a quieter corner, away from the laughter and chatter, his brow furrowed with intensity. "I respect your enthusiasm for this exhibition, but I still worry that it might backfire," he admitted, glancing around as if he feared eavesdroppers. "What if the king looks at our efforts and decides we aren't worth his time?" Celeste felt a rush of frustration but tempered it. "Garrick, this is our chance to show him who we really are. We can't allow fear of rejection to dictate our actions." He shook his head, skepticism still lacing his voice. "It's not just fear, Celeste. It's a reality we can't ignore. There's a difference between hope and naive optimism." Feeling the weight of his words pressing down, she took a breath, considering his perspective. But what if this is the moment we've been waiting for? Art has the power to connect people, to inspire change. Garrick studied her closely, and for a moment she could see the conflict in his expression. "I want to believe in this," he finally said, "but trust has been hard to come by lately." Celeste's resolve intensified. "Then let's make this a testament to our village, one that unites us rather than divides us. If we share our stories, it may resonate more than we imagine." The sincerity in her voice seemed to shake something in Garrick, and he nodded slowly, a flicker of understanding passing between them. "All right, I'll support you, but we need to prepare for whatever happens." With that, Celeste felt the burden lift slightly, a shift in their dynamic that reassured her of the strength of their alliance. They joined the villagers again, determination solidifying around them as they continued to prepare for the exhibition, all hearts aligned toward a common goal. With the preparations in full swing, Celeste took a step back to observe the square. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as villagers moved around, hanging decorations and adjusting displays, each detail a testament to their collective effort. However, the moment of joy was pierced by the arrival of a few villagers who approached with worried expressions on their faces. "Celeste, we need to talk," one of them said, urgency threading through her tone. Celeste turned her full attention to them, sensing the gravity of the situation. "What's wrong?" "There's talk that the king is known for his harsh judgments. What if he doesn't appreciate our preparations?" Another villager interjected, anxiety clear in her voice. Celeste felt the weight of their concerns, understanding that the fears they harbored were valid. "I know it's easy to doubt," she replied, trying to keep her voice calm and reassuring. "But we've put so much effort into this. If we believe in our story, we can show him our community's strength." Still, tension lingered in the air, and the faces of her fellow villagers reflected uncertainty. Garrick shifted closer, crossing his arms again, a sign of his skepticism resurfacing. "And what if your optimism leads to disappointment? We need to prepare for that possibility." Celeste met his gaze firmly. "If we let fear dictate our actions, we risk losing what makes us unique. We are more than just our art, we are our stories." With her words, she felt a mixture of frustration and determination bubble within her. She knew they had to break free from the chains of doubt and aspire to share their culture. "And if it turns out that the king doesn't see it our way?" Garrick pushed back, his concern palpable. "Then we adapt, we learn. Every step we take is part of our journey, whether it leads to success or setback." Celeste replied, her conviction shining through. The atmosphere began to shift. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the villagers, bolstered by her resolve. "Let's focus on today," she urged, her voice gaining strength as they turned their attention back to the preparations. Taking a deep breath, Celeste reminded them of the collective spirit behind their work. "Together, we'll show the king what our village truly represents." The villagers rallied, energized by her words as they prepared to embrace the day ahead, ready to face whatever challenges might come their way. As the day of the exhibition finally arrived, Celeste stood in front of the gathered villagers, ready to present their hard work and the collective spirit it embodied. "Let's ensure that our village's heart shines through," she urged, her voice resonating with passion as she looked around at the enthusiastic faces before her. Across the square, vibrant decorations fluttered in the breeze, the tapestry hanging prominently, a visual testament to their journey. The community buzzed with excitement, each villager eager to show the king what they had created together, and Celeste felt the weight of their hope resting on her shoulders. As they prepared for the king's arrival, she sensed her growing role as a leader solidifying within her. This was no longer just about her art, but about every individual who had poured their heart into the exhibition. With everything set, Celeste turned toward the entrance of the village, anticipation coursing through her as she awaited the royal caravan. However, a sudden hush fell over the crowd as guards appeared on horseback, their polished armor reflecting the sunlight. Celeste swallowed hard, feeling the rising tension as they signaled for the villagers to step back and create space. "Remember, we've worked hard for this moment," she reminded her team, moving closer to them. "Stay strong and united. Our story will be shared today." The villagers nodded, determination replacing their earlier uncertainty. And as the carriage came into view, Celeste took a deep breath, preparing to step into the role she had embraced. This was her opportunity to showcase their collective identity, and she was ready to articulate their spirit to the king with clarity and pride. As the royal carriage came to a halt, the king dismounted, his presence commanding as he surveyed the square filled with vibrant colors and lively villagers. Celeste's heart raced. The moment she had prepared for was unfolding before her eyes. She stepped forward, tapestry in hand, feeling the anticipation swell around her as she called out, "Your Majesty!" The king turned his attention toward her, his expression inscrutable as he took in the details of the tapestry, the essence of her village laid bare before him. Celeste felt the collective gaze of the villagers on her, their hopes riding on this pivotal interaction. "Your Majesty," she continued, standing tall, "I present to you the tapestry that tells our story, a reflection of our community's resilience and spirit." As she unfurled the tapestry, the intricate designs shimmered in the sunlight, revealing the tale of her people woven into every thread. The king's eyes narrowed in concentration, and Celeste could sense the intensity of his scrutiny, her pulse quickening with both excitement and anxiety. While he examined the artwork, she sensed whispers ripple through the crowd, each villager holding their breath in shared anticipation. In that profound silence, Celeste reminded herself that this was not just her moment, but a shared testament to the strength and heart of their community. The tapestry represented their journey, and in presenting it, she was reaffirming their collective identity, one that deserved recognition and respect. With courage bolstering her, Celeste knew she had done everything she could to make this moment resonate deeply, not only for the king, but for everyone who believed in their story. Chapter 15, the implementation. As the applause faded and the villagers began to disperse, Celeste felt a mixture of exhilaration and exhaustion wash over her. The exhibition had been a success, with the king openly praising the tapestry and even commending the efforts of the community. She stood in the square, her heart swelling with pride as she absorbed the aftermath of their hard work. However, the weight of the day's achievements brought with it the reality of the hard-fought victory and the responsibilities ahead. Feeling the need to act on this momentum, Celeste quickly gathered her team, eager to discuss how they could maintain the energy and enthusiasm that filled the air. "Let's not let this be a one-time event," she suggested, her voice carrying with excitement. "We have a chance to keep this momentum going. We can organize more exhibitions, workshops, and perhaps create an artist collective." The team nodded, smiles spreading across their faces as they considered the possibilities. "Not just for us," Celeste added, "but to involve the youth, to inspire them to share their own stories and talents." As they began brainstorming new ideas, Oliver chimed in with enthusiasm. "Imagine what we could achieve. New art, new voices joining us. This could be just the beginning." Celeste felt a rush of energy at their ideas, but behind that excitement lay a gentle hum of responsibility. They were not just creating art, they were building a legacy for their community's future. As conversations flowed, she could sense the villagers becoming more engaged, their imaginations igniting with visions of what they could accomplish together. With every suggestion voiced, Celeste felt her confidence swell, solidifying her understanding that leadership was as much about empowering others as it was about taking charge. Celeste moved among her team, energized by the discussions as they brainstormed ideas for their next steps. She could feel the air thickening with anticipation. Their shared excitement transformed the square into a vibrant hub of creativity. "Let's think about our youth," Celeste suggested, her eyes sparkling with inspiration. "We need to create opportunities for them to contribute to our exhibitions. They have stories to tell too." One villager piped up, a talented young artist named Anya. "I would love to help organize a workshop for children. We could teach them about weaving and painting." "Yes, and we can incorporate the local history into their projects," another villager chimed in, enthusiasm evident in their voice. Celeste smiled, realizing how quickly momentum built around the idea. As they continued to discuss ways to engage the youth, Celeste shared a memory about her first experience with art. "I remember how it felt to be part of something bigger when I first wove my own piece. It was empowering." Her story resonated with the group, creating a connection that deepened their understanding of the importance of mentorship. Feeling the energy shift, Garrick spoke up. I think it's crucial to ensure that our exhibitions continue to represent all voices in the community, not just a few. Celeste nodded, acknowledging his perspective. Absolutely, we need diversity in our art to truly show the richness of our village. Tension momentarily shimmered in the air as some villagers hesitated, unsure if they could meet the high expectations set by the king's visit. Celeste quickly reassured them. This isn't just about perfection. It's about sharing our stories and encouraging growth, both for our village and for each other. With her encouraging words, a renewed sense of confidence surged through the team, propelling them to plan how they could effectively move forward. Together, they began to outline potential dates for the workshops and exhibitions, excitement sprinkling their conversation as they eagerly prepared for the growth ahead. As the discussion continued, the villagers started to divide responsibilities, some eager to take on the organization of workshops, while others volunteered to help promote the upcoming exhibitions. Celeste moved among them, feeling a flow of energy as each person expressed their passions and desires to contribute. Anya detailed her ideas for engaging local children, her enthusiasm infectious, while others chimed in with suggestions for materials and potential themes. However, a voice of hesitation emerged from the crowd. Garrick raised his hand, a serious expression on his face. What happens if we don't reach the standard we set at the last exhibition? The king will come to see our progress, and if we fall short. Celeste paused, feeling the tension rise again as the memory of their earlier doubts resurfaced. I understand your concerns, Garrick, she replied, keeping her tone steady. But we can't let the fear of failure hold us back. Each exhibition is a step forward, regardless of what happens. Garrick nodded but didn't look entirely convinced. Celeste sensed the unease lingering in the air, but instead of letting it settle, she addressed it head-on. This time, we focus on our growth and the strength of our community. We learn from past experiences and adapt. That's what truly matters. Some villagers exchanged glances, absorbing her words. Celeste continued, finding strength in her conviction. We may not achieve perfection, but by embracing our collective stories, we demonstrate resilience. That is what will make an impression on the king and everyone who sees our work. Slowly, the chatter resumed, and Celeste watched as the atmosphere lightened. She felt empowered by their growing enthusiasm, knowing that her ability to lead through uncertainty could reinforce the bonds of trust within the community. As plans began to take shape, Celeste felt a sense of urgency sweep through the group. With the exhibition drawing near, the villagers were eager to finalize their contributions, and Celeste moved to ensure everything was ready. Let's keep our momentum going, she urged, her voice filled with determination. We need to support each other as we prepare for the king's arrival. The villagers responded enthusiastically, some already gathering supplies and others setting up artwork for display. Among them, Lila approached Celeste, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I've been thinking, we should include a section for stories alongside the artwork. It can help everyone understand our history and legacy. Celeste smiled, seeing the value in Lila's suggestion. That's a brilliant idea. It will add depth to our exhibition and truly reflect who we are as a community. But just then, another villager interjected, a hint of doubt in her voice. What if the king doesn't care for our stories? What if he thinks they're trivial? Celeste paused, recognizing the discomfort in the crowd's atmosphere returning. Every story matters, she countered passionately, addressing the group. This is our chance to share our identities. The king may have power, but we have heart, and our stories are that heart. The realization of all they had invested together began to resonate among the villagers, rekindling their resolve to make the exhibition a true reflection of their community. As discussions surged with energy, Celeste organized small groups to brainstorm the execution of Lila's idea, feeling a rush of pride as her ideals of unity began to manifest into action. She was more than just a weaver now. She was a leader inspiring change, intertwining stories and art, and crafting a narrative that would resonate far beyond the confines of their village. With the creative energy flowing among the villagers, Celeste felt a renewed sense of purpose igniting her spirit. As they collaborated on incorporating stories into the exhibition, she moved from group to group, encouraging contributions and sharing ideas. "Let's make sure we highlight our shared history," she reminded them, her passion infectious as everyone began to invest their own narratives into the plans. Oliver chimed in with excitement. "What if we create a storytelling corner where visitors can sit and listen to the tales behind each artwork? That way, they can connect with what we're presenting on a personal level." Celeste nodded enthusiastically, knowing this idea would deepen the exhibition's impact. But amid the enthusiasm, some villagers still voiced concerns. "What if the king doesn't want to hear our stories? What if he dismisses us?" one voiced hesitantly, crossing her arms in uncertainty. Celeste felt the doubts creeping back in, but instead of allowing uncertainty to take root, she stepped forward, addressing the crowd with conviction. "We cannot let fear dictate our actions. Our stories are our strength, and they deserve to be shared. If we don't speak up, we will be overlooked." As she spoke, Celeste noticed the shift in the crowd's expressions, their uncertainty giving way to determination as they began to rally around her words. Feeling the collective support of her community, Celeste took a deep breath, ready to harness that energy into something tangible. "Let's set up a schedule for storytelling sessions during the exhibition. We'll make sure every voice is heard," she declared, enthusiasm spilling from her. With her confidence paving the way, the villagers started brainstorming which stories to share, eager to contribute and solidify their representation. Celeste felt empowered. This was her moment to weave together not just threads of fabric, but the very fabric of their community's identity. As the villagers excitedly planned the storytelling sessions, Celeste felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Their enthusiasm reflected the depth of their commitment, and she could see how her leadership had begun to transform their energy into action. They organized ideas, deciding which stories to share and who would lead each session, each contribution bringing them closer together. Celeste stepped back momentarily, watching the collective weaving of narratives unfold. Among the chatter, she noticed a young boy named Thomas, who'd been quietly observing the bustling preparations. He approached her, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. "Do you think I could share my story?" he asked, his eyes bright with excitement, yet laced with uncertainty. "Absolutely, Thomas," Celeste exclaimed, kneeling to meet him at eye level. "Your story is important, and it's exactly what we want to hear. Everyone's voice matters in this exhibition." His face broke into a smile, and Celeste felt a warmth spread through her heart. This was the essence of what they were creating. As the group worked, Celeste could see other villagers gathering around Thomas, eager to hear what he might say, and she felt the bonds of community strengthen with each interaction. Just then, a gust of wind swept through the square, sending leaves swirling in a dance. Celeste instinctively stepped back, the sudden chill only reinforcing her determination to rise above the uncertainties looming on the horizon. Knowing that leadership required adaptability, she addressed the group once more, expressing her confidence in their ability to convey their stories with authenticity and meaning. "We are preparing to share our legacy. Let's ensure every voice, every story shines through this exhibition." The villagers erupted with renewed energy, their collective spirit ignited, and Celeste felt her confidence grow with every encouraging nod and smile exchanged among them. This moment solidified her belief that together they could confront whatever challenges awaited them, turning their shared narratives into a powerful force for inspiration. Chapter 16, A Betrayal Revealed. The gathering had begun to take shape, excitement palpable in the air as the villagers prepared for the exhibition, but a sudden tension rippled through the assembly. As Celeste was adjusting the final details of the tapestry, a loud shout rang out from the edge of the square, making her spin around. "Stop! Don't go any further," a familiar voice called, and Celeste's heart sank as she realized it was Garrick, his face pale with urgency. "What's wrong?" Celeste hurried to him, sensing the alarm in the air. "Some of the guards heard whispers about our plans," he gasped, his eyes wide with fear. "They think we're up to something, and they're coming to investigate." Panic washed over the villagers, their faces reflecting confusion and fear as they exchanged worried glances. Celeste felt a chill settle in her stomach. This unexpected development threatened everything they had worked toward. "Gather everyone together," she commanded, her voice breaking through the rising noise. The villagers turned to her, their expressions a mix of uncertainty and trust, eager to follow her lead despite the sudden turmoil. As Celeste began organizing, she pressed for calm, determined to face whatever the guards would throw at them. "We've prepared for this moment. We cannot show fear. Stay united and trust in our purpose," she encouraged, her resolve solidifying as she focused on the task ahead. This was a pivotal moment, and she knew that now, more than ever, she had to channel her leadership skills to protect her community from the brewing threat. With her heart pounding, she took a deep breath, ready to confront the challenges ahead and reaffirm their commitment to one another. Celeste quickly gathered her team, her mind racing as she formulated a plan to address the impending arrival of the guards. "Listen up," she called, her voice cutting through the murmurs of confusion and fear. "We need to present a united front. Let's remind them of our purpose here." The villagers looked to her, uncertainty mingling with a flicker of determination in their eyes. Garrick moved closer, concern etched on his face. "What if they don't respond well? They might see us as a threat instead of a community." "We can't let fear paralyze us," Celeste replied, her resolve hardening. "We need to show that we are here to share our stories, not to challenge their authority." Taking a deep breath, she organized the villagers into groups, quickly assigning roles based on their strengths. "Oliver, gather the artists and prepare to demonstrate our work together. Show them the celebration of our culture," she instructed. Trusting his ability to engage the crowd, she turned to Lila, who was still shifting nervously. "You and a few others stay with me to explain the significance of our exhibition. We must communicate our intentions clearly." As they moved into their respective positions, Celeste felt the urgency of the situation press against her, but she also sensed the unity strengthening around her. "Remember, we are more than just artists. We are a community," she called out, her voice resonating with conviction. "Our strength lies in our stories and our willingness to stand together." The villagers nodded, their expressions shifting from fear to determination as they prepared to face the guards head-on. Celeste took a moment to center herself, knowing the importance of her leadership in this critical moment. With trust building among her team, she felt ready to navigate whatever challenges awaited them. As the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the square, a tense silence fell over the villagers, their faces a mix of determination and anxiety. Celeste felt her heart racing as she stood at the forefront, ready to face the guards who would soon arrive. "Remember our purpose," she whispered to her nearby team, steadying her resolve. "We're here to share our art and stories, not to provoke them." The villagers shifted, nodding in agreement, but Celeste could see the uncertainty in their eyes, acknowledging the fear about the guards' reaction. Just then, the guard captain strode into view, flanked by a couple of his men, their expressions serious as they surveyed the gathered crowd. Celeste stepped forward, meeting the captain's gaze with a confident demeanor, demonstrating her commitment to dialogue rather than conflict. "Good afternoon, Captain. We welcome your presence. We can discuss our village's exhibition and its significance," she stated clearly, feeling the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. The captain raised an eyebrow, disbelief evident on his face. "An exhibition? With all this commotion? We received reports of suspicious activities." Celeste felt a rush of urgency as she realized the guards hadn't come merely to assess the situation, but to ensure that no threats lingered in the village. "Today is a celebration of our community," she replied, her tone steady despite the heightened stakes. "We aim to showcase our artistry and culture. If you give us a moment, you will see the heart of our village." As she spoke, the murmurs among the villagers grew, some supporting her, while others remained hesitant, their fear mingling with hope. The captain considered her for a moment, clearly weighing her words against the doubts of his own mission. With courage, Celeste continued to express their intentions, her words weaving a narrative of unity and peace, drawing on the collective energy of those behind her. "This isn't just about art. It's about who we are. Please allow us the chance to show you." The captain eyed her skeptically, clearly searching for any hint of deception in her words. "What assurance do I have that your intentions are pure?" he asked, his voice stern as he scrutinized the assembled villagers. Celeste felt the weight of his challenge pressing down on her, sensing the anxiety ripple through the crowd behind her. "Perhaps showing you is the best assurance," she replied, her voice steady. "We're excited to share our stories through this exhibition. If we could invite you to see our work, perhaps it would ease your doubts." The guards exchanged glances. The tension hung in the air thickly, and Celeste could feel her heart pounding. "Your charm is admirable," the captain replied, but his tone remained cautious. "Yet, convincing me will require more than mere words." With her heart racing, Celeste leaned into the moment, drawing on her resolve and the communal spirit of the villagers behind her. "I understand your position, Captain," she said firmly, "but I assure you, this art serves as a bridge between our people and the crown. We strive to demonstrate our cultural richness, not to instigate conflict." As she held his gaze, she could sense the guard's skepticism slowly beginning to wane, the resolve of her community providing her the courage to press on. Feeling the energy shift, Celeste turned to her team. "Let's prepare to show them. Everyone, stay vigilant, and let's ensure they see the heart of our village." The villagers moved into action, preparing for the moment as Celeste turned her complete focus back to the captain. The atmosphere was charged, and she was ready to prove that their creativity and unity could resonate far beyond their immediate surroundings. As the guards began to lower their weapons, the tension in the air started to shift. Celeste could see the captain's expression change slightly, as if he was beginning to entertain the idea of their intentions being genuine. "Very well," he said, his voice steady but still cautious. "You have one chance to prove this to me." Celeste nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the moment. "Thank you, Captain. We will not disappoint you." With a deep breath, she motioned for the villagers to step forward, rallying them together around the tapestry as she prepared to lead them in revealing their collective art. "Let us share our story with you, one that has been woven with care and passion," she declared passionately, her resolve illuminating the path forward. As the team formed a semicircle around the tapestry, Celeste felt the weight of their gazes on her, their faith in her leadership sparking her courage. Nervous energy thrummed through her, but she pushed it aside, focusing instead on the purpose behind their gathering. With the captain and his guards watching closely, she took a step closer to the tapestry, a blend of excitement and apprehension washing over her. "Each thread in this tapestry tells our village's tale," she began, weaving words through the air, connecting emotions with their shared aspirations. The atmosphere thickened with anticipation as the villagers leaned in, supporting her words and conveying their collective spirit, ready to showcase their identity as a united front. As Celeste began to unfold the tapestry, the intricate designs and vibrant colors came to life in the sunlight, capturing the attention of everyone present. She felt a surge of pride as she introduced each section, revealing the stories woven into the fabric that represented her village's journey, their struggles, triumphs, and the bonds of community. "The blue threads symbolize our river, the lifeblood of our village," she explained, her voice gaining strength as she spoke. "The green embodies our fields, rich with harvests that feed our families, and the gold that represents the warmth of our shared laughter and love." The murmurs of awe echoed through the crowd, the villagers feeling a sense of connection to the narrative she was weaving with her words. The king observed closely, a flicker of interest in his eyes as he leaned in, drawn by the passion displayed before him. Celeste noticed the reactions of the villagers behind her. Their confidence swelled as they recognized their story being told with authenticity and pride. However, amidst the awe, Celeste sensed that the scrutiny of the king still loomed large, and she pushed herself to maintain the energy of the moment, encouraging everyone to feel their collective spirit. "Art is not merely decoration. It is a reflection of who we are," she continued, her heart racing with each word. "Through this tapestry, I hope you see the heart and soul of our village." As her voice resonated, Celeste felt an unbreakable bond form among the villagers and the audience, united in their shared vision, firmly believing in the power of their story. In that moment, she realized that regardless of the king's reaction, they had already achieved something significant by standing together to present their truth. Chapter 17, The Fractured Alliance. As the exhibition concluded and the king prepared to depart, a sense of accomplishment hung in the air, mingled with the whispers of speculation. Celeste felt exhilarated yet anxious, the weight of the day's events settling heavily on her shoulders as she stepped back from the tapestry. Yet, just as she allowed herself a moment of relief, a villager caught her attention with an urgent tone. "Celeste, we need to talk." Startled, she turned to find Garrick approaching, his brow furrowed and eyes intense. "Did you see the king's reaction?" he asked, his voice low and laced with conflict. "I don't think he truly appreciated what we were trying to convey." Celeste felt her heart drop. The joy of success began to wane as doubts crept back. "What do you mean?" I sensed that he wasn't as impressed as we hoped, and I'm worried that our efforts were in vain," Garrick continued, crossing his arms. "Are you serious?" Celeste replied, maintaining her composure as she battled the rising frustration. "We showed him our heart. We united as a community in front of him." "But will that matter?" Garrick pushed, his skepticism returning like a shroud. "What if he walks away and does nothing? What if we could have done more?" Celeste felt the weight of his words, but she also knew that dwelling too heavily on doubt could unravel the progress they'd made. "Garrick, we cannot measure our worth by one person's judgment," she argued, her voice steady. "This is just the beginning. We need to build on this momentum." As they stood facing each other, Celeste sensed a divide forming within the group, and she recognized that her next words could either bridge that gap or widen it further. "We've already created something remarkable by sharing our stories. Let's not allow fear to undermine our achievements," she said, her determination ringing clear. Garrick hesitated, and for a moment, uncertainty flickered in his eyes. Celeste pressed on, knowing the bond they shared as a village depended on the strength of their convictions. Celeste paused, the weight of Garrick's criticism settling over her as she processed his concerns. Around them, the lingering excitement of the exhibition began to fade, replaced by an atmosphere thick with doubt. "We need to regroup and address these concerns," she said, striving to maintain her composure. "I want to hear everyone's thoughts so we can move forward positively." The villagers were still gathered, some subtly exchanging glances, the earlier enthusiasm now tempered by uncertainty. Celeste raised her voice, hoping to rally them once more. "If the king was not impressed, we must understand why. Let's not shy away from constructive feedback." Garrick crossed his arms, skepticism evident in his stance. "What if it turns out we were wrong to trust our instincts? What if no one cares about our art?" Feeling frustration rise again, Celeste turned to the group. "Art is about more than just immediate approval. It connects us and tells our stories. We can't assess its worth solely based on one moment." A murmur of agreement traveled through the villagers, and Celeste felt a flicker of hope igniting amidst the tension. "I believe we can build on what we've created, learn from this experience, and continue to present our truth," she continued, her voice growing more assured. With each word, she challenged the doubts of her team, illustrating the resilience that had brought them this far. "Let's discuss our next steps and ensure we don't lose momentum. We must engage with the king's court and show them our full potential," she urged, feeling a renewed sense of leadership taking hold. As the villagers began to speak up, sharing insights and ideas again, Celeste felt the weight of uncertainty lift slightly, paving the way for collaboration and renewed commitment. Celeste stood firmly, watching as the villagers began to share their thoughts, each voice weaving into a tapestry of ideas that began to flow more freely. One villager, a gentlewoman named Eleanor, spoke up. "Perhaps we can invite some of the king's advisors to see our work firsthand. That could demonstrate the value behind our community's art." "Exactly," Oliver interjected, his enthusiasm infectious. "If we can engage them directly, we don't have to rely on just one person's opinion. We can amplify our message and gather more support." Garrick remained skeptical, crossing his arms as he listened. "But what if they come and still don't care? What's the point if we end up with more disappointment? Realizing the need to address his concerns directly, Celeste approached him. Garrick, every time we stand up for our story, we take a step forward. Risk is part of this journey. We can't play it safe if we want to be heard. She could see him wrestling with the weight of uncertainty, but around them, the villagers nodded, some murmuring in agreement with her perspective. Yes, we might face rejection, she continued, but think of the connection we'll create. Each time we share our stories, we empower each other. The atmosphere shifted as she spoke, and Celeste could feel the energy in the group transforming once more. Another villager chimed in, her voice steady. We've faced challenges before, and we've always found ways to support one another. Celeste recognized that it was moments like these that reinforced their bonds. The group was beginning to believe in their collective strength again. This beat emphasized the importance of their discussions, showing how difficulties could catalyze growth and renewed determination to act as a united front. Feeling the shift in the group's energy, Celeste took a moment to gather her thoughts before addressing the villagers again. Thank you all for your feedback, she began, her voice calm and assured. Every opinion is valuable as we navigate these uncertain times together. She scanned the faces before her, noting the mix of enthusiasm and lingering skepticism. We know that engaging the king is just one part of our mission. What we truly seek is to build lasting relationships within the kingdom. Another villager, Thomas, raised his hand, his youthful face earnest. But how can we be sure that sharing our stories will lead to anything? What if they don't care? Celeste met his gaze, recognizing the doubt that lingered. That's a valid concern, Thomas. The truth is, we won't know unless we try. Every time we share our story, we create an opportunity for understanding and connection. The villagers nodded, processing her words, and Celeste felt her conviction deepening. Oliver stepped forward, supportive. She's right. We've built so much together. Our stories are what make us strong. If we stay true to that, we can only go forward. Garrick, still skeptical, crossed his arms but remained silent, absorbing the conversation. Celeste felt the group's dynamics shifting toward a more united front, the earlier tension beginning to dissipate as her team engaged in the dialogue. I propose we take action, Celeste said, her voice ringing with determination. Let's invite the king's advisors to witness the exhibition and show them the beauty of our village together. With this suggestion, she saw glimmers of hope ignite within the crowd, a renewed spirit bolstering their confidence in one another. This moment marked a shift in Celeste's leadership, reinforcing her understanding of how adaptability and perseverance could cultivate trust among her people. As the discussion continued, Celeste felt the pulse of energy build around her. Villagers began to express their commitment to her proposal, exchanging ideas on how to best present themselves to the king's advisors. Let's gather as many stories as we can and present them in a way that truly reflects our village's spirit, suggested Anya, her enthusiasm infectious. We should prepare a few dramatic narrations, Oliver added, clearly excited at the prospect of showcasing their collective talents. Celeste nodded, inspired by their contributions. Yes, let's illustrate our stories through art, song, and storytelling to engage the advisors fully. With renewed focus, they started brainstorming how best to showcase the tapestry, weaving together tales from various artists, ensuring a multifaceted presentation that would resonate with their guests. But amidst the excitement, Celeste noticed Garrick again, hesitating at the edge of the gathering, his expression torn. Are we overextending ourselves? He finally asked, his voice questioning whether they could manage so much with so little time before the king's visit. Celeste felt a moment of frustration at his doubts, but knew it was her responsibility to address them. We will adapt and divide the work. We can't let fear of inadequacy keep us from seizing this opportunity. Her words hung in the air, and slowly other villagers began to respond with encouragement, acknowledging the power of their collaboration. Celeste's frustration faded as she recognized Garrick's concern was born from a place of care. She turned to him and said, Your skepticism helps keep us grounded. Let's think of the best way to approach this together. As they solidified their plans, Celeste felt a deeper bond forming among the villagers. a shared commitment to the cause that was rooted in trust and determination. This moment illustrated how her growth as a leader continued to evolve, shaping the dynamics within her team as they prepared for the journey ahead. With the plan solidifying and tasks assigned, Celeste felt a sense of determination wash over her. The villagers moved with purpose, enthusiasm evident in their actions as they prepared for the upcoming visit from the king's advisors. She began walking among the different groups, offering encouragement and ensuring everyone felt confident about their roles. "Remember, this is about showcasing our stories," she said, her voice ringing clear. "Each piece of art represents our heart and resilience. Together, we can show them the true spirit of our village." The excitement was palpable as villagers rallied behind her, each person eager to contribute their skills to the presentation. However, as they worked, Celeste noticed a sense of anxiety creeping into the atmosphere, affecting some of the villagers who were uncertain about their contributions. Leela, who had been tasked with leading one of the storytelling groups, looked apprehensive. "What if I mess up the story? What if I forget something important?" she voiced, her hands trembling slightly. Celeste approached her and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Lila, you've practiced and prepared. Trust in yourself and remember that everyone here believes in you. Your voice matters." Leela nodded, though uncertainty lingered in her expression. Feeling the weight of her team's trust and commitment, Celeste resolved to channel her own nervous energy into motivating the group further. "Let's use every moment to lift each other up," she continued. "No story is too small, and every contribution counts. We are all part of this tapestry." Encouraged by her words, the villagers resumed their preparations with renewed focus, ready to bring their collective story to life. Celeste felt empowered. Their collaboration reinforced her growth as a leader, molding her ability to inspire confidence through supportive encouragement. As the sun began to sink in the sky, she recognized that they were not merely preparing for a presentation. They were building a living narrative that could resonate beyond the festival, for themselves and for the world. Chapter 18, A Defining Commitment. As the final preparations for the exhibition took shape, Celeste felt a surge of determination ripple through her. The villagers had worked tirelessly, and Celeste could sense the excitement and anxiety mingling in the air, each person hopeful for a favorable reception. After the initial success of gathering resources and rallying support, she now stood at the precipice of a new challenge, ensuring everything went smoothly when the king and his advisors would return for the event. "Today is our moment," she announced to the gathered crowd, her voice steady with confidence. "Let's show the king who we are and what we stand for." The villagers responded with nods and murmurs of agreement, their trust in her unwavering as they prepared to take on the day's tasks. Celeste organized the final arrangements, ensuring every piece of art and decoration was in place, every detail polished to perfection. The sun rose higher in the sky, casting a warm glow over the square and illuminating the tapestry that had become the centerpiece of their collective story. Yet just as excitement filled the air, Celeste felt a flicker of doubt, that familiar knot tightening in her stomach. What if their efforts weren't enough? What if the king walked away, uninterested? Shaking off the worries, she gathered her focus once again. This is about more than just impressing one person, she reminded herself as much as she aimed to reassure her team. It's about the very heart of our community. We must believe in that. With resolve renewed, she stepped closer to the tapestry, the vibrant colors reflecting back at her, reminding her of the unity and strength that had carried them to this moment. Celeste was ready to face whatever awaited her, knowing that together they could overcome anything. Celeste took a moment to gather her thoughts, feeling the weight of responsibility settle heavily on her as the villagers adjusted the final decorations. With the excitement bubbling around her, she realized she needed to execute their plan effectively and ensure everyone understood their roles. "All right, everyone," she called out, her voice cutting through the chatter. "Let's go over our strategy one last time before the king arrives." The villagers turned their attention to her, the energy shifting from anticipation to focus. Celeste gestured toward the tapestry. "Once the king arrives, we'll start with this centerpiece. I want each of you to feel empowered to share your stories when he asks about it." As she outlined the plan, her hands moved animatedly, demonstrating her commitment to every detail, ensuring everyone felt engaged. Minutes passed as she clarified their duties, and just as she finished, a villager raised a hand. "What if the king dismisses us? What if he doesn't seem interested?" Celeste felt the tension return, anxiety rippling through the group as they glanced at one another, doubt creeping back into the atmosphere. "We cannot control his reactions," she replied, her chin lifted in defiance. "What we can control is how we present ourselves and our work. We've worked too hard to let fear dictate our actions." As she spoke, she could feel the shift in energy, the villagers absorbing her words and nodding in agreement. "Let's show him the heart of our village," Celeste said, her voice steady and loud enough for everyone to hear. "We will stand together, united in our purpose." Her conviction resonated throughout the crowd, and Celeste felt a rush of gratitude toward her team, knowing that they believed in their mission and in her ability to lead them. In that moment, she understood that whatever challenges lay ahead, their collective determination would shine through, marking a pivotal moment in their journey together. As the villagers dispersed to finalize the last of the preparations, Celeste sensed a palpable shift in the air. Excitement mingled with underlying anxiety. She noticed Oliver moving among the crowd, his demeanor confident but alert as he adjusted decorations alongside other villagers. However, a few lingering faces showed uncertainty, their brows furrowed as they exchanged whispers, pondering the impending royal arrival and the expectations that accompanied it. "Will the king truly appreciate our efforts?" one villager questioned softly, glancing at the tapestry with hesitance. Feeling the necessity to address the doubts head-on, Celeste stepped forward, raising her voice so everyone could hear. "This is our opportunity to share our identity and culture. Let's not forget why we're here." Oliver quickly chimed in, affirming her words. "Trust in what we've created together. This isn't just about impressing one person, it's about representing our whole community." Encouraged by their exchanges, Celeste felt a rush of gratitude for Oliver's support, knowing that their bond would serve as a source of strength in confronting the uncertainties ahead. Seeing the crowd start to move back towards preparation, she felt a determined fire ignite within. This was not just an exhibition. It was a celebration of their shared stories and resilience. As the excitement began to grow once more, Celeste took a moment to bask in the collective energy, realizing that every member of the village was crucial to framing their narrative. Their shared commitment bolstered her resolve, reaffirming her understanding that it was not only her voice that mattered, but the voices of everyone in her community that would make the day memorable. With the anticipation building, Celeste took a moment to gather her team for a final motivational huddle, aware that this was their moment of truth. "Remember, this exhibition represents all of us," she began, her voice steady and resolute. "Today, we invite the king to see our story." The team gathered closely, their expressions a mix of eagerness and apprehension. "Let's ensure every detail reflects our spirit," she continued, scanning their faces for signs of confidence. "We've poured our hearts into this. No matter the outcome, we must believe in what we've created." In the crowd, Oliver's supportive smile served as a beacon, and it bolstered her confidence to unite them with a common goal. However, as Celeste spoke, she sensed a ripple of doubt from some team members, their eyes darting nervously toward the approaching royal entourage. "I know you may be anxious," she acknowledged, her tone lowering to emphasize her sincerity. "But let's not forget that the strength of our village lies in our unity. We stand together." Some villagers nodded, visibly reassured by her words, while others remained silent, fear lingering in the air. Celeste felt the weight of responsibility settle heavily upon her as she recognized that their spirits were intertwined with hers. Today is about showcasing our resilience. Let's not only impress the king, but share our story, the threads that tie us together. She declared passionately, raising her voice to inspire them. As they prepared to take their positions, Celeste noticed that the tension began to ease, transformed by the connection they shared. With an invigorating surge of hope, she took a deep breath, ready to lead her community into the moment they had all worked hard to reach. As the royal entourage finally arrived, a wave of excitement swept through the villagers. Celeste stood at the forefront, her heart pounding with a mix of anticipation and nerves. She watched as the king dismounted, his presence commanding as he surveyed the vibrant scene before him. The atmosphere crackled with energy, and she felt the eyes of her community on her, their hopes resting on this moment. "Let's present ourselves with pride," she whispered to the group, feeling their collective determination fortify her resolve. With a deep breath, Celeste stepped forward, her hands clutching the edges of her tapestry, prepared to share the heart of their village. "Your Majesty, I am honored to present this tapestry, a representation of our unity and resilience," she proclaimed, unfurling the fabric to reveal the intricately woven stories. The king's brows furrowed as he took in the details, and for an instant time stood still. The villagers held their breath, the weight of expectation heavy in the air. Celeste scanned the faces of the crowd, feeling their energy flow through her, urging her to maintain composure. As the king examined the tapestry, the villagers whispered among themselves, excitement mingling with anxiety. "Look at how much they've invested," a voice said, filled with awe. "Will he see it as we do?" another murmured, laced with uncertainty. In that moment, Celeste wasn't just sharing her art, she was unveiling the deeply intertwined stories of her people and their hopes for the future, ready to convey their strength through her work. As the king began to speak, Celeste felt a surge of anticipation swell within her, knowing that what transpired next could redefine their community's story. As the king examined the tapestry, his expression remained inscrutable, and the villagers around Celeste held their breath, anticipating his reaction. The vibrant threads shimmered under the sunlight, woven intricately to tell the stories of their community's heart and soul. Finally, the king nodded slightly, his interest piqued. "This is quite impressive," he said, his tone shifting, though a hint of skepticism still lingered. A wave of relief washed over Celeste, but she quickly reminded herself that the moment was far from over. "This tapestry reflects not just artistry," she replied, eager to emphasize its significance. "It is a manifestation of our village's resilience, our unity in the face of hardship." The king's brow furrowed again as he absorbed her words, and for a brief moment, Celeste sensed that she had broken through his initial reservations. The crowd began to whisper among themselves, a mixture of hope and uncertainty filling the air once more. "Can art truly lead to unity?" one villager questioned quietly, but another quickly countered, "If it inspires the king to listen, then yes." Celeste heard the exchange, feeling the weight of their collective hopes resting on her shoulders. She stood tall, ready to reinforce her stance as the king turned to Lord Ember, discussing the importance of supporting local culture and craftsmanship. In that moment, Celeste realized that her journey was about more than just gaining the king's approval. It was an opportunity to share the vibrant spirit of her community and its resilience. Feeling invigorated, she prepared to advocate for her community's future, knowing that this moment could pave the way for new possibilities, not only for herself, but for all those who believed in their vision. Chapter 19, The High-Stakes Encounter. As the exhibition unfolded, excitement crackled in the air, but that initial thrill was swiftly replaced by a sense of urgency as a commotion arose near the square's edge. Celeste's heart dropped when she noticed a group of shadowy figures approaching, their intentions cloaked in uncertainty. The sound of hurried whispers and anxious murmurs spread through the crowd, and she felt the tension escalate as villagers held their breath, unsure of what would happen next. "Stand firm," she called out to her team, her voice cutting through the rising panic as she assessed the situation. Celeste quickly turned to Oliver, who stood beside her, determination etched on his face. "What should we do? There are too many of them," he exclaimed, his eyes darting to the approaching figures. In that moment, instinct kicked in. She had to protect her community. "We need to regroup and prepare to face whatever comes next," Celeste instructed, urging her teammates to create a defensive line in front of the tapestry, their symbol of unity and hope. As they positioned themselves, Celeste noticed several villagers glancing around with worry, doubt creeping back into the atmosphere as anxiety clouded their resolve. She felt the weight of their expectations pressing down on her, Yet she also recognized the strength that lay in their unity. "Remember what we've built together," Celeste reminded them, her voice steady as she breathed deeply. "We've faced challenges before, and we can overcome this one too." Her words rang out, attempting to bolster their spirits, even as uncertainty tangled in the air, merging fear with determination. As the figures approached, their intent became clearer. A group of individuals from the suspicious gathering, now advancing toward the exhibition with purpose. Celeste's heart raced, and she felt urgency spike within her. They had to act quickly to protect what they had built. She motioned for the villagers to tighten their formation, a defensive line now heightened by adrenaline and fear. "Prepare yourselves," Celeste called out, her voice steady despite the tumult of emotions swirling around her. "Stay focused and remember the unity we forged." As the suspicious group drew nearer, Celeste recognized the leader among them, Kira, the woman who had challenged her before. Kira approached with an air of confidence, but Celeste sensed an underlying tension, ready to confront them if necessary. "What's the meaning of this gathering?" Kira demanded, her voice sharp as she fixed her gaze on Celeste, who stood at the forefront. "I could ask you the same," Celeste replied, her tone firm but measured. "We're here to celebrate our community and share our stories. We mean no harm." The crowd behind Celeste shifted, some showing signs of vulnerability, while others gripped their supplies tightly, ready for whatever might happen next. Kira smirked, the challenge evident in her demeanor. "Sharing stories? That sounds quaint, but we need to ensure that no one gets hurt for your village's folly." Celeste felt a surge of determination. "We are here to unite, not to create divisions. If you have concerns, we can discuss them without hostility." The tension between them sparked as the atmosphere thickened, and Celeste sensed that both groups were teetering on the brink of conflict. She knew she had to navigate this delicate moment with care, prepared to advocate for unity, even in the face of potential opposition. Feeling the tension escalate, Celeste took a moment to assess the dynamics of the situation. "Everyone, stay calm," she instructed her team, gauging their reactions as they watched Kira and her group closely. The villagers stood poised, a mix of bravery and apprehension evident in their eyes, ready to support her but uncertain about the unfolding conflict. Kira stepped closer, her voice dripping with skepticism. "You think words can save you? This isn't just art. This is survival." Celeste understood the gravity of Kira's perspective, but felt compelled to assert her own beliefs. "No, Kira, we choose to elevate our community, to uplift and unite rather than resort to fear and violence." The villagers behind her began to murmur, sensing the clash of ideologies. Some nodded, encouraged by Celeste's courage, while others remained apprehensive, caught in the tension of the moment. Kira smirked, clearly not prepared to relent. "You're naive if you believe art will protect you when real threats loom." Celeste's heart raced, but she refused to let doubt infiltrate her resolve. Art and unity can foster strength in a community. Together, we can face any threats that arise. From the sidelines, Oliver stepped forward. "We've stood together against adversity before, Kira. This isn't just Celeste's mission, it's all of ours." For a moment, the air hung heavy with uncertainty as both groups assessed each other, waiting for the next move in this high-stakes dialogue. Celeste recognized this juncture was critical. She had to bridge the gap between her ideals and the hesitation felt by others, readying herself to advocate for cooperation and mutual understanding. In the thickening tension, Celeste felt the resolve of the villagers behind her, their presence bolstering her confidence to confront Kira. "Look," she began, steadying her breath. "We're all here because we want to protect our homes. We've faced challenges together before, and that has only made us stronger." Kira's expression shifted, skepticism giving way to a flicker of interest as she glanced back at the ambushers behind her. "Strength can easily dissolve into weakness if you lose focus," she replied, crossing her arms. "You think wading through words will shield you from the truth? Power dynamics are about survival, not artistry." The villagers murmured among themselves, some nodding in agreement with Kira, but others clearly aligning with Celeste's vision of unity. Feeling the divide deepen, Celeste pushed forward. "It's true that strength comes in many forms, but our art and stories can unite us against external threats. We draw strength from our culture to challenge those who seek to harm us. Oliver stepped closer, his eyes narrowing as he added, "The essence of this village lies in our coming together, in our ability to express who we are. That's what will protect us." Celeste noticed the shift in energy. The villagers were leaning toward her narrative, their confidence rekindled. Kira surveyed the group, caught in a moment of hesitation as she faced their determined expressions. "What if your art fails to keep potential enemies at bay?" she asked, her voice steady but softer now, testing the resolve of the villagers. Celeste recognized this as an opportunity to reinforce their shared purpose. If we don't try, we will never know. We must embrace the uncertainty and use it to build a stronger foundation for our village. Together. With her words, she felt the collective strength of the villagers behind her, their united energy pushing against the potential rift that had threatened to emerge. This moment marked a pivotal turning point, as Celeste understood that her role as a leader was to bridge divides and inspire trust even amidst conflict. Feeling the weight of her words settle into the air, Celeste watched as Kira's skepticism began to wane. A flicker of something, curiosity or perhaps doubt, crossed Kira's face as she assessed the villagers standing firmly behind Celeste. "Perhaps," Kira said slowly, "you might have a point about the strength of unity. But how can we truly trust that this will bring us safety?" Celeste seized the opportunity, her voice steady and clear. "Trust comes from shared experiences and working together. If we can unite around our art and our stories, we can build a bridge with those who might consider us enemies." The villagers began to murmur, some nodding in agreement while others remained pensive, assessing the situation as it unfolded. Garrick stepped forward with a sense of newfound clarity. "Maybe if we present our strengths, it would give the outsiders a reason to reconsider their opposition. Showing them who we are could change their perspective." Celeste felt a swell of gratitude toward Garrick. This was the collaboration she had hoped to inspire among them. She stepped closer to Kira, her determination shining through. "We can't let fear dictate our actions. Together, we can shape the narrative of our lives, not just through art, but through understanding and cooperation." Kira exchanged glances with her group, and for the first time, Celeste sensed a shift in the atmosphere, a potential for change forming as the villagers rallied around the idea. "Let's move forward, but we need every voice in our community behind this," Celeste added, reaching out for solidarity among everyone present. In that moment, she recognized the power of their collective effort. "I need not just lead, but listen and build trust among them all." With that understanding, Celeste felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to take on whatever challenges awaited them in their pursuit of unity and safety for the village. With the feeling of renewed determination flowing through the group, Celeste felt the previous tension begin to dissipate, replaced by a united spirit. Kira took a step back, clearly considering Celeste's words, and Celeste seized the moment to push for consensus among the villagers. "Let's meet again tonight to discuss our next moves," she said, raising her voice slightly to capture everyone's attention. "We need to strategize how to present ourselves to the outside world, and that means building a powerful coalition." The crowd nodded, a sense of enthusiasm rekindling in their eyes. Villagers began discussing logistics, with Oliver suggesting they create a forum to invite other community members to share their thoughts and strategies. "I think engaging more people will strengthen our resolve," he remarked, smiling as he recognized the shift in morale. Celeste agreed, seeing the value in gathering more voices. "Yes, the more perspectives we have, the stronger our plan will be." However, she caught Garrick's gaze again, the skepticism still lingering beneath the surface. "I'm still not convinced this will work," he said, crossing his arms. "What if our efforts go unnoticed? What if we're putting ourselves at risk?" Celeste felt a flicker of doubt resurface, but remained composed. "Every effort we make now is a step toward building a future. Change doesn't happen overnight, but it begins with our willingness to act." The murmurs of the villagers resumed, and Celeste noticed shifts in their expressions. Hope was beginning to replace uncertainty. Garrick sighed, nodding in resignation as he recognized the conviction in her words. "All right, I'll help, but we need to be prepared for anything." Celeste smiled, feeling a spark of gratitude for his willingness to engage and trust her leadership. As the villagers began to finalize their plans, Celeste felt empowered, knowing that their unity was a force that could withstand even the toughest challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 20. Assessing Progress. As Celeste gathered her team in the village square, a sense of urgency surrounded them. The exhibition had taken place, and the initial excitement had transitioned into the reality of assessing their progress and the path forward. With the sun shining bright overhead, Celeste stood at the forefront, her heart pounding with anticipation as she prepared to discuss what they had achieved and what still lay ahead. "Let's take stock of everything we've done since the exhibition," she urged, noting the villagers' expressions as they focused on her words. She began to list the successes. The king had acknowledged the tapestry, and there was newfound enthusiasm among the villagers for the arts and storytelling. However, she also recognized the challenges. They had experienced setbacks, including a few lost opportunities, and there was still much to accomplish to ensure lasting security for their community. Celeste motioned for them to spread out the gathered reports and notes, creating a visual landscape of their progress. As she examined the documents, her mind began to race, considering how to adapt their strategies to the information they had collected from the exhibition. "This needs to be a living plan," she said, her voice steady as she looked around the group. "We should be prepared to evolve with the feedback we've received." A few villagers nodded, eager to dive into the discussion, while others exchanged glances, still reflecting on the lingering impact of the king's visit. Celeste noticed the mix of hope and reluctance in their expressions, recognizing the emotional stakes tied to their collective effort and unity. She felt a surge of determination. It was time to focus on action and solidify their next steps as a united front. Celeste glanced at the reports scattered across the makeshift table, a mixture of excitement and apprehension swirling within her. "Based on our feedback from the exhibition, we should focus on increasing our artistic outreach," she suggested, her eyes scanning the notes as she considered their next steps. A team member chimed in. "We could hold more workshops to engage the youth in storytelling. That would help reinforce what we've built." "Yes," Celeste replied, feeling a spark of enthusiasm. "Let's empower the younger generation to share their stories. We need to continue building on this momentum." Oliver stood nearby, nodding along as he considered the implications. "And we should keep discussing our artwork with the community, ensuring they feel included in our plans moving forward." As they brainstormed ideas, Celeste couldn't shake the feeling that their initial efforts would set the tone for all future endeavors, and she needed to ensure that each step was carefully considered. "Let's also assess what supplies we still have and what we need to gather," she added, her mind racing with how to manage resources effectively. The team began discussing logistics, while Celeste noted the apprehension lingering in some corners. The fear of failure still shadowed their enthusiasm. "I know it's easy to doubt ourselves," she said, her voice filled with determination. "But we've come this far, and we've proven that our stories matter." As they continued their discussions, Celeste felt the group's energy shift as newfound confidence emerged, with hopes for the future taking root in the fertile ground of their shared commitment. This moment felt pivotal, marking her growth as a leader, willing to adapt while reinforcing the bonds connecting them all. As the discussion progressed, Celeste noticed a mix of enthusiasm and lingering skepticism among her team. One villager, a talented weaver named Eldoria, raised a hand. "What if we put in all this effort and the king doesn't see the value? What if we fail again?" Celeste felt the familiar knot of anxiety tighten in her stomach, but she knew she had to address Eldoria's concerns. "Failure can only teach us, Eldoria. If we don't try, we won't know how to improve or adapt our approach for next time." The villagers shifted uncomfortably, exchanging glances that spoke of uncertainty, but before the tension could settle, Oliver spoke up. "We've received a royal visit, and that alone shows that we're being noticed. We must seize this moment and make it count." Celeste nodded in agreement, grateful for his unwavering belief in their mission. "Exactly. If we focus on storytelling and community engagement, we can strengthen our position and ensure our efforts resonate beyond just this moment." Alara sighed, but the concern in her eyes began to soften as she considered Celeste's words. Seeing her team respond to her confidence inspired Celeste to push forward. Let's turn our fears into motivation. We can build something remarkable together, and I believe that if we channel our energy into this project, it will lead to positive change. As the conversation continued, Celeste felt the atmosphere shift, the apprehension gradually transforming into a burgeoning sense of hope and collective ambition. The villagers began sharing more thoughts, excitedly proposing new ideas and embracing their roles in the journey ahead, reinforcing her understanding that together they could navigate whatever lay ahead. As excitement built within the group, Celeste could feel the urgency rising. They began to solidify ideas for the upcoming initiatives, but a sudden quiet swept over the villagers as they remembered the weight of their previous failures. She sensed the hesitation returning, and one of the older villagers, a woman named Margot, broke the silence. What if our efforts lead to more disappointment? We can't risk another setback. Celeste turned to Margot, recognizing the concern buried beneath her words. I understand, but every setback is a lesson learned. Each time we try, we gather more strength and insight to push forward, the villagers murmured, contemplating her response. Building on our past experiences will help us avoid mistakes, Oliver added, supportive as he stepped closer to Celeste. We can use this moment to inspire each other and elevate our community. Celeste nodded, grateful for his alliance. Exactly. This isn't just about the success of our exhibition. It's about creating a resilient village that learns and grows together. Some villagers began to nod, uncertainty shifting to tentative optimism, as they began to feel the empowerment of Celeste's words and the sense of unity growing once more. Let's channel our fears into our passion, she continued, her voice rising with confidence. If we take this opportunity seriously, we can transform our community and assert our place in the kingdom. This moment marked a turning point as Celeste reinforced the idea that the collective effort of every villager mattered, shaping both their present and future. With a renewed commitment, the villagers began to finalize their roles, moving towards a shared purpose, bolstered by Celeste's steadfast belief in their potential. As their enthusiasm grew, Celeste felt the thrill of collective purpose swirling around them. With the villagers committed to the initiative, she pushed herself to maintain clarity about their goals. Let's solidify our tasks, she announced, her voice ringing with determination as she led the group through the final planning stages. Oliver, I'd like you to coordinate the logistics for the workshops. Ensure we have enough materials for everyone involved. Absolutely, Oliver replied, eager to take on the challenge, and moved over to consult with others in the community about what would be needed. Meanwhile, Celeste turned her attention to Lila, who had expressed interest in leading storytelling sessions. We need someone to gather the narratives from the villagers. Can you help organize that? Lila nodded, a sense of purpose brightening her demeanor as she considered the stories she could collect. The group was beginning to take shape, but Celeste noticed a few faces still reflecting uncertainty. Remember, we've worked hard to reach this point. Each of you plays a vital role in making our stories heard, she encouraged, looking directly at Garrick, who wore a thoughtful expression. Can we really engage the youth effectively? What if they don't take it seriously? Garrick challenged, skepticism still lingering. Celeste met his gaze, her expression unwavering. Engaging them starts with us believing in the importance of those voices. We'll support them in sharing their art and stories, igniting their interest. Garrick considered her words, and the tension in the air began to dissipate as his doubt slowly transformed into tentative acceptance. With careful encouragement, Celeste continued to guide the conversation, now more infused with determination, as team members began to offer their ideas and skills, flowing easily into the collaborative spirit they had rekindled. As plans finalized, Celeste's heart swelled with pride in their accomplishments and the sense of unity that had emerged from their discussions. They were not just preparing for an exhibition, they were building a legacy together. With the final plans in place, Celeste felt a sense of exhilaration wash over her as the villagers prepared for action. The community had rallied together, their spirits lifting as they transitioned from discussion to implementation. As they organized supplies and set up the layout for their exhibition, Celeste moved among them, offering guidance and encouragement, her heart swelling with pride. "Let's keep the focus on our stories," she reminded everyone, her voice resonating with enthusiasm. "We need to present not just art, but the essence of who we are." As she passed a small group, she overheard them discussing their roles, a blend of excitement and apprehension coloring their conversation. "There's a lot of pressure to get this right," one villager admitted, glancing uncertainly at the others. Celeste paused, sensing the twinkling anxiety in the air. "We're all in this together. We adapt and learn from each experience, and this is a chance for each of our voices to be heard." The group nodded, encouraged by her words, but she could still feel a flicker of doubt amidst their enthusiasm. Taking a deep breath, she pressed on. "Remember, it's not just about perfection. It's about our collective spirit and the connections we're making." With her reminders resonating, the villagers returned to their tasks with renewed energy, energized by the sense of unity that began to wash over them. Celeste stepped back, taking a moment to reflect on how far they had come, knowing that their journey would shape the future of their community. This was no longer just about an exhibition. It was an opportunity to solidify their bonds and inspire one another to face whatever came next. Feeling empowered, Celeste turned to see the tapestry they had collectively created, a bright symbol of their unity and shared narrative, ready to embrace the challenges ahead. Chapter 21, Temptation to Retreat. As the days passed, Celeste stood at the edge of the village, watching the horizon with a sense of foreboding. The excitement from the exhibition had begun to fade, replaced with whispers of concern about the king's true intentions and the possible repercussions for their village. One afternoon, as she helped prepare meals with her mother, a gentle breeze carried news from neighboring villages, tales of ambushes and unrest, sowing seeds of fear within the community. "Celeste, have you heard?" her mother said, voice trembling slightly. "The king has begun to tighten his control over the region. People are worried about what that means for us." Lifting her gaze from the chopping board, Celeste felt her heart drop. "What do you mean? Are there talks of a crackdown?" Her mother nodded, her expression serious. "We must be careful. We can't afford to be caught off guard again. What if we become targets for retribution?" Celeste's mind raced, the urgency of the situation igniting a spark in her chest. "Then we need to prepare. We can't let fear dictate our actions. We must stay vigilant and show strength as a community." Just then, Oliver entered, noting the tension hanging in the air. "What's going on?" he asked, his brow furrowing as he gleaned the unease. Celeste quickly relayed the news, and his expression hardened. "We need to act quickly. If the king is tightening his grip, we should strategize to protect our village." With determination, Celeste began brainstorming ideas, envisioning ways to enhance their defenses while fostering community solidarity at the same time. "Let's gather everyone and discuss how we can build a stronger network," she suggested, her voice filled with urgency. "It's time we mobilize our resources." As the gravity of the situation sunk in, Celeste felt the weight of leadership pressing on her. She realized that now, more than ever, their unity would be critical in navigating the challenges that lay ahead. Celeste quickly assembled her team, urgency driving her forward as she laid out a plan to fortify their village against the rising threat. "First, we'll gather intelligence," she instructed, her voice steady. "We need to know what the king's intentions are and how they might affect us." The villagers listened intently, a mix of anxiety and determination evident on their faces. Oliver nodded, a spark of enthusiasm igniting within him. "I can scout the surrounding areas and gather information from other villages," he offered. "They might have seen signs of what the king is planning." "That's a great start," Celeste encouraged, feeling her confidence build as she watched her team rally around their renewed sense of purpose. She then turned to Lila, who had become a core member of the group. "Lila, can you coordinate with the artists to create visual messages for the community? We need everyone informed about the situation." Lila's eyes lit up with determination. "Absolutely. I'll make sure that the messages are clear and reach every corner of the village." As they discussed further roles, A sense of unity began to blossom. Yet Celeste sensed tension lingering, remnants of doubt still coiling within some of her teammates. Garrick, standing at the edge of the group, crossed his arms. And what if none of this is enough? What if the king decides to come after us regardless? Celeste met his gaze, her heart racing at the challenge. Then we must be prepared, not just to defend ourselves, but to show that we won't be intimidated. We are a united village. Garrick's hesitance lingered, but Celeste could see a flicker of respect in his eyes. He seemed to entertain the possibility of her conviction. With their plan taking shape, she felt excited about the path ahead, knowing that each step they took brought them closer to overcoming uncertainty and establishing a collective strength. As Celeste organized the next steps, the atmosphere shifted with urgency, each villager focused on their responsibilities. Oliver prepared to set off on his scouting mission, gathering a few trusted individuals to accompany him. "We'll map out the areas around the village and see if we can pick up any news," he declared, the resolve in his voice palpable. Celeste watched him go, feeling a mix of anxiety and pride. She knew his quick thinking would be invaluable. Meanwhile, Lila animatedly explained her plans to create posters and visual displays that conveyed the importance of vigilance and cohesion among the villagers. "We can set them up in every corner of the market," she proposed, her eyes shining with determination. "People need to know what we're facing and how to prepare." "Exactly," Celeste nodded, encouraging her enthusiasm. "Let's make sure everyone feels involved. We'll hand out flyers too, so nobody feels left out of this effort." As villagers began to move toward their tasks, Celeste noticed Garrick hanging back, still grappling with the weight of their mission. "Garrick," she called, stepping closer, "are you still unsure about our approach?" He hesitated, his expression conflicted. "I just want to make sure we're not charging in blindly. There are real consequences at stake here." Celeste felt a flicker of frustration at the persistent doubts, but chose to address them with empathy. "I understand your fears, but we've learned from every step we've taken. If we act together with intention, we can navigate this." Garrick finally nodded, though uncertainty remained in his eyes. "I'll do my part," he said, his voice steadying. "Together, we can overcome anything," Celeste affirmed, feeling the shift in collective resolve as they prepared to face the challenges ahead. Each villager rallied around her words, the shared commitment bolstering their spirits as they set forth to turn their plans into action, determined to protect their home. As preparations continued, the atmosphere crackled with a mix of energy and tension. Celeste felt the urgency of their mission pressing down on her, each decision carrying the weight of their collective hopes. She began to notice small changes among the villagers. The unity that had been evident during earlier gatherings was now mingled with a current of doubt, each person weighing the risks of their efforts. A few villagers were gathered near the square, exchanging worried whispers about the consequences of confronting the suspicious group. "Is it really worth it to push back against the king's will?" one woman asked softly, her face marked with concern. Celeste stepped closer, ready to address the doubts. "We have a chance to protect our village and cement our legacy. It's worth the risk." However, the murmurs persisted, and Garrick spoke up again, challenging her resolve. "But what if it backfires? What if our actions invite retaliation?" Taking a deep breath, Celeste remained steady, recognizing that her leadership was being tested. "We have to show that we're willing to stand united for what we believe in. That's what will give us strength." Seeing the varied reactions in the crowd, she continued, "While there are risks, every great change comes from the courage to stand up and fight for ourselves." As she spoke, the villagers began to nod, the conversation shifting from fear to cautious determination. "Let us remember our purpose," Celeste urged, feeling empowered by their engagement. "We're not just fighting for ourselves, but for the future of our community." In that moment, Celeste felt the bonds of trust beginning to restore among her team, her resolve emboldened by their shared mission and the understanding that they must navigate whatever challenges awaited together. With the village gathered and the atmosphere charged, Celeste coordinated the final steps of their preparations, sensing the urgency magnifying in the air. "Everyone, let's break up into groups," she instructed, her voice firm and clear. We need to gather supplies and information quickly. She watched as villagers dispersed, each moving with purpose to execute specific tasks. Some collected food and water, while others focused on reinforcing the village's defenses. Celeste turned toward Oliver, who had swiftly mobilized a group of scouts. Let's prioritize gathering intelligence. If we can find out about any movements or plans from the other group, it will give us the upper hand. Already on it, Oliver replied, determination blazing in his eyes. As Celeste moved from group to group, she felt the camaraderie strengthen, each villager finding their rhythm as they played their part in the collective effort. Lila approached her, a stack of flyers in hand. I'm going to distribute these around the village to keep everyone informed, she announced, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Perfect. The more people involved, the safer we'll be, Celeste encouraged, appreciating Lila's initiative. Yet as the villagers rallied, she could still sense lingering hesitation bubbling beneath the surface. One villager voiced concern about whether they would be prepared enough to face the suspicious group. Celeste addressed the query directly, her confidence shining through. We'll make adjustments as we go. The key to our success is our ability to adapt. We'll face it together, no matter the outcome. With this reassurance, she watched as uncertainty began to ebb, replaced by a sense of shared determination to protect their home. Her leadership felt more solidified than ever, giving her strength as she navigated the complexities of guiding her community through this challenging moment. As the villagers continued their preparations, Celeste took a moment to reflect on the evolving dynamics around her. Confidence surged through her as she witnessed how the team had responded to her leadership, transforming doubts into action. Standing at the center of the square, she called out to the group, "Let's confirm our plan to ensure everyone feels ready for what lies ahead." The crowd focused on her, and she felt their collective energy supporting her proposal. Several villagers began discussing their roles, sharing logistics and objectives as they solidified their focus on the mission. Celeste listened, feeling a rush of pride as ideas flowed freely, showcasing the creativity and determination of her community. Oliver, returning from a quick reconnaissance mission, approached her, his features animated. "I've got some leads on the movements of the suspicious group. We're not far behind," he reported, excitement evident in his voice. "Good work," she exclaimed, feeling the tension shift further into hopeful anticipation. Their camaraderie in this moment showed how trust had been built over time, reshaping their dynamics. However, she felt the responsibility of leadership weigh heavy on her, aware that each decision they made would impact their future. "Let's make our next move with clarity and determination," she said, rallying the group to maintain momentum against the uncertainty that lay ahead. Celeste sensed that their experiences thus far had prepared them for this very moment, a chance to unite and confront the challenges together. Chapter 22, The Cost of Failure. The sense of triumph that had buoyed Celeste and her team began to unravel as news swept through the village, bringing with it the weight of unexpected tragedy. While they had been preparing and strategizing, an unexpected attack had occurred on a small gathering of villagers who had been scouting nearby for intelligence. Celeste stood in the village square, her heart sinking as she listened to the whispers surrounding her, the air heavy with dread. "Several villagers have been injured," one villager murmured, disbelief etched across their face. "Who would do such a thing?" another responded, fear creeping into the conversation. As the details of the ambush unfolded, Celeste felt a knot form in her stomach, the reality of the danger they faced sinking in deeply. She turned to her mother, who appeared pale and shaken, a reflection of the community's collective fear. "We can't let this defeat us," Celeste said firmly, though her own voice trembled slightly. "We need to act quickly to ensure everyone's safety." Determined to address the crisis, she quickly summoned her team, preparing to strategize how they could protect the village moving forward. "Gather round," she called out, her tone resolute as she anchored herself to remain composed. But as the villagers gathered, Celeste could see the fear in their eyes, unanswered questions swirling in the air about how to respond to such aggression. "Now is our time to come together," she continued, feeling the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. We will not allow fear to dictate our actions. As they formed a circle, she began to organize a plan, directing them to check on the wounded and assess the surrounding areas for any further threats. This moment marked a pivotal shift in her understanding of leadership. It was no longer just about creativity or culture, but about ensuring safety and unity in the face of assault. Celeste wasted no time in formulating a response, her mind racing with strategies as she prepared to move in the wake of the attack. First, we need to secure the village, she instructed, her voice steady even as her heart raced. Let's divide into groups to monitor the perimeter. Villagers nodded, their expressions shifting from shock to determination, propelling them to action. Oliver stepped forward, taking charge of one of the groups. I'll head toward the eastern border to scout for any signs of further threats. We need to know if they plan to attack again. Good idea, Celeste replied, grateful for his initiative. Stay in contact with the rest of us and return if you spot anything unusual. As the villagers split off to fulfill their roles, Celeste turned to Leela, who was still visibly shaken. Can you help communicate with everyone? Make sure everyone understands what's happening and how to respond if there are more attacks. Yes, I'll gather the others and ensure they know what to do, Leela replied, a flicker of resolve crossing her features. Celeste felt a surge of hope as she watched her team mobilize, their actions demonstrating the strength they had fostered together. But doubt lingered in her heart. What if they weren't prepared enough to face another attack? The threat of danger gnawed at her. But she pushed it aside, focusing on the task at hand. Remember, we are stronger together, she reminded the remaining villagers, her voice firm and confident. If we stay united, we can protect everything we've built. This acknowledgement seemed to bolster the group's morale, and as the villagers moved swiftly to their assigned roles, Celeste recognized the importance of her position. With the weight of leadership pressing upon her, she felt a determined clarity settle within her. As the villagers began to mobilize, Celeste felt the atmosphere shift, the earlier shock of the attack giving way to a fierce determination. However, she noticed a few villagers lingering on the outskirts of the group, uncertainty knitting their brows as they exchanged worried glances. Do we really know how to handle this? One woman questioned softly, her voice shaking. This isn't just a minor threat. What if we fail to protect ourselves? Celeste felt a pang of empathy. She could see the fear in their eyes. We've been through challenges before, she replied, her tone steady. We have the strength and knowledge to face this. We just need to trust each other. Garrick, who had stood back with folded arms, spoke up again. But every time we think we're ready, something goes wrong. How can we prevent that from happening again? The weight of his words hung heavily in the air, and Celeste took a deep breath, knowing this was her moment to reassure them. Every obstacle we've faced has taught us valuable lessons, she said. We might face setbacks, but we're learning to adapt. That's part of our journey. If we focus on what we've built and how we can support each other through this, we can overcome anything. A few villagers nodded, encouraged by her steadfastness, their expressions shifting from doubt to cautious optimism. She watched as the fear began to dissipate, realizing that her confidence had the power to inspire change within her community. As they readied themselves for their tasks, Celeste recognized that this moment was not only about confronting threats, but also about reinforcing the bonds of trust and resilience among her people. As the villagers took up their roles and moved with purpose, Celeste felt a palpable shift in the air, a blend of determination and urgency coursing through the team. She watched as Oliver and a few others set off toward the perimeter, their expressions resolute as they scouted for any signs of danger. Celeste turned her focus back to the remaining villagers, directing them to gather any resources they could find and to be vigilant. Stay close and communicate if you notice anything unusual, she called out, her voice ringing with authority. Among the crowd, she noticed Leela and another villager hurriedly gathering supplies, the urgency of the moment pulling them into action. However, a lingering concern weighed on Celeste. Would the villagers feel prepared enough to face whatever came their way? As if sensing her thoughts, Leela looked over at her, a flicker of determination on her face. We can do this, Celeste. We're ready. Celeste felt grateful for her encouraging spirit, but she also sensed doubt within herself lurking in the shadows. "Let's work together to ensure everyone knows their roles," she replied, her tone firm. "If we support one another, we can navigate this challenge effectively." As tasks were assigned, a sense of camaraderie began to bloom. Celeste saw the villagers lift their heads a little higher, motivated by the shared goal before them. In that moment, she realized that leadership meant not just directing, but also instilling confidence and fostering trust, allowing their collective spirit to shine through adversity. With determination solidifying her resolve, Celeste took a breath and prepared to guide her community into the unknown, ready to face the threats that lay ahead. Celeste felt the energy shift as the villagers moved into action, each person fully engaged in their roles. While some gathered supplies, others kept watch for any signs of the suspicious group returning. The atmosphere was tense, but charged with purpose. Celeste joined a small group preparing a designated safe area, ensuring it was stocked with essential resources like food, water, and medical supplies. As they worked, she noticed Oliver engaged in earnest conversation with a few other villagers, strategizing ways to communicate effectively during their watch and how to share information quickly. "Communication is key," Oliver emphasized, encouraging everyone to create signals or notes to ensure no one was left unaware of potential threats. Celeste felt gratitude swelling within her. Oliver's support and leadership complemented her own, reminding her of how critical partnerships were in the face of adversity. But amidst the productive atmosphere, a feeling of anxiety bubbled beneath the surface as a villager named Thomas hesitated, clutching a makeshift weapon nervously. "What if we are attacked? What if we can't defend ourselves in time?" he voiced, fear glinting in his eyes. Celeste approached him, calm and assuring. "We've prepared for this, Thomas. We may face initial fear, but together we are capable of overcoming anything." She turned back to the group, breathing in their collective energy and resolve, knowing that their unity could be their strongest weapon against outside threats. As the villagers began to exchange strategies, Celeste felt the bond between them solidifying, watching as the lingering fears transformed into determination. In that moment, she understood that her growth had shaped not just her actions, but also the dynamics of her relationships, reinforcing the necessity of trust and collaboration in navigating the path ahead. As the preparations reached a fever pitch, Celeste felt a mix of anxiety and determination weaving together in her heart. The villagers buzzed with energy, yet the earlier tension still lingered, a reminder of the threats they faced. Taking a moment, she gathered her team around her, eager to share her thoughts and solidify their plans moving forward. "Everyone, I know we're facing uncertainty, but we've come so far together," she began, locking eyes with each person in the circle. "We need to channel that into our mission. Each one of you is crucial to our success." Oliver nodded, a determined look on his face. "Let's make sure we're all clear on our roles. We need to have quick communication and support one another." Celeste felt a surge of gratitude for his support, knowing their bond could anchor the group in the face of adversity. However, as they strategized, she noticed that some villagers still carried hesitation, concern stitched into their brows as they considered the risks involved in their next moves. "Can we guarantee our safety?" one villager asked, anxiety tinging her voice. "What if the ambushers retaliate during our preparations?" Taking a deep breath, Celeste replied, "We can't predict their every move, but we can prepare ourselves to react cohesively. This is about using our strengths and remaining adaptable." Her words resonated, and the villagers began to share their insights, each emerging thought contributing to the collective strategy they were forging. As they spoke, Celeste felt her confidence grow. She was not just a weaver of fabric, but a weaver of their future, stitching together hopes and resilience into something tangible and unified. The discussions began to create a network of strategies and contingencies that reflected their growing commitment and collective strength, setting a solid foundation for whatever lay ahead. With their plans taking shape, Celeste felt the flicker of hope reignite among them, knowing they were stronger together. Chapter 23, The Quest for Allies. With the decision made to strengthen their defenses, Celeste and her team set out toward the nearby stronghold, where they hoped to find the support they desperately needed. The sun climbed higher in the sky as they walked, the village receding behind them, replaced by the lush greenery lining the path to the fortress. Each step was filled with purpose. Celeste felt a renewed sense of determination swell within her as she moved alongside her trusted allies. "Once we reach Lord Ember, we have to make our case clear," she said, breaking the silence as they walked. "We need every ounce of support we can gather." Oliver nodded, his expression focused. "Absolutely. If we can show him the urgency of our situation, he may be willing to provide resources and protection." Celeste appreciated his support, feeling the camaraderie of their mission bolster her spirit. As they drew closer to the stronghold, the imposing walls of the fortress loomed ahead, a symbol of both power and protection. "Remember," Celeste added, sensing the weight of the moment, "we must be united in our purpose. This isn't just about seeking aid, it's about forming alliances that will help us all." The villagers exchanged nods, their resolve reinforcing her commitment to the cause. With every step, Celeste prepared herself for the negotiations ahead, aware that words could either forge strong connections or illuminate the risks they faced. As the fortress gates came into view, she took a deep breath, focused on the task ahead, ready to advocate for her village and the promise of a safer future. As they entered the stronghold, Celeste felt a mix of awe and intimidation wash over her. The high ceilings and stone walls echoed with the sounds of bustling activity, nobles and guards moving purposefully through the expansive halls. Standing beside Oliver, she gathered her thoughts, recalling the urgency of their mission as they made their way toward Lord Ember's audience chamber. "Remember," she whispered to him, "we must present our case clearly and passionately. He needs to understand the stakes for our village." Oliver nodded, and together they approached the closed doors of the chamber, uncertainty mingling with determination within her. The guards stationed at the entrance regarded them with a scrutinizing gaze, and Celeste straightened, summoning her confidence. "We wish to speak with Lord Ember," she stated, her voice steady despite the gravity of the moment. After a brief exchange, the guards stepped aside, allowing them to enter. Inside, Lord Ember sat at a grand table, reviewing scrolls and maps. He looked up as they entered, his expression unreadable. "Celeste, Oliver," he greeted, his tone measured. "What brings you here, and why should I offer my aid?" Feeling the weight of his gaze, Celeste took a step forward, her heart racing, but her voice firm. "My lord, our village faces increasing threats. We need your support to ensure our safety and preserve our community." She could see the curiosity spark in Lord Ember's eyes, and she pressed on, determined to present their case. "The recent attacks have shown that we are vulnerable, but we believe that with your help, we can fortify our defenses and protect our people." Celeste noticed Oliver nodding in agreement, reinforcing her words as they collectively sought to convince the nobleman of the urgency of their situation. As Celeste laid out her concerns, she noticed Lord Ember's brow furrow slightly, indicating that her words resonated with him. "Yours is not the only community facing dangers," he replied thoughtfully, leaning back in his chair. "What makes your village's plight different from others?" Oliver stepped forward, seizing the moment. "Our village stands as a beacon of resilience. The ties we've formed have empowered us, but now we face threats that could shatter that unity." Celeste felt a swell of gratitude for Oliver's support, knowing that their shared convictions strengthened their appeal. "We are committed to protecting our homes and those who live in them. An alliance with you could invigorate our community and ensure our survival," she added, her voice firm and unwavering. A murmuration swept across the chamber as Lord Ember considered their proposal. Celeste could feel the weight of the moment, sensing that the outcome would hinge on their ability to convey earnestness and urgency. Just then, a passing noble interjected, "And if you fail to deliver on your promises, what guarantees do we have that your community will not falter under pressure?" Celeste met the noble's gaze, unfazed. "If we are given the chance, we will show our worth. We've already proven that our art and culture can unite us. With your support, we can fortify our defenses and work collaboratively to drive away the threats." The noble exchanged glances with Lord Ember, and Celeste could feel the tide shifting slightly, but knew there was still much at stake. Lord Ember leaned forward. If I provide resources, will you commit to addressing your threats directly? Your words must translate into actions. Yes, my lord, Celeste responded, feeling her resolve hardening as she prepared for the decisions that lay ahead. We will take every step necessary to protect our village and build upon the alliance we seek. Lord Ember held Celeste's gaze, weighing her promise against the backdrop of their conversation. You speak passionately, he said slowly, but actions will speak louder than words. I need to know you can deliver on this commitment. Celeste felt the intensity of the moment sink in. She understood the gravity of what he was asking. This isn't just about securing resources. This is about trust between allies, she replied, her voice steady. I realize that we need to prove our reliability, not just today, but moving forward. The nobleman nodded, his expression softening slightly. Very well, then. I will support your village, but know that I will also expect to see tangible results. The atmosphere in the chamber shifted, the tension easing as hope began to blossom among the villagers present. Oliver exchanged a glance with Celeste, their silent agreement reinforcing the bond they had formed through countless challenges. Thank you, Lord Ember, Celeste breathed, relief flooding her as she felt the weight of uncertainty lift from her shoulders. Prepare yourself, Celeste. I will be watching, the king reminded her, but there was a hint of encouragement in his tone that set a renewed fire in her spirit. As they left the stronghold, Celeste felt buoyed by the support from the nobleman, recognizing that this was not just an opportunity, but a responsibility to uphold the trust placed in her by both the king and her village. Let's head back and share the good news, she said to the team, a smile breaking across her face. With each step toward the village, she could already envision the next stages of their journey, the plans they would put into action, and the growing strength of their community. As Celeste and her team made their way back to the village, the weight of their discussion hung in the air, yet a sense of hope began to pulse among them. The path felt lighter beneath their feet, and the surrounding forests brimmed with life, reflecting the renewed energy they felt after securing Lord Ember's support. Imagine what we can accomplish with this alliance, Oliver said, his voice bright with enthusiasm. Celeste smiled at him, grateful for his faith in their vision. If we maintain our commitment and collaboration, we can indeed forge a safer future for our village. As they approached the village, Celeste could see familiar faces waiting for them, anxiety mixed with curiosity evident in their expressions. Gathering the villagers together, she felt a rush of determination to share the exciting news. We've secured vital support from Lord Ember. He's willing to invest in our community. The atmosphere shifted immediately. Delighted gasps and murmurs of disbelief spread through the crowd, excitement building as they grasped the implications of her announcement. Does this mean we can finally strengthen our defenses? One villager asked, eagerness sparkling in their eyes. Yes, Celeste replied, her voice steady with conviction. But it also means we must show the king that we can work together to protect our stories and our community. A mix of encouragement and accountability permeated the group, the villagers visibly invigorated by the promise of support and the prospect of community engagement. However, as discussions blossomed, Celeste noticed a glance shared between Garrick and some of the other villagers, an underlying skepticism still apparent in their expressions. Will this just be another failed promise? Garrick questioned, crossing his arms defiantly but with a hint of curiosity. What if we can't deliver? Celeste felt a flicker of frustration but chose to address it head-on. We have to believe in our ability to adapt and grow. This is an opportunity for us to demonstrate our strength, and we can't let doubt hold us back. With those words, she sensed their hesitation beginning to fade, understanding her role not just as a leader, but as a source of hope capable of guiding her community through uncertainty. With the village abuzz with energy, Celeste felt energized for the opportunities ahead, what they could achieve through resilience and collaboration. As the villagers buzzed with excitement over the prospect of support, Celeste felt a wave of determination course through her. Let's not waste any time, she urged the crowd, her voice ringing out with conviction. We need to organize how we will utilize the resources we've secured. The villagers nodded, a sense of purpose infusing the atmosphere as they prepared to take action. Celeste quickly outlined specific plans for the funds and supplies, suggesting they gather essential items for strengthening their defenses and launching community projects. Oliver, can you lead a group to organize the resources when they arrive? We'll need to ensure everything is accounted for, she instructed, looking to him for support. Absolutely. I'll get the team together, he replied, the enthusiasm evident in his voice. As the villagers began discussing how to best implement these new resources, Celeste noticed Lila stepping forward with a sketch she had drafted. What if we create community centers where people can gather for storytelling and workshops? It'll involve everyone and strengthen our connections. Celeste felt a rush of gratitude, seeing how Lila's creativity added depth to their plans. That's a fantastic idea. We can distribute skills and knowledge, making sure no one feels left out. Yet amidst the excitement, a few villagers hesitated, uncertainty still woven into their expressions. What if our timelines overlap, or we can't manage it all? One asked, their concern evident. Celeste paused, absorbing their worries, then spoke with conviction. We'll take it one step at a time. If we maintain open communication and support one another, we can navigate any challenges. As discussions flowed, Celeste felt the group's energy shift again, the apprehension softening as they began to see the possibility of their collective strength. She sensed that her experiences had prepared her well. This time, she felt ready to lead her community toward a brighter, united future. Chapter 24. The Crucial Decision. As the villagers prepared for the upcoming exhibition, Celeste felt an urgent shift in her spirit, recognizing that the stakes had never been higher. In the days leading up to the event, she had carefully organized every detail, but doubt still lingered in the corners of her mind. Standing in the square, she gazed at the vibrant decorations and the tapestry that symbolized their collective story, feeling both pride and the mounting pressure of expectations. Today, she decided, would mark a turning point, not just for the exhibition, but for her journey as a leader. With the crowd slowly gathering, Celeste felt a mix of excitement and apprehension wash over her. Today, we showcase not only our art, but the heart of our village, she announced, her voice steady as she addressed the assembly, drawing their attention. Yet, whispers of concern rippled through the villagers, a reminder of the fears that had accompanied their preparations. What if the king doesn't appreciate what we have to offer? Someone murmured, uncertainty lacing their voice. Celeste took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment upon her shoulders. Whatever happens today, we need to stay true to ourselves and our stories. We've worked too hard to let doubt derail us now. The villagers looked to her with mixed feelings, but Celeste recognized the flicker of resilience in their eyes. With a firm resolve, she understood that today was not just about showcasing their work, but about reinforcing the bonds of trust and unity that had formed throughout their journey. With the villagers assembled, Celeste felt the urge to move quickly. Let's finalize our tasks before the king arrives, she called, her tone infused with urgency as she began distributing roles one last time. She pointed to the various displays. Oliver, make sure the food is ready at the front of the square. Anya, can you help set up the storytelling corner? They sprang into action, each person eager to contribute, their earlier doubts receding in the face of her enthusiasm. As they worked, Celeste noticed the tension beginning to lift, camaraderie blossoming among them as they prepared to present their unified front. She turned to Lila, who had taken on the responsibility of gathering stories. Have you managed to collect different narratives from everyone? They need to be ready for presentation, she asked, sensing Lila's passion for the task. Yes, they're all excited to share. I think it'll really resonate with the king, Lila responded, determination crystal clear in her eyes. Celeste felt a rush of gratitude as she saw hope reflected in the faces of those around her. Yet, just as confidence surged, a whispered concern surfaced from one of the older villagers. I just hope our efforts not go unnoticed again. What if he dismisses us like last time? Celeste paused, understanding the weight of their worries, but unwilling to let fear creep in. We've come too far to let that happen. Today, we show him the strength of our community, not just with our art, but with our shared stories, she declared. emboldened by their progress. Her words carried a weight, and she could see the renewed determination brewing in the crowd. As the villagers breathed in her conviction, Celeste sensed that the lingering doubts were beginning to dissipate, replaced by a collective spirit ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As the villagers embraced their roles with renewed fervor, Celeste began to map out the layout for the exhibition, ensuring everything was tailored to highlight their stories. She moved from group to group, offering encouragement while overseeing the arrangements, her heart swelling with pride at the sight of their collaborative efforts. But amid the bustle, she noticed a small cluster of villagers standing apart, their expressions uncertain as they exchanged worried glances. Approaching them, Celeste could sense their unease. "What's holding you back?" she asked gently, trying to draw them into the fold. One elder spoke up, voice trembling. "We've faced disappointments before, Celeste. What if the king doesn't see our worth? What if we're just setting ourselves up for failure again?" Celeste felt the weight of their fears, remembering the stories of past failures that had burdened the village. "I understand your concerns," she responded, her tone empathetic. "But we have grown so much stronger together. This exhibition isn't just about the king's approval, it's about celebrating who we are." She took a moment to look each of them in the eye, willing them to see the truth in her words. "This is our opportunity to be heard and to show that our community is resilient," she continued, her resolve strengthening. "We will not let fear dictate our actions. We have too much to share." The villagers exchanged glances, a flicker of hope igniting within their group. Encouraged, Celeste pressed on, reminding them of their accomplishments and the unity they had created. "Let's showcase our art, our stories. We each have a vital role to play, and together we can make an impact." She could see the weight of doubt beginning to lift as some nodded, inspired by her confidence and passion. The discussion among the villagers resumed, their voices filled with renewed energy as they began to embrace the collective spirit Celeste had fostered. With the villagers rejuvenated by Celeste's words, they began collaborating more seamlessly, each person diving deeper into their tasks. Celeste focused on ensuring that their mission aligned with their collective identity, absorbing their energy and enthusiasm. As the layout came together, she felt an overwhelming sense of unity, a realization that each contribution mattered to the greater tapestry they were crafting. Yet, even amidst the momentum, she sensed a flicker of uncertainty from Garrick, who stood at the edge of the preparations, his arms crossed tightly. "Are we really prepared for the king's scrutiny?" he asked, his voice filled with doubt as he observed the ongoing arrangements. Celeste turned toward him, determination igniting within her. "We are more prepared than we've ever been. Each of our efforts reflects who we are as a village. We won't let fear undermine that." The villagers were invigorated by her resolve, and she could see Oliver nodding in support, the bond among them strengthening further. "Let's remember the spirit of this exhibition," she continued, her voice firm. "It's about celebrating our community and reinforcing the connections we share." In the heart of the gathering, the villagers shifted resolutely, their unified purpose becoming palpable as they embraced her vision. Celeste rallied them, guiding them as they tightened their focus, ready to showcase their art, their stories, and their resilience in a strong display of solidarity. As they worked together, she felt a renewed sense of commitment settle in her heart, the transformation of doubt into courage, mirroring her own growth as a leader. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the village square, Celeste felt a surge of urgency pushing her forward. With their efforts reaching a critical point, she gathered the villagers to conduct a final review of their preparations. "Everyone, let's ensure that our exhibition is not only complete, but reflects our unity and hard work," she called out, her voice resonating with purpose. The villagers shuffled closer, their excitement returning as they began to finalize the last details. Artworks were positioned, tables were set, and food was arranged. Celeste moved to oversee the setup of the tapestry, her heart pounding as she adjusted its placement, ensuring that it served as the focal point of their presentation. She noticed several villagers exchanging stories about what they had learned throughout the preparation process, their laughter filling the air and easing the earlier tension. "Let's make sure we share those stories during the exhibition," Celeste suggested, her spirit lifting as she encouraged them to engage further with their audience. The villagers nodded, eager to embrace the opportunity to connect with visitors through their art and experiences. However, Celeste caught a glimpse of doubt in Garrick's eyes as he observed the details being put into place. Will anyone truly care beyond the surface? What if our efforts are wasted on an uninterested audience? He asked, the skepticism in his voice reflecting concerns that had been echoing in the background. Celeste felt that familiar pang of frustration, but took a breath to steady herself. If we don't believe in the worth of our stories, we risk diminishing our own strength. We must show our true selves. The crowd began to murmur again, the energy shifting toward a more supportive tone as her words began to take root. Seeing Garrick soften, Celeste pressed on. Today isn't just about this exhibition. It's about reclaiming our identity and ensuring our voice is heard. With that awareness blossoming within her, she felt empowered to lead her team through whatever uncertainties lay ahead, ready to secure their place in both art and community. As the final touches were made and the villagers stepped back to admire their work, Celeste felt a swell of pride wash over her. The square was transformed, vibrant with the colors of their collective efforts. The tapestry at the center pulsed with life, surrounded by thoughtful displays of art and food that captured the essence of their community. Taking a moment, she allowed herself to absorb the atmosphere, the excitement palpable as children darted around, laughter spilling into the air. "Look at what we've created," she exclaimed, her voice filled with joy. "This is more than just an exhibition. It's a reflection of our heart and spirit." The villagers gathered around, beaming with satisfaction, some sharing stories about how their contributions intertwined with one another, creating a narrative rich with history. Celeste noticed Garrick standing nearby, his usual doubt replaced by a tentative smile as he gazed at the tapestry. "I never thought it would come together like this," he admitted, his tone shifting from skepticism to appreciation. "Exactly. It's proof of what we can achieve when we unite," Celeste responded, her heart glimmering with hope at his newfound perspective. Just then, a few villagers approached, carrying freshly baked goods with smiles, ready to set them out for display. As they placed the items down, the energy of the crowd surged again, everyone feeling invigorated by the collective effort that had led them to this moment. "Let's make sure to share our stories as people come through," Celeste suggested, excitement bubbling within her. "We want them to feel the essence of our community." With the villagers nodding in agreement, Celeste felt the bonds of trust and collaboration solidify among them, a strong foundation they could build upon. In that moment, she understood that this exhibition was not merely an event, but a catalyst for lasting change, propelling them toward new adventures and challenges ahead. Chapter 25, The Call to Action. The village, now buzzing with renewed energy, felt different in the wake of the exhibition. Celeste stood at the edge of the square, watching as villagers engaged in conversation, their expressions illuminated by the promise of new possibilities. She knew they had turned a corner together, and the outcomes of the day had ignited a fire within their community. With a sense of urgency, Celeste decided it was time to harness this newfound spirit into actionable efforts. "Let's come together again to discuss our next steps," she called, gathering the villagers once more, her voice cutting through the lingering excitement. She felt the excitement in the air as everyone turned to face her, ready to engage in meaningful discussion about their future. "We've seen how art can inspire unity and collaboration," Celeste continued, sensing momentum building. "Now we need to think about how we can expand on this." As they formed a circle, she noticed Oliver stepping forward confidently, eager to share his ideas. "We can start hosting regular markets that showcase local art and crafts. That way, we can keep engaging the community and attract visitors." The villagers began to murmur in agreement, but Celeste caught a glimpse of hesitation in some eyes, a thread of doubt still lingering. "What if we can't keep up this level of enthusiasm?" one villager asked, a frown creasing their forehead. Celeste addressed the concern directly, her tone resolute. We'll start small. Each new initiative can grow as we learn and adapt. Our unity is our strength. Feeling the echoes of previous doubts, she knew she had to reassure them once more. Every effort counts, and each voice plays a vital role in shaping our future. With her words resonating among them, excitement ignited as they began discussing logistics, planning how to sustain their community's spirit beyond the exhibition. Celeste felt the thrill of possibility surge within her, knowing that their journey was far from over, and together they could build something truly lasting. With determination, Celeste began to outline the details of their new initiative, feeling the energy of the villagers as they leaned in closer, eager to contribute. Everyone has something to offer, she announced, her voice ringing with clarity. Let's create task forces for organizing the markets, promoting them, and coordinating the arts workshops. She moved among the crowd, noting the skills that each villager brought, matching them to various roles. Leela, you can lead the artistic coordination. Your vision will inspire others in the workshops, she said, her eyes shining with confidence in her friend. Leela's face lit up, excitement replacing any previous hesitation. I'd love that. We could even invite guest artists to join us. Celeste nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. And anyone else with ideas for our markets should share and get involved. We want everyone's voice included in this. However, a villager raised a hand, concern creeping into his voice. What if we overwhelm ourselves? Organizing this will take time, and we can't afford mistakes. Celeste paused, acknowledging the validity of his concern. We'll start gradually. We can set up small markets first to test the waters. If we keep communication open, we'll adapt as we go. Seeing the villagers begin to nod, she felt the tension start to lift, their fear transforming into cautious optimism. I can help with logistics, Oliver chimed in. I'll make sure everything runs smoothly, from supply lists to schedules. With fresh confidence circulating among the group, Celeste felt a rush of admiration for the community rallying around her vision. In that moment, she recognized how her leadership had matured, allowing her to guide not just plans, but the collective ambition of her village into meaningful action. The villagers began to engage more actively, discussing what Celeste had laid out in her plan with growing enthusiasm. Some shared ideas about themes for the markets, while others proposed different types of art that could be showcased, each suggestion building upon the last. I think it would be great to highlight local crafts and foods, one villager suggested. We should celebrate what makes our village unique. Absolutely, Celeste replied, feeling the pulse of inspiration flow through the group. Every detail contributes to the story we want to share. As they brainstormed, she noticed a mix of excitement and apprehension in the eyes of the villagers. The prospect of organizing these events was daunting yet invigorating. Garrick, still navigating his earlier skepticism, spoke up again. What about the logistics? Coordinating this with so many people will be a challenge. How do we ensure that it all runs smoothly? Celeste recognized the concern in his voice, the practicality rooted in his fears. We'll create smaller teams to manage different aspects, she replied, her tone firm. If we break tasks down, it'll be easier to handle. We've learned to adapt through our experiences. As she spoke, the crowd began to nod, energized by the practicality of her approach. Let's also set regular meetings to check in on everyone's progress, Oliver added, his eyes bright with enthusiasm. That way, we can adjust our plans together if something isn't working. Celeste felt the weight of responsibility lighten, surrounded by a community eager to contribute and support one another. In this collaborative spirit, she sensed that their collective efforts were already strengthening their connections, paving the way for a future filled with shared stories and resilience. Celeste smiled, ready to embrace the journey ahead with the confidence that they could face whatever challenges arose together. As the villagers continued to strategize, Celeste felt an unwavering sense of determination solidify within her. She stepped back to observe the dynamic shifts happening in their discussions, the vibrant energy reflecting their engagement and commitment to the upcoming markets. Let's ensure that we highlight the diversity of our talents, Celeste encouraged, eager to promote collaboration among the artists and artisans. Each person's contribution matters. As they shared ideas, a few younger villagers shyly voiced thoughts about how they could incorporate new forms of art, like music and performance, into the festivities. "I think we should have a storytelling session alongside our displays," one young boy suggested, his voice barely rising above the others. "That's a brilliant idea," Celeste exclaimed, thrilled to see youth stepping forward with creative concepts. "We can weave together the tales of our village and showcase our culture even further." However, the excitement drew hesitance from a few of the older villagers, who were still buried in their skepticism. "What if it gets too chaotic with so many activities?" one elder cautioned, crossing her arms as she observed the enthusiasm building. Celeste met her gaze, acknowledging the concern while maintaining her resolve. "Then we adapt. We can keep the main focus on our art while allowing flexibility in how we engage with the audience." Feeling the weight of her words, she sensed the crowd's uncertainty softening, giving rise to conversations filled with eagerness rather than fear. In that shared moment, Celeste recognized the essence of her journey. Each setback had transformed into a learning opportunity, and now they were crafting pathways toward a vibrant future together. With each suggestion and contribution, she could feel the connections strengthening, the commitment to their mission becoming more palpable, readying them for the adventures yet to come. As the session continued, Celeste felt a palpable wave of motivation wash over the villagers, each eager to contribute toward the upcoming initiatives. They gathered materials, shared ideas, and exchanged stories that added depth to their collective plans. "Let's create a timeline for our preparations," she suggested, her voice clear as she began organizing their tasks. "We'll need to outline deadlines for gathering supplies, arranging the market, and finalizing the artistic displays." Instantly, voices chimed in, offering their insights on how to structure the timeline effectively, enthusiasm threading through the excitement of collaboration. One villager leaned forward. "What if we hold weekly check-ins to ensure everyone stays on track? It will help us keep the momentum." "That's a fantastic idea," Celeste replied, impressed by their foresight. "Regular communication will allow us to adapt and pivot as necessary. We can overcome any last-minute challenges together." As discussions flowed, she made sure to acknowledge each contribution, weaving their individual ideas into the growing framework of their plans. Garrick stood by, observing the transformation unfolding in the group. "It's really inspiring to see everyone coming together like this," he commented, a hint of surprise in his tone. Celeste felt gratitude wash over her at hearing his support. "We are stronger as a united front. This is our moment to shine." The villagers continued to express their eagerness to participate and collaborate, energized by the collective spirit that had blossomed. In that moment, Celeste understood that her efforts to foster a sense of teamwork had truly begun to pay off, propelling her community toward a bright future and inspiring her own leadership journey. As the villagers continued to brainstorm and iron out details, Celeste felt a wave of fulfillment wash over her. The atmosphere buzzed with collaboration. Ideas flowed freely, and the community seemed more united than ever. She stepped back, admiring how everyone was engaged, each person's contributions shaping their shared narrative. Realizing how critical the next steps were, she called the group together again to solidify their plans. "Let's regroup and ensure we have a clear vision moving forward," Celeste said, her voice ringing with determination as she looked around at the eager faces of her fellow villagers. Oliver moved to the front and shared his notes from their discussions. "We have a solid plan for the market, and I believe if we stick to the timeline we've created, we can really make an impact." A few villagers chimed in with additional thoughts, enhancing the framework they had built together. Tomas, a young boy filled with creative energy, raised his hand. "Can we also include some games for the kids? It would keep them entertained and attract more families." Celeste smiled, seeing the willingness of the villagers to think beyond the immediate. "That's a great suggestion. Including fun activities will definitely enhance the atmosphere." However, as the discussions continued, a sigh from Garrick caught her attention. "Are we sure that all this will be enough? What if we end up with too much going on and lose focus?" Celeste sensed the ripple of unease running through the group and stepped closer to reassure him. Garrick, we've laid a strong foundation. Let's embrace the flexibility we've discussed. If something isn't working, we can adjust on the fly. The villagers began to murmur, sharing nods of agreement as they drew strength from her confidence. Feeling a renewed sense of purpose, Celeste smiled at them, recognizing that this collective effort not only represented their art, but also their community's resilience in the face of uncertainty. With the plans taking shape, she was ready to lead them into this new venture, knowing that they would face challenges together and emerge stronger on the other side. Chapter 26, The Test of Trust. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the square, Celeste felt a palpable sense of urgency in the air. She had gathered her team to prepare for the upcoming mission to find Mira, but unease soon wedged its way into the atmosphere. A few villagers were still buzzing with excitement from the exhibition, but the tension surrounding Mira's absence loomed like a dark cloud overhead. "Today is crucial," Celeste announced, her voice cutting through the noise. "We need to retrieve Mira and ensure everyone's safety." The villagers nodded, but Celeste could see doubt flicker in their eyes, their earlier confidence shaken by the weight of their mission. Garrick stood near the back, his arms crossed, and she sensed the familiar skepticism returning. What if we're not prepared? What if we face the same dangers as before? Celeste felt a rush of determination, unwilling to let fear undermine their purpose. "We have learned from our past experiences. We are stronger and more organized than before." A murmur of agreement spread through the group, but doubts still simmered beneath the surface as the villagers exchanged wary glances. "We've faced these challenges together, and that has prepared us for what lies ahead," she continued, stepping closer to the group. "It's time we put that preparation into action." With her words igniting a flicker of hope, she felt the energy begin to shift. "Let's gather our supplies and form teams," she urged, her heart racing as she organized the villagers into those who would search and those who would stay behind to guard the village. In that moment, she recognized that her growth as a leader had prepared her to guide them through the uncertainties they would face together. Celeste quickly organized her villagers, urging them to gather their supplies and weapons for the mission ahead. "Let's split into pairs," she instructed, her voice ringing with authority as she assessed the crowd. "One group will search the surrounding woods while the other stays close to the village to watch for any threats." Oliver stepped forward, ready to take action. "I'll lead the searching group. We can cover more ground and communicate quickly if we find anything." Celeste nodded, feeling gratitude swell within her for his initiative. "Perfect. Make sure to stay in contact and return if anything seems amiss." As the villagers began assembling their gear, Celeste sensed a mix of anxiety and determination circulating. In the corner of the square, she spotted Garrick contemplating their plan, uncertainty still etched upon his features. "Are we really ready for this?" he asked, the weight of his voice carrying doubt. "What if we come across the suspicious group?" Celeste felt the familiar anxiety rise, but quickly steadied herself. "We've prepared for every scenario. We need to trust in our abilities and the strategies we've developed together." Garrick shifted, uncertainty still lingering in his eyes, but Celeste could see him reconsidering. "Together, we are capable of overcoming any obstacles," she added, feeling a surge of confidence as her conviction resonated among the villagers. As they prepared to set out, Celeste felt the exhilaration of leadership settle upon her, a commitment to guide her community through the uncertainty ahead. With a final glance at her tapestry, a symbol of their shared strength, she took a deep breath, ready to face the unknown challenges in the search for Mira. As the group set off into the surrounding woods, Celeste felt a mix of apprehension and determination bubbling within her. She watched as Oliver led his team deeper into the forest, their figures gradually disappearing into the trees, and a rush of gratitude surged through her for their bravery. Turning her attention to the villagers remaining in the square, Celeste felt the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. "Let's remain vigilant." She called out to those still gathered, positioning them for defense and ensuring they were prepared for any potential threats. One of the elder villagers stepped forward, his hands trembling slightly. "What if nothing happens? What if we've acted too hastily?" Celeste met his gaze with empathy. We've faced uncertainty before, and it's taught us to be ready for anything. Our preparation is our strength, whether it's acting or staying behind. Nods of understanding spread through the crowd, but a flicker of doubt still hung in the air. Celeste sensed the need to reassure her community. Remember why we're doing this. It's not just about finding Mira, but ensuring every member of our village feels safe as we move forward. With her words resonating, she encouraged them to share their thoughts and feelings, allowing the villagers to express their lingering fears while supporting each other. In the atmosphere that followed, Celeste could feel the collective resolve strengthening, a reminder that unity would guide them through any uncertainty ahead. As the minutes passed, Celeste kept a keen eye on the tree line, determined to hold her ground, knowing that how she navigated this moment would define the relationships within her community for the future. As the minutes ticked by in anxious anticipation, Celeste's eyes darted toward the surrounding trees, her senses heightened. With everyone stationed around the square, she felt every heartbeat echo in her ears, the weight of the mission pressing heavily upon her. In the distance, she could hear branches snapping underfoot, an unsettling reminder of uncertainty. "Stay alert," she urged, scanning the tree line for any sign of movement, aware that another attack could arise at any moment. Some villagers exchanged nervous glances, their earlier confidence wavering as fear crept back in. Then, a loud shout echoed from deep within the woods, cutting through the silence and sending the villagers on high alert. Celeste's heart raced, adrenaline surging as she quickly signaled for everyone to stay together. "Follow my lead. We need to be prepared for whatever comes." She sensed the villagers rallying around her, their commitment reinstated as they awaited the unknown. The tension thickened, each moment stretching out longer than the last as they waited for clarity amid the chaos of the approaching noise. With determination solidifying in her chest, Celeste took a deep breath, ready to confront whatever threat lay ahead, confident in the strength and unity of her team. "Together, we will face this," she declared, her voice rising above the growing uncertainty, striving to remind them that their true strength lay in their solidarity. As the commotion intensified, Celeste felt her pulse quicken, adrenaline coursing through her veins as she surveyed the square. "Prepare yourselves," she shouted, rallying her team to assume their positions while keeping their eyes trained on the tree line. The guards flew into action, distributing makeshift weapons and creating a defensive perimeter around the villagers gathered near the center of the square. Celeste stood at the forefront, her heart racing as she met the gaze of her fellow villagers, their trust in her palpable as they aligned behind her. "Stay focused," she urged them, her voice steady and resolute. "We've prepared for moments like this. We will protect our home together." Yet, uncertainty still buzzed beneath the surface, threading through the crowd as murmurs rippled about what might be lurking in the shadows. Just then, a familiar figure burst through the brush. Oliver returned, breathless and wide-eyed. The scouts spotted movement. "They're gathering not far ahead, and it looks like we might have company." "Everyone, hold your positions," Celeste commanded, her voice breaking through the chaos as she directed the villagers. "Use the barriers we set up. If they approach, we'll channel them into our defenses." The tension escalated as the team tightened their formation, the fear in the air transforming into determination. With her heart pounding, Celeste scanned the area for any signs of the suspicious group, feeling the weight of leadership settle firmly on her shoulders. "Trust in what we've built," she encouraged, ready to navigate the uncertainty looming over them. Her voice rang clear, pushing back against the palpable fear, allowing them to harness their collective resolve as they prepared to face whatever threat lay ahead. As the tension hung in the air, Celeste felt the collective energy of her villagers transform into a powerful resolve. Nudging closer together, they exchanged quick glances of determination, ready to face the unknown threats encircling them. "Remember our training," she reminded them, her voice steady as she reassured her team in the face of uncertainty. "We've prepared for moments like this, but we need to act as one." With those words, she noticed Oliver and a few others readying their makeshift weapons, their expressions a mix of fear and bravery that mirrored her own. The sudden sound of crackling branches broke through the tension once more, causing everyone to flinch, eyes darting toward the tree line. A group emerged, silhouetted against the thick foliage, and Celeste's heart raced as she prepared herself for what was to come. "Hold your positions," she shouted, her voice sharp and commanding as the villagers tightened their formation. The newcomers paused, glancing at each other, confusion evident in their body language but quick to regain composure. "Are you ready?" Oliver whispered, fear tinging his question as he gripped his weapon tighter. Celeste nodded, steeling herself for the confrontation. "Together, we face this. We won't let fear dictate our actions." As the tension reached its peak, she felt restored strength among the villagers, recognizing that they were not just a team but a brotherhood, ready to defend what mattered most. With one last look at the approaching figures, Celeste breathed deeply and focused, channeling her energy into the resolve she had cultivated throughout her journey. Chapter 27, The Plan in Motion. With the plan finally in motion, Celeste felt a mix of exhilaration and urgency as they set out to confront the suspicious group. The village felt alive with anticipation, each villager carrying the weight of their commitment to protect their home. Celeste led the way, heart pounding with both fear and determination as they navigated the familiar path that twisted through the woods. "Remember, we must remain adaptable," she reminded her team, her eyes scanning the surroundings. "Stay alert and be ready to improvise if things don't go as planned." The group nodded, a palpable sense of focus settling among them as the sounds of nature surrounded them, the rustling of leaves adding to the atmosphere of suspense. She glanced back to see Oliver at the rear, ensuring no one lagged behind, his protective nature shining through as he moved with purpose. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Celeste felt a rush of adrenaline. Every step brought them closer to uncovering the truth and putting their plans into action. "Let's move quietly," she instructed, her voice dropping to a whisper as they maneuvered stealthily among the trees. The team fell into a rhythm, each person focused on the task at hand, heightened senses alert to every sound and shadow around them. Celeste felt a newfound strength emerge within her, ready to lead with conviction as they approached their destination, determined to face whatever challenges awaited them. As they approached the clearing where the suspicious group was rumored to gather, Celeste held up a hand, signaling for everyone to stop. The tension in the air was palpable, and she quickly scanned the area, searching for any signs of movement. "Stay low and watch for signals," she instructed quietly, her heart racing as her mind replayed their previous encounters. Celeste noticed Oliver at the front, eyes narrowed and focused, ready to act at a moment's notice. Tomas, who had insisted on joining the scouting mission, fidgeted nervously beside her, glancing around as if expecting danger to spring from the trees. "You got this," Celeste whispered to him, offering a reassuring smile. "Just remember what we talked about. Stick together." The group nodded, affirming their understanding, though the tension remained high. Celeste felt a rush of responsibility settle within her. Their safety was now linked as tightly as the threads in her tapestry. "On my mark, we'll move into the clearing," she said, gathering their trust with each word. "Keep your eyes open, and if anything feels off, we adapt and retreat." With their heads nodding in agreement, she took a moment to harness the strength emanating from her team, feeling the shared determination bond them, ready to face the unknown that awaited. "Let's go," Celeste whispered, leading the charge forward as they stepped into the clearing, where the uncertain fate of their village hung in the balance. As they stepped into the clearing, Celeste's senses heightened, each sound and movement around her sharpening into acute awareness. The sight before them was daunting. A small group of the suspicious individuals gathered around a fire, their voices low as they plotted, seemingly unaware of Celeste and her team nearby. "Stay behind the trees," she whispered, signaling to the villagers to remain hidden as they assessed the situation. Celeste watched intently, her heart racing as she observed the dynamics among the group. A leader-like figure was leaning closer to others, clearly asserting authority. She glanced to Oliver, who was crouched beside her, signaling that he would circle around to get a better view, his eyes filled with purpose. Tomas shifted nervously, and Celeste placed a calming hand on his shoulder, reminding him of their unity and strength. "We can do this together. Stay focused." As they observed, one of the suspicious individuals suddenly stood, looking around as if sensing something was amiss. "Did you hear that?" he asked, prompting an uneasy shift in his companions. Celeste felt her pulse quicken, aware that any sudden movement could trigger a confrontation. "We need to be ready to act," she urged, her heart pounding in anticipation. With the tension building, she turned back to the group, willing them to remain patient, knowing they would need to be nimble and cooperative at this pivotal moment. This was not just a test of strength. It was an opportunity to demonstrate their resolve as a united community. As the suspicious individuals continued their low conversation, Celeste felt a surge of determination pulse through her. "Oliver, can you slip further around to gauge their numbers?" she whispered, sensing the urgency in the air. He nodded, careful not to make a sound, and quietly moved away, blending into the shadows of the trees surrounding the clearing. Tomas shifted anxiously at her side, eyes wide as he peered at the gathering. "What do we do if they spot us?" "Stay calm," Celeste replied, her voice firm but soothing. "We'll adapt to whatever happens. Right now, we gather as much information as we can." Suddenly, the leader among the suspicious group turned and scanned the surroundings, and Celeste felt her heart leap into her throat. "Did you hear something?" he called out, his voice sharp with suspicion. Celeste motioned for everyone to remain still, holding her breath as the tension in the air thickened. "Oliver, come back," she whispered urgently, feeling the need for everyone to regroup. As Oliver swiftly returned, she quickly shared her assessment of the situation. "We need to decide if we can confront them or if we should retreat," she said, assessing the determination in each villager's eyes. "Confronting them could put us in danger," Garrick interjected quietly, considering their options. Celeste sensed his hesitation but countered. "We have the element of surprise on our side. If we act decisively, we can catch them off guard." With the villagers glancing at one another, weighing the risks, she felt the energy of their shared resolve gathering strength. "Either way, we must work as one," she urged, knowing that their unity could tip the scales in their favor. Every moment counted, and Celeste understood that whatever choice they made had to resonate with the courage they had built together. As the murmurs from the suspicious group grew louder, Celeste felt the weight of the moment pressing down on her. "Now is the time," she said, her voice steady. "We need to act before they have a chance to regroup." Turning to her team, she directed them with clear intent. "Oliver, circle around and position yourself behind them. We want to catch them off guard. Lila, stay close to me. We'll create a distraction." Oliver nodded, slipping off into the shadows, his movements quick and agile. Celeste turned to Lila, who looked both anxious and excited. "When I give the signal, use the rope we prepared to create a barrier. We need to limit their escape routes." Lila took a deep breath, her determination evident. "I'm ready." Celeste drew in a breath, her heart pounding as she glanced at Tomas, who still seemed uncertain. "Stay by my side, and whatever happens, trust in our plan." With everyone now positioned, the tension hung thick in the air as Celeste gathered her courage. She could feel eyes on her, the weight of responsibility blending with the adrenaline surging through her veins. "On my count," she whispered, lifting her hand as a signal for the villagers to prepare. 3, 2, 1. Celeste burst forward, her shouts breaking the silence as she waved her arms to attract the group's attention. "Over here! We're not afraid!" The unexpected charge caught the suspicious individuals off guard, and she watched as their expressions shifted from surprise to confusion. In that moment, the resolve of her community surged behind her as they followed her lead, ready to confront the threat together. As Celeste's shout echoed through the clearing, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. The suspicious group, momentarily stunned, scrambled to react, unsure of how to respond to the sudden confrontation. Celeste felt the surge of adrenaline course through her body as she charged forward, her heart pounding with determination. "Now!" she shouted, signaling for her team to execute their plan. Oliver emerged from the side, his movements swift and calculated, helping to flank the group as the villagers rallied behind Celeste. The trap set earlier sprang into action, catching one of the ambushers off guard, and the chaos intensified as Celeste pressed forward, determined to lead her team decisively. "Stay together," she yelled, her voice ringing out as she pushed through the thickening fray, urging her villagers to unite against the threat. The unity she had cultivated among her team shone brightly. They moved together, each member aware of their role, executing their tasks with precision. Celeste witnessed Lila demonstrating impressive resolve, using the rope to create barriers and restrict the movement of the ambushers, enhancing their strategic advantage. With every passing second, she felt the tides shifting, her confidence rising as they adapted to the fluidity of the confrontation. Every moment of shared struggle reminded her how far they had come, and she knew this was a testament not just to her leadership, but to the strength they had built as a community. Celeste pressed on, determined to reclaim the narrative of their village and reinforce the bonds forged through their collective resilience. Chapter 28, The Confrontation. As the confrontation unfolded, Celeste felt the adrenaline coursing through her. Her focus sharpened as each moment dictated the flow of their actions. The clash of bodies and the shouts of her team echoed around her, a chaotic symphony fueled by urgency and determination. Celeste directed the effort, moving quickly between her villagers, keeping an eye on their positions as they executed the plan they had prepared together. "Keep pushing forward," she shouted, her voice strong, urging them to maintain their momentum against the group they faced. She spotted Oliver maneuvering skillfully around the edge, using the advantage of surprise to flank the ambushers and lead in a coordinated attack. The sight of him ignited her confidence even further. He embodied the very spirit of their community's resilience. In the thick of the action, Celeste took note of the villagers around her, some defending a position, others working to disarm the remaining allies of the ambushers, each action intertwining in a dance of courage. Suddenly, one of the attackers lunged towards her, and instinct kicked in. Celeste sidestepped swiftly, narrowly avoiding the threat and redirecting her energy into a rallying cry for her team. "We stand together. We will not back down," she yelled, feeling the resolve from her earlier conversations surge through her, carrying everyone forward. Every moment was crucial. This was more than just a test of strength. It was a pivotal demonstration of what their community could achieve when united against adversity. As the confrontation intensified, Celeste worked tirelessly alongside her team, adrenaline fueling her every move. She coordinated their efforts with precision, guiding her villagers to specific positions as they pressed against their attackers. "Oliver, keep that flank secure. We can't let them escape," she shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. Oliver responded without hesitation, positioning himself strategically to protect their side while keeping a keen eye on the shifting dynamics of the skirmish. Celeste scanned the area, assessing their opponents and looking for weaknesses in their formation. Suddenly, she spotted a gap in the ambushers' defenses, and an instinct drove her forward. "Now! Let's push through that opening." With her signal, the villagers surged ahead, determination stamped on their faces as they embodied the spirit of unity that Celeste had fostered. The air was thick with tension as they advanced, and as Celeste led the charge, she felt a surge of empowerment flow through her, propelling her to act decisively. They clashed with the ambushers, the sound of the struggle filling the air, each villager fighting not just for their own safety, but for the strength of their community. Amidst the frenzy, Celeste positioned herself strategically, ready to react to any unexpected variables that could arise, demonstrating her commitment to both her people and their mission. This was not just a fight, it was a crucial moment in her journey, a testament to her growth as a leader, ready to stand tall against adversity. As the clash continued, Celeste felt the adrenaline fueling her every move. She darted between her villagers, ensuring everyone remained focused on the task at hand. "Watch your left," she yelled, alerting a teammate just in time to avoid an incoming strike. The villagers responded with instinctual coordination, their movements reflecting trust built through practice and shared purpose. In the midst of the chaos, Celeste quickly glanced around, her eyes sharp as she assessed how her strategy was unfolding. She saw Oliver leading a small group in a flanking maneuver, successfully diverting attention from her side of the skirmish. However, she also noticed a few villagers struggling to maintain their ground, uncertainty creeping in as they faced the attackers. "Stay strong. We're all in this together," Celeste called out, her voice rising above the clash of metal and shouts, determined to reinforce their unity. With every shout and gesture, she could feel the dynamics of the confrontation shifting, her confident presence instilling courage in her team. Recognizing a moment of potential leverage, Celeste signaled for a group to fall back slightly, creating space to regroup their efforts and reassess the situation. The shift in tactics took the attackers by surprise, and Celeste seized the opportunity, ready to push forward with renewed vigor. This adaptability showcased her growth. She was no longer merely reacting to events around her. She was orchestrating the rhythm of the battle, guiding her community toward a shared victory. As the tension of the skirmish escalated, Celeste felt her senses sharp and focused, aware that every decision mattered in this moment. She quickly assessed the battlefield, observing the ambushers' movements and the way her villagers responded under pressure. "Keep pushing," she shouted, rallying her team as they fought to maintain their ground. Just then, a villager stumbled back, having lost their footing. Celeste rushed forward, instinctively helping them regain their balance. "Stay with us. You're stronger than this." The villager nodded, determination sparking back into their eyes as they rejoined the fray, fueled by Celeste's encouragement. Nearby, Oliver used his speed to distract a couple of the ambushers, drawing their attention while Celeste seized the opportunity to flank them from behind. She moved with purpose, feeling the adrenaline coursing through her veins, knowing that every calculation had to be precise. However, the chaos of the battle began to shift. One of the ambushers broke free from the group, directly confronting Celeste with a fierce glare. "Your village doesn't stand a chance," he shouted, raising his weapon threateningly. In that crucial moment, Celeste tapped into her inner strength, fueled by the spirit of her community. "We might be small, but we fight together and support each other." Her words echoed through the tumult, and she saw some villagers rallying around her, drawing strength from her conviction. She quickly maneuvered, coordinating with Oliver to flank the ambusher, her movements fluid and decisive. With determination etched on her face, Celeste prepared to confront this challenge head-on, ready to protect not just herself but the entire village she loved. With Celeste's rallying cry echoing amidst the chaos, the villagers surged forward, their resolve solidifying as they faced their attackers with newfound courage. The air filled with determination as they coordinated their movements, each person playing their part in the unfolding confrontation. Oliver darted to Celeste's side, his eyes sparkling with adrenaline. "Let's push through. We can flank them and cut off their escape routes." Celeste nodded, feeling the electric energy of the moment course through her. "Yes! Follow my lead." As they moved as one, Celeste shouted commands, directing her team toward the weak points in the ambushers' formation. "Now," she called, watching as they executed the plan with precision, working together flawlessly to disrupt the attackers' cohesion. She felt a fierce sense of pride well up within her. This was the strength of their community translated into action, enabled by the bonds they had formed. However, just as they made progress, a loud crash erupted nearby. One of the ambushers had knocked over a barrel, sending supplies spilling onto the ground, creating a diversion. Celeste felt a surge of urgency as she redirected her focus, signaling for the villagers to adapt to the chaos. "Regroup. Use the terrain to your advantage." The villagers quickly adjusted, moving together to capitalize on the moment, working seamlessly to adapt their strategy in response to the unexpected variable. In this whirlwind of action, Celeste recognized her growth as a leader. She was no longer just observing, but fully immersed in orchestrating a dynamic response to every challenge they faced. With each decisive maneuver, she felt their collective strength growing, connecting them in a way that transcended their immediate fight. Together, they were formidable, and they would uphold the spirit of their village no matter the odds. As the battle raged on, Celeste felt the fierce rhythm of their collective effort intensify. She moved with purpose, guiding her villagers as they faced their opponents, each member embracing their roles and executing their tasks with determination. Not far from her, Oliver dashed forward, using the cover of the trees to launch a surprise attack on one of the ambushers, catching them off guard and throwing the enemy off balance. Celeste felt a rush of pride watching him. His bravery invigorated them all. However, just as they gained an advantage, an unexpected surge of attackers emerged from the tree line, broadening the scope of the conflict and sending a wave of alarm through the villagers. "Regroup," Celeste shouted, her voice cutting through the din as she assessed their situation. "We need to stick together and focus on our strength in numbers." In the ensuing chaos, she spotted Leela directing some of the younger villagers toward a safer location, ensuring they were out of harm's way while still supporting the main effort. "Over here," Celeste called, signaling to her to join them and team up with others. Leela quickly complied, her face set with determination. "Stay vigilant, everyone. Focus on our tactics," Celeste encouraged, feeling her leadership solidify further as they worked together to push back against the oncoming threats. Amidst the urgency, Celeste felt a sense of clarity washing over her. This was not just about a fight. It was about protecting their home, embodying the spirit of resilience they had cultivated together. Drawing on the bonds she had fostered, Celeste led the villagers deeper into the strategy they had planned, ready to adapt and confront whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 29, After the Storm. As the dust settled from the confrontation, Celeste stood among her villagers, the reality of their hard-fought battle dawning on them. The clearing was marked by the remnants of the struggle, fallen debris and scattered supplies that spoke to the chaos they had just faced. She looked around, taking stock of both their losses and the strength they had displayed in unity. The air was filled with a tense silence, the aftermath settling heavily, and Celeste could see the weariness in her fellow villagers' faces as they processed the events that had transpired. "Gather round," she called, feeling the weight of leadership settle firmly on her shoulders as she took a step forward. As the villagers formed a loose circle around her, their expressions were a mix of exhaustion and relief, still processing what it meant to confront a very real threat together. "We faced danger today, but we did it as a community. We stood together," Celeste began, her voice steady, each word laced with purpose. She could feel the gratitude swelling within her for the bravery displayed by each and every person present. "Though we may have suffered losses, we also emerged stronger. We need to honor those who fought for us and remember the lessons of this experience." Whispers of agreement flitted through the assembled villagers, their resilience slowly building like a gentle wave. "Let's take a moment to assess what has happened, so we can prepare for the future," she continued, noting how the weight of her words began to resonate within the group. Celeste felt a surge of determination flooding her. She understood that the future of their village depended on how they would confront the challenges that lay ahead. It was a heavy burden, but one she was ready to carry for the sake of her community. Celeste wasted no time organizing the villagers, realizing that immediate action was crucial in the wake of their battle. "Let's take stock of what we have," she instructed, her voice cutting through the murmur of post-battle discussions. "We need to determine our losses and what we can salvage." With collective purpose, the villagers began to gather, checking on one another and assessing the aftermath of the confrontation. Celeste noted the weathered expressions on their faces, the weight of their experiences visible in their eyes, but amidst the fatigue she also sensed a growing resilience. "Oliver, can you lead a group to collect any supplies we can use?" she asked, thankful for his reliability. "On it," he replied, his tone focused as he rallied a couple of villagers to help him sift through the debris. Meanwhile, Celeste turned her attention to the others, encouraging them to help patch up any injuries among their group, ensuring that everyone felt supported in the aftermath of the chaos. "Let's work together to heal and restore our strength," she said, her determination ringing out. "We must remind ourselves of who we are as a community, and that includes caring for one another." Some villagers nodded in agreement, and slowly, the atmosphere of uncertainty began to shift as they started tending to their wounded and discussing how to fortify the village's defenses. As they worked, Celeste noticed a younger villager hesitating at the edge, clearly struggling with the impact of the confrontation. She approached him, offering a reassuring smile. "It's okay to feel overwhelmed. We've just faced something very intense, but we're here for you." With those words, the boy's tension began to ease, and he nodded, ready to join the effort. Celeste felt a renewed sense of purpose, understanding that her journey to leadership included nurturing the emotional well-being of her community, even in the aftermath of conflict. As Celeste worked alongside the villagers, the mood shifted from devastation to determination, their focus sharpening on rebuilding what had been lost. The remnants of their confrontation were still visible, but the villagers began to find strength in their unity, gathering together with a sense of purpose. "Let's clear away the debris and make sure the village is safe," Celeste instructed, her voice resonating with newfound confidence as she engaged with the group. A sense of urgency spread through them, and hands quickly set to work, clearing space in the square while checking on each other's well-being. Leela circulated among the villagers, distributing food and water, her nurturing presence reminding everyone of their collective strength as a community. "We'll need to discuss how to fortify our defenses," Oliver suggested, as he helped lift a fallen wooden beam. "This attack won't be the last if we don't take these threats seriously," Celeste agreed, recognizing the truth in his words. "We should gather feedback from everyone about what we can do to enhance our security. Every idea matters." As discussions began to flow, Celeste tuned into the varied voices of villagers expressing concerns, ideas, and resources they could mobilize. She felt a wave of gratitude. The willingness of her community to come together reminded her of how far they had come in strengthening their bonds. In this collective spirit, she sensed a shift, not just in their approach to the threat they faced, but also in how they were beginning to redefine their identity as a united village. Celeste knew that this moment of clarity would shape their future, transforming shared experiences into a resilient foundation for the challenges ahead. As the villagers worked tirelessly to restore order, Celeste felt the weight of their accomplishments and their losses settle over her like a heavy blanket. The buzz of conversation filled the square as people shared their thoughts on how best to rebuild and fortify their community. "Let's create guard shifts to keep watch during the night," one elder suggested, his voice strong despite the weary lines on his face. "We can't afford to let fear take hold again." Celeste nodded, gripping the plans they had drawn together in her hands. "That's a great idea. We need to make sure everyone feels safe, and that requires us to be vigilant." The villagers rallied around the suggestion, the spirit of unity palpable as they began organizing themselves into teams to implement the new security measures. Celeste felt a swell of gratitude for the commitment shared among them, and as she watched them work together, her heart filled with hope for their future. With each passing moment, clarity began to cement in her mind. They were not just reacting to a threat, but preparing to evolve together as a community. "Let's also hold community meetings to keep everyone informed about our plans and gather more ideas," Celeste added, eager to foster collaboration and transparency. The crowd responded with enthusiasm, their voices blending into a chorus of agreement, each individual contributing to the fabric of their renewed strategy. Celeste knew they faced significant challenges ahead, but witnessing the villagers' commitment reinforced her resolve to lead them through whatever uncertainties awaited. In this moment, surrounded by the people she loved, Celeste felt the radiance of possibility, ready to transform their shared dreams into a tangible reality. As the villagers solidified their plans, Celeste felt a wave of determination coursing through the group. The energy in the square was vibrant, a testament to their renewed commitment following the chaos of the recent attack. "Let's take stock of what we need to implement these changes," she suggested, her voice resonating as she moved among them, ensuring everyone felt involved in the process. "Oliver, can you create a schedule for the night watch? We need to establish shifts and ensure everyone knows their roles," she instructed, trusting in his organizational skills. "Absolutely. I'll draft something up right away," he responded, already stepping away to gather the necessary information. Celeste turned to the others, gesturing toward the supplies gathered. "We need to reinforce our barriers with whatever we can find. Let's fortify the village to make sure we are secure." Around her, villagers began to nod, their expressions reflecting a mix of determination and hope as they prepared to mobilize. However, as the conversation shifted, a villager raised a cautious hand. What if we make the barriers too fortified? Couldn't that make us vulnerable in other ways? Celeste paused, aware of the valid concern. That's a good point, she acknowledged. We need to ensure that while we protect ourselves, we don't isolate our community. We must find a balance. This discussion sparked collaborative brainstorming among the group, everyone sharing insights on how to strengthen security without sacrificing accessibility. Celeste felt a swelling sense of pride. Their motivation to engage in critical conversations showcased the growth of their community and the bonds they had forged through their shared experiences. With the plan solidifying, the villagers tapped into their collective strength, ready to transform their ambitions into action and navigate any challenges that lay ahead. As the villagers continued to refine their plans, Celeste felt a surge of optimism coursing through the group. Every person was engaged, their contributions fostering a sense of solidarity that inspired her deeply. "Let's not forget to keep our communication open," she suggested, encouraging the villagers to consider how they would share updates and adjustments during their preparations. Oliver, already rallying volunteers, replied, "We can set up a system where everyone knows how to report any concerns, ensuring we stay informed." "Great idea," Celeste exclaimed, grateful for his proactive nature. Having a clear communication plan will strengthen our response to any issues that arise. Nearby, Leela and a few other villagers were brainstorming ways to incorporate storytelling into their discussions, creating visual reminders of the importance of unity in their preparations. "Perhaps we can paint signs that outline our goals and remind everyone of our core values," Leela suggested with enthusiasm. Celeste felt the energy shift as more villagers began to nod in agreement, the excitement palpable as they bounced ideas off each other. Still, she noted a few lingering doubts in the crowd, unease coloring their expressions. What if we fail to ensure everyone understands our plans? What if our efforts are wasted? One villager voiced, the concern evident. Celeste stepped closer to address the fear directly. "Every effort we make strengthens our bond as a community. We learn, we adapt, and we rebuild. Together we can overcome any uncertainty." Her eyes scanned the crowd, watching as a flicker of encouragement passed among them, doubt gradually replaced by a sense of purpose. With renewed energy, the villagers continued to work together, ready to face the challenges ahead, inspired by the realization that they were not alone in this journey. Celeste felt empowered by their spirit, confident that their collective strength would pave the way for a brighter future. Chapter 30, Moments of Clarity. As the village settled into an uneasy calm after the recent events, Celeste felt a sense of clarity wash over her. There, in the quiet of the early morning, she gathered her thoughts, reflecting on the journey that had brought them all to this moment. The tapestry hung in her workshop, a vibrant reminder of their shared history and the challenges they had faced together. Celeste knew that the battles they had fought were not just against external threats, but also within themselves, strengthening their resolve and community spirit. With each passing day, she saw the growth in her friends and neighbors. They were no longer just individuals, but a cohesive unit bound by their shared experiences and aspirations. Today, she decided would be the day to address unresolved conflicts within the village and to set forth on a path of healing. Feeling the weight of her responsibilities, Celeste gathered the villagers once again, ready to share her vision for how they could move forward together. "We've faced significant challenges, and while we've celebrated victories, there are still issues we need to confront," she began, her voice steady as she took in the familiar faces around her. "I want to create a space where we can discuss our feelings, our fears, and how we can support one another." The villagers exchanged glances, a mixture of apprehension and hope shimmering in their expressions. "We've come so far, and it's time we recognize not just our achievements, but also the healing that needs to happen," she said, her heart filled with hope for what lay ahead. With a deep breath, Celeste prepared to lead her community into this new chapter, one where they could embrace their growth and begin to mend any lingering divides. Celeste stood in the village square, heart steady as she prepared to address the gathered crowd. She sensed a mix of curiosity and apprehension among the villagers, and she knew that now was the time to confront the unresolved conflicts that lingered like shadows in their community. "Thank you for coming together today," she began, her voice warm yet strong. "I realize that we've faced many challenges, and while we've celebrated our victories, it's crucial to acknowledge the difficulties we've also experienced." Murmurs of agreement surged through the crowd, and she could see the villagers shifting as they processed her words. "In the wake of our recent events, I believe we need to talk about how we can support one another moving forward," Celeste continued, her determination evident. "It's important that we heal and strengthen our bonds." An older villager raised a hand, his brow furrowed. "But how do we do that? Some of us are still feeling the weight of what happened, and things don't feel the same." Celeste nodded, understanding the vulnerability behind his concerns. "That's exactly why we're here. We need to create a space where everyone feels heard, and where we can share our fears and hopes openly." She noticed a few villagers exchanging glances, the weight of her invitation settling within them as they contemplated the possibility of speaking their truths. "We can start small," Celeste suggested. "Let's share our stories. Each of us has been impacted in different ways, and through sharing, we can begin to mend the fractures among us." As she spoke, she felt the room begin to grow warmer, the atmosphere filling with a sense of camaraderie as others began to nod in agreement. This realization deepened her conviction. She could see that the spark of unity was igniting once more. With each passing moment, Celeste felt hopeful that their willingness to engage in difficult conversations would lead them toward healing and newfound strength. As villagers began to murmur among themselves, Celeste felt the weight of anticipation settle over her. Several faces illuminated with hope, while others still bore the weight of fear and uncertainty. She took a step forward, encouraging dialogue while sensing that this was a pivotal moment in which healing could begin. "Who would like to share first?" she asked gently, inviting vulnerability into the circle. A young woman named Mara spoke up, her voice trembling slightly. "After the attack, I felt scared to walk outside. I didn't want to face what could happen next." Celeste nodded, recognizing the courage it took to voice such feelings. "Thank you for sharing, Mara. It's important to acknowledge that fear. We've all experienced it in different ways." Encouragement rippled through the group, and another villager chimed in. "I felt that too. The uncertainty was overwhelming, and it made me question whether we could protect our home." Celeste saw heads nodding in agreement, the shared experiences resonating among them. "Talking about our fears is the first step toward healing," she reminded them, a warm sense of solidarity beginning to fill the air. As more villagers shared their stories, the tension that had lingered began to dissipate, slowly replaced by a sense of understanding and connectivity. Celeste felt her heart swell as she recognized that these conversations were weaving new threads within their community, creating a tapestry of resilience and support that would carry them into the future. Celeste felt a wave of warmth spread through the gathering as more villagers opened up about their feelings and experiences. A sense of togetherness began to settle over them, forming an invisible thread that tied each story to the next, creating a shared narrative of resilience. "After the attack, I felt so isolated," an older man admitted, his voice shaking slightly. "I wasn't sure how to talk about it. It was as if I didn't belong anymore." Celeste stepped closer, sensing the rawness in his words. "You are not alone in this. Many of us have felt the same way, but this is a place where we can reconnect and rebuild." The man nodded, a glimmer of hope breaking through his earlier uncertainty. A woman beside him added, "I thought if I stayed quiet, it would all just go away, but I realize now that sharing brings us closer." Celeste smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude for their growing openness. "Exactly. Talking about our experiences helps us deal with the pain and find strength in one another." As more villagers shared their narratives, stories of loss, fear, and ultimately resilience, Celeste noticed the shift in energy. They were becoming more than just individuals recounting their trials. They were forming a united front, recognizing the power of vulnerability. In this moment, she could see the collective healing begin. the community starting to mend the fractures created by fear and uncertainty with each story shared. Celeste felt a deep sense of responsibility, along with a profound connection to her people, ready to inspire and support them as they navigated this journey of healing together. Feeling the momentum of their shared stories, Celeste sensed the atmosphere shift toward a brighter future. The villagers were smiling now, their voices mixed with laughter and encouragement. "Let's create a plan to ensure we stay connected and supportive of one another," she proposed, eager to capitalize on the energy building around them. One of the younger villagers raised a hand enthusiastically. "What if we hold regular community gatherings to share updates and stories?" "Absolutely," Celeste replied, her heart lighting up at the thought of fostering continuous connection. "This way we can build trust and ensure everyone feels included." Another villager suggested forming small groups that could check in on each other regularly, reinforcing the ties they had built during their discussions. "That's a great idea," Celeste echoed, feeling the strength of collaboration infuse the air. As conversations jumped to logistics, Celeste saw familiar faces glowing with enthusiasm. They were not just discussing ideas, they were transforming fear into a commitment to care for one another. Garrick stood back, observing the newfound spirit and nodding in approval. Celeste felt a wave of gratitude wash over her as she recognized how far they had come together, each person contributing to a vision of unity and resilience. This journey had reshaped their community, and now it was time to cement those changes into a living practice, readying them for whatever challenges lay ahead. As the gathering continued, Celeste felt a profound sense of clarity wash over her. The villagers were buzzing with ideas and enthusiasm, each voice intertwining as they shaped a new direction for their community. "Let's create a timeline for these gatherings," she suggested, eager to lay down a foundation for their new initiative. "We can set regular meetings to check in, share stories, and strategize together." Lila's eyes brightened at the thought. "How about we designate a day each month for a community arts day? It'll give everyone time to share and collaborate." Celeste nodded, excited by the possibilities that unfolded before her. "Exactly. That way we can cultivate new talent while holding on to our roots." The villagers echoed in agreement, their resolve solidifying as they recognized the power of their collective efforts. Yet, Celeste felt the weight of the responsibility resting on her shoulders, realizing how her growth as a leader had enabled her to inspire others to believe in their potential. "Our stories are our greatest strength," she reminded them, knowing the connection they had forged was critical for their future. "Together, we can ensure that our voices are never lost." As they moved forward with plans, Celeste sensed a shift in their dynamics. They were no longer just individuals, but a cohesive unit, ready to tackle challenges head-on. With a final glance around the circle, she felt a rush of pride, understanding that they were embarking on a journey that would shape their village for years to come. Chapter 31, Embracing Change. The morning light filtered through the window as Celeste stepped into the village square, the familiar sights and sounds invoking a sense of comfort. Yet there was something different in the air today, a subtle shift that spoke of change. As she surveyed the bustling scene, Celeste noticed villagers greeting one another with renewed enthusiasm, their spirits buoyed by the initiatives they had begun to implement. Instead of the sense of urgency that had marked their recent preparations, there was an undercurrent of optimism, delighting her heart. Celeste approached a group of children eagerly painting signs for the upcoming Community Arts Day, their laughter and chatter mingling in a vibrant melody. "Those look amazing," she praised, kneeling to admire their colorful creations, vibrant splashes of paint reflecting their creativity. One of the children, beaming with pride, responded, "We're going to make the village look beautiful, Celeste. Everyone will want to come." Her heart swelled at their infectious enthusiasm. "Exactly. You're capturing our spirit perfectly. Let's show everyone what we can do together." As she moved through the square, greeting neighbors and encouraging contributions, she couldn't shake the sense of purpose that drew her toward the center of the gathering. Despite the lingering shadows of past challenges, today felt like a fresh start, a new chapter where they were finally able to embrace their collective strength. Celeste took a deep breath, reminding herself of their journey and the resilience they had cultivated, ready to face whatever lay ahead with confidence and hope. As the day unfolded, Celeste moved through the square, excitement mingling with purpose as she checked in on various groups engaged in their preparations. Her heart swelled with pride at the sight of decorated stalls being assembled, each piece representing the creativity and effort of the villagers. "I love how these colors come together," she exclaimed to a group of artisans working on intricate designs for the exhibition. They beamed at her praise, their hands busy crafting displays that would symbolize their shared experiences. However, she also sensed a few whispers of doubt echoing in the background, the concerns lingering from their previous encounters with the king. "What if he doesn't notice all this effort?" a young woman voiced, her brow furrowing as she touched the edges of her artwork. Celeste paused, taking in the emotion behind the question and realizing the fears her community still grappled with. "Every detail counts," she reassured them, her voice steady and warm. "This isn't just about impressing the king. It's about showing him the heart of our village and the stories we represent. We have to believe in what we've created together." The atmosphere shifted as villagers began to nod, their expressions reflecting a slow return of confidence. Encouraged by the energy around her, Celeste reiterated, "Let's focus on the joy of sharing our art. The king's visit is an opportunity for all of us." With that, she felt the spirit of collaboration reignite, the initial doubts melting away as they worked together toward a common goal. Celeste moved among the preparations, feeling her leadership strengthen as she continued to inspire and uplift her community, ready to embrace whatever challenges lay ahead. As Celeste watched the villagers weaving together their ideas and contributions, she felt a sense of unity solidifying among them. They were not just individuals working on separate projects. They were a community rallying around a shared purpose, creating something meaningful together. Thomas rushed up to her, bright-eyed and brimming with excitement. "Celeste, I finished my story. Can I read it at the exhibition?" Her heart swelled at his enthusiasm. "Of course, Thomas. This is exactly what we want. Young voices sharing their experiences." Nearby, Leela was gathering a group to discuss the interactive activities they had planned. "We should encourage everyone to participate," she exclaimed, her energy infectious. Celeste smiled, appreciating Leela's passion for engaging the community fully. "Let's make sure everyone has a chance to share, whether through art or stories. Every voice matters." But then she noticed Garrick standing back, his earlier skepticism creeping back into his expression. "Really, though, what if no one cares?" he asked, crossing his arms defensively. "What if we put all this effort in, only to be overlooked again?" Celeste approached him directly, wanting to light a spark of belief in him. "We must shift our focus from fear to connection. Even if the king doesn't notice, our stories will resonate with our villagers. That makes all our efforts worthwhile." She could see Garrick's doubts begin to soften as he considered her words, the glimmer of possibility creeping in. Surrounded by the vibrant atmosphere of creation and collaboration, Celeste felt a wave of gratitude for her community, recognizing that this moment was not just about the exhibition, but about nurturing the bonds they had forged along their journey. As preparations continued, Celeste felt more prepared for whatever lay ahead, knowing that their united spirit would carry them through any obstacle. As the preparations continued, Celeste felt a swell of pride and responsibility watching her community come together. The square was abuzz with laughter, chatter, and the sounds of creativity as villagers completed their final tasks. Colors danced and intertwined in decorations, while food was carefully arranged, all contributing to a vibrant celebration of their identity. However, in the midst of the joyful chaos, Celeste noticed a few villagers lingering in conversation, looking apprehensive. "What if we mess this up?" one of them whispered, the worry evident in their eyes. "What if the king doesn't think we are worth his time?" Celeste approached them, feeling the weight of their concerns. "It's natural to feel uncertain, but we cannot let fear dictate our actions. We've already accomplished so much together." Another villager added, "But what if our stories don't resonate with him?" "We stand together on this," Celeste reassured them, her voice steady and encouraging. Our value comes from our unity, our shared experiences, and the truth in our stories. That is what we must convey. With her words, she felt the mood shift slightly as some villagers began to nod in agreement, reconsidering their doubts. Encouraged, Celeste continued, "Let's focus on what we can control, our readiness to share who we are. We've prepared well, and we must believe in the strength of our message." Their earlier fears began to dissolve in the warmth of her confidence, and the group rallied around her once more, ready to embrace the exhibition as a celebration of their community. As the final touches were completed, Celeste realized that this moment was not just about showcasing their art. It was about reinforcing the bonds that connected them all as a resilient village ready to face the future together. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the village square, Celeste gathered her group one last time before the exhibition. The excitement was palpable, but she could feel a thread of nerves weaving through the villagers. "Today, we showcase not only our art, but our identity," she said, her voice resonating with conviction. "Let's ensure that every detail reflects who we are and what we represent." The villagers nodded, their anticipation shifting toward focus as they moved to their stations, finalizing preparations with a sense of urgency. Tomas ran up to her, carrying a stack of flyers with the details about the day's events. "I'll distribute these to the younger ones. I want everyone to feel included." "That's a great idea, Tomas," Celeste replied, her heart swelling with pride at his enthusiasm. Nearby, Oliver offered to handle the logistics of welcoming the king and his advisors. "I'll make sure everything is in place. Let's create an inviting environment that shows our community spirit." Celeste felt a wave of gratitude for the teamwork blossoming around her, each villager stepping up to contribute to the collective vision. However, she also noticed a few lingering doubts in the crowd, their expressions still tainted by the uncertainty of the past weeks. "Memories of the past can haunt us," Garrick admitted quietly, his gaze wistful. "What if the king overlooks our efforts once again?" Celeste approached him, compassion in her heart. "This time, we stand united. We will not allow fears from the past to overshadow our achievements." His guarded expression softened as he considered her words. In that pivotal moment, Celeste understood that not only was the exhibition a showcase of their artistry, but also an opportunity for healing and renewal, a collective step toward a brighter future. As the preparations continued, she felt a sense of hope ignite among them, ready to embrace whatever challenges lay ahead with resilience and courage. As the final moments approached, Celeste stood in the square, taking in the vibrant scene around her. The decorations swayed gently in the breeze, and the aroma of freshly prepared food infused the air, a tantalizing reminder of the village's hard work. She felt that unmistakable blend of excitement and nerves pulsating within her as the villagers gathered, ready to share their stories and art with the king. "Let's all remember why we're here," she said, her voice clear as she stood among them. "We are more than just artists. We are a community with a rich heritage." The villagers nodded, their expressions a mix of anticipation and determination. In the midst of the crowd, she noticed Garrick standing tall, a flicker of confidence evident in his demeanor now. "Your words remind me of our purpose," he said, a small smile breaking through his earlier skepticism. "We can't let doubt overshadow our achievements." Encouraged by his support, Celeste took a deep breath and gestured toward the tapestry. "This art is our voice, and if we share it with conviction, it will resonate." The crowd buzzed with energy, the collective spirit of the villagers lifting Celeste's heart as she felt their belief in the power of their work. "Let's show the king what we've created together," she urged, her resolve solidifying as they prepared to welcome their royal guest. The anticipation in the air was electric, a palpable connection binding them all together as they readied for the moment they had tirelessly worked toward. Celeste felt a surge of pride as her community gathered around her, ready to face the day with courage and unity. Chapter 32, Mending the Bonds. As the days passed after the exhibition, Celeste felt a shift in the atmosphere of the village, a blend of relief and lingering questions settling over them. While the event had been a success, the aftermath left some unresolved tensions that pulsed beneath the surface, quietly reminding her of the challenges they still needed to face together. Determined to address these lingering concerns, Celeste organized a gathering in the village square, inviting all to come and share their feelings openly. "Thank you for being here," she started, standing at the forefront, her heart steady with purpose. "I know the exhibition stirred a lot of emotions. It's important that we talk about what we've experienced since then." Villagers began to filter in slowly, their faces revealing a range of emotions, some bright with enthusiasm, while others bore the weight of uncertainty. "I think we should talk about our fears and hopes moving forward," Celeste continued, feeling the weight of their attention as she encouraged openness within the group. A man in the back raised his hand, breaking the trepidation in the air. "What if the king's support doesn't lead to any real change? What if we just return to how things were?" Celeste met his gaze, understanding the depths of his worries. "We've grown stronger as a community. This is a chance to not only share our stories, but to also create the changes we want to see." Her words seemed to resonate, sparking quiet conversations among the villagers, and Celeste could sense the communal bond beginning to reform as they started to share their fears and aspirations. "I think we can do more together if we keep this momentum going," a woman chimed in, her voice filling with determination. Celeste felt her heart lift as she recognized the opportunity before them, a chance to confront uncertainties and build a collective vision for the future. With a deep breath, she prepared them for an open dialogue, eager to foster a safe environment where every voice could be heard, understanding that healing would begin through connection and shared experiences. As the gathering began, villagers turned to each other, hesitant murmurs filling the air as they considered sharing their experiences. Celeste felt the weight of their collective uncertainty and moved toward the center, ready to encourage openness. "Please, don't hold back," she urged, her voice carrying warmth and sincerity. "This is a safe space for all of us. We've faced so much together, and it's time to share how we feel." A young villager spoke up first, her voice trembling but determined. "After the exhibition, I felt so exhilarated, but then doubts crept in. What if the king's visit didn't really change anything for us?" Celeste nodded, understanding the fear rooted in uncertainty. "That's a valid concern. Change doesn't happen overnight, and it takes time for things to shift." Another villager chimed in. "I was proud of our efforts, but there's still a lot of tension in the air. I worry we're not doing enough to protect ourselves." Celeste felt the currents of doubt bubbling among them once more, yet she recognized the importance of facing these feelings head-on. "We need to address these fears as a community. Together, we can develop strategies to solidify our safety and unity." As she spoke, Celeste noticed other villagers beginning to nod in agreement, the atmosphere shifting as they realized they were not alone in their concerns. "I think we can initiate more community gatherings," suggested an elder, her voice inspire perseverance. "That way we can keep communicating and adapting to any threats." Celeste felt hope flicker in the room, recognizing that each story shared and every suggestion made brought the village closer together. This moment highlighted the significance of their dialogue. By confronting their doubts, they forged a path toward healing, understanding, and collective strength. As the villagers began to share their thoughts, Celeste felt the atmosphere lighten, a sense of collective healing hanging in the air. More villagers spoke up, their voices filled with vulnerability, each sharing how the events had affected them personally as well as the community at large. "I felt so proud when we showcased our art," one villager admitted, "but after the king left, I started to wonder if it made any real difference. It felt like we were back to square one." Celeste listened intently, her heart aching at their honesty. "It's natural to feel that way," she replied gently, "but we've planted seeds with our efforts. Change takes time, and the conversations we're having now are part of that process." Several villagers nodded, encouraged by her words. Another voice rose from the crowd. "What if we made this gathering a regular occurrence, a touchstone for our thoughts and feelings?" Celeste smiled, the idea igniting sparks of enthusiasm among the group. "That would be incredible, a chance to reconnect and ensure everyone feels included and supported." With newfound energy, they began discussing how to create a monthly gathering, each villager sharing ideas on how to make it meaningful. whether through art, storytelling, or community projects. Celeste felt her heart swell with pride at the transformation taking place, witnessing the villagers tap fears shifting into a collective ambition to build something dynamic and uplifting. These discussions reinforced the importance of creating spaces for sharing and support, establishing a foundation for resilience to grow even stronger. Celeste realized that in nurturing these connections and conversations, they were emboldening their village's identity, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As the villagers explored the idea of regular gatherings, Celeste could see the light in their eyes begin to shine brighter. Energy hummed through the air as they brainstormed themes for their discussions, suggestions bouncing from person to person. "What about bringing in guest speakers?" one villager proposed, her voice filled with enthusiasm. "We could invite artists from nearby villages to share their experiences and inspire us." "That's a brilliant idea," Celeste exclaimed, feeling excitement ripple through the group. "We could learn so much from each other and grow together." Ideas continued to flow, and the planning session transformed into a celebration of creativity and potential, each villager eager to contribute their thoughts and experiences. Celeste felt a swell of gratitude for the resilience everyone was showing, realizing how important it was to foster these connections in the wake of their shared challenges. With the conversation shifting smoothly, a sense of community solidified around them, a palpable reminder that they were not alone in their journey. In that moment, she knew that the bonds they were creating now would be vital for supporting one another in the future. "Let's also share our stories and struggles," Celeste suggested, inspired by the openness growing among them. "It will help us understand each other better and create a safe space to heal." The villagers nodded enthusiastically, ready to engage fully in this new chapter, embracing the opportunity to evolve both individually and collectively. Celeste felt her spirit ignite at the realization that they were building not just a village, but a thriving community that could weather any storm. As the villagers continued to discuss their ideas, Celeste felt an overwhelming sense of hope blossom among them. The conversations flowed freely, each suggestion building on the last, creating a tapestry of possibilities for their community. "I think we should reach out to the neighboring villages as well," one villager proposed, excitement lighting up their face. "We could host joint events that celebrate our cultures together." Celeste nodded, thrilled by the thought of fostering connections beyond their village. "Absolutely. This way, we can strengthen alliances and share stories that resonate with everyone." The group's energy surged, each person eager to contribute to the plans, as others chimed in with their thoughts about potential collaborations. They began outlining how to invite artists and storytellers from nearby areas, creating a web of engagement that spread their vision further than they had ever imagined. However, amidst the enthusiasm, Celeste caught a glimpse of hesitation in Garrick's eyes as he listened to the ideas being tossed around. "What if we bite off more than we can chew?" he asked, expression serious. "We need to ensure we can deliver on our promises without overwhelming ourselves." Celeste felt the tension rise again, the earlier excitement tempered by his questions. "Garrick, we'll take it step by step. We can approach each event with flexibility, adapting as needed," she assured him, recognizing the importance of balancing ambition with practicality. Reassured, Garrick nodded, and the villagers continued sharing their ideas, embracing the renewed spirit of collaboration that had emerged within the gathering. Celeste felt a rush of gratitude, understanding that this was not only a moment of planning, but also a moment of growth for the community, ready to weave their stories into a narrative of unity and strength. As the villagers wrapped up their discussions, Celeste felt a profound sense of accomplishment settle over her. Their collective ideas had transformed into a tangible plan, each villager excitedly anticipating the next steps they would take together. "Let's keep this momentum going," she urged, her eyes scanning the group. "We've created a foundation for our future, and now we need to ensure that everyone feels included in the process." A few villagers nodded enthusiastically, their earlier doubts fading as they embraced the possibilities of collaboration. "I'll take charge of the outreach," Leela volunteered, determination shining in her eyes. I can reach out to the neighboring villages and see who wants to join us." "That sounds perfect," Celeste replied, grateful for Leela's initiative. As the meeting continued, new roles were assigned, and the sense of community grew stronger with every contribution shared. But just as enthusiasm surged, Celeste noticed the weight of responsibility settling on her shoulders again, the fear of not meeting expectations creeping back into her mind. She took a deep breath, gathering her thoughts. "Remember, while we aim for collaboration and success, we must also be flexible. If something doesn't go as planned, we adapt. Our strength lies in our ability to work together." Her words reinforced the sense of unity among the villagers, the atmosphere shifting back toward hope and determination. As they continued discussing future gatherings, she felt the excitement build, knowing that this was an opportunity to shape not just their present, but their future as well. Celeste looked around, feeling the vibrant connections among them, committed to building a legacy together. Now, they were ready to tackle whatever challenges lay ahead as a united front. Chapter 33: New Horizons. As the village gathered for the inaugural Community Arts Day, Celeste felt a surge of excitement coursing through her. The square was transformed into a vibrant celebration, filled with colorful banners, art displays, and the laughter of children playing nearby. Celeste moved through the crowd, absorbing the atmosphere that had been crafted through their collective efforts. Each art piece showcased the spirit of their community, telling tales of resilience and connection, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride swell within her. "Are we ready to begin?" she asked, scanning the area to ensure everything was in place. Oliver rushed over, grinning from ear to ear. "Absolutely. The villagers are excited, and I think we've got a great lineup for the day." Celeste took a moment to reflect on how far they had come, from the doubts that nearly held them back to this vibrant display of unity and creativity. As the villagers buzzed with energy, she stood at the edge of the square, ready to embrace the festivities and the opportunities that lay ahead. "Let's make this day memorable," she declared, her voice ringing with enthusiasm. With the crowd's excitement surging, Celeste knew that this celebration was a stepping stone into a new chapter in their community, a chance to weave their stories into something lasting and meaningful. Determined to foster connection, she prepared to engage with everyone who had come, eager to hear their stories and share in the creativity that flowed among them, knowing that their journey was just beginning. As the festivities began, Celeste moved through the crowd, her heart swelling with joy as she observed the villagers participating wholeheartedly in the various activities. Children painted alongside adults, laughter echoing in the air as they created vibrant artworks that reflected their creativity and spirit. Groups formed, sharing stories and art, and she saw the connections among them strengthening, like the threads of the tapestry she had woven. Celeste paused to admire a young boy as he unveiled a painting of the village, capturing its essence with an innocent yet profound perspective. "Wow, that's incredible," she exclaimed, kneeling to get a better look. "You've captured our village perfectly." His face lit up with pride, and other villagers gathered around, offering praises and encouragement that created an atmosphere of warmth and belonging. However, Celeste noticed a few villagers lingering on the periphery, hesitant to join in the festivities. With a gentle smile, she approached them, eager to include everyone in the celebration. "Come and share your stories. This is a time for all of us to be together." Their expressions softened, and one villager stepped forward, clutching a small handmade craft. "I've been working on this, but I wasn't sure if it would be good enough." Celeste felt a surge of compassion. Every piece matters. It's our shared creativity that makes this day special. Please, let's celebrate what you've made. As they joined the gathering, Celeste felt the bonds of community grow stronger, the earlier hesitations fading away as more villagers began to share their creations. This moment emphasized the importance of connection, reminding her that every individual brought something unique to the collective identity of their village. Stepping back, Celeste allowed herself to take in the scene, pride bubbling within her as she recognized that today was a true reflection of their journey together, full of promise for the future. As the day progressed, Celeste moved from group to group, engaging with villagers and encouraging them to showcase their art and stories. Her heart swelled with pride each time she saw someone confidently presenting their work, the laughter and excitement blending into a joyful symphony. Nearby, she caught sight of Oliver leading a storytelling session, his animated gestures drawing in both children and adults alike. Their laughter and applause echoed warmly, and Celeste felt a rush of gratitude for his ability to connect with the crowd. Just then, a cluster of villagers approached, their faces lit with enthusiasm. "Celeste, we want to share our stories at the next gathering too," one said eagerly. Celeste beamed, excited by the growing engagement of her community. "Absolutely. This is just the beginning. Everyone deserves to express themselves, and I want to hear every story." As the celebration continued, she noticed the earlier anxieties beginning to dissolve, replaced by a palpable sense of empowerment and unity. Villagers who had once hesitated now mingled freely, sharing insights and stories, each interaction strengthening the bonds that held them together. Celeste felt a warmth spread throughout her, knowing that today was about more than just the exhibition. It was a collective affirmation of their identity. With every laugh and shared story, they reinforced the idea that their strengths lay in their connections, and she could see the future of their village beginning to take shape in the vibrant tapestry of their shared experiences. As the festivities continued to thrive, Celeste observed her fellow villagers embracing the spirit of creativity and collaboration. Every corner of the square pulsed with life, the air filled with laughter and animated conversations, reinforcing the sense of community they had fought hard to create. Her attention shifted to a small group of children in the storytelling corner, their eyes wide with wonder as they listened to an elder recount tales of bravery and tradition. The stories sparked excitement in the air, and Celeste saw how engaged the youth were, soaking up the narratives that tied them to their heritage. Feeling a sense of fulfillment, she moved closer to listen, captivated by the way each story seemed to ignite sparks of imagination in the children. In the midst of the lively atmosphere, she caught Oliver conversing with some of the adults about future projects. "We should definitely keep these gatherings going to maintain the spirit we've built," he proclaimed passionately, excitement lighting his features. Celeste smiled, knowing that his encouragement mirrored the enthusiasm shared across the village. As the day unfolded, she felt a shift within herself, recognizing the importance of nurturing the stories they had to tell and continuing to build connections among all generations. Glancing at the tapestry that had inspired this vibrant event, she understood that they were not just celebrating their art, they were embracing their shared identity and planting seeds for the future. With a smile on her face, Celeste felt waves of gratitude for the bonds they had formed, ready to cultivate this newfound spirit and face the adventures that awaited them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the square, Celeste took a moment to reflect on the impact of the day's events. The Community Arts Day had blossomed into a celebration of their shared identity, a dynamic showcase of talent and storytelling that resonated with every villager. She observed the interactions around her, people engaging in animated discussions, exchanging ideas, and embracing the spirit of camaraderie that had blossomed since the exhibition. The villagers had not only shared their artworks, but had woven their narratives together, showing how deeply connected they all were, despite individual struggles. Celeste felt a wave of joy as she watched Thomas excitedly share his story with a group of captivated listeners, the encouragement from his peers fueling his confidence. The energy in the square was buoyant, filled with laughter and cheers as families began to pack up their contributions and prepare for the evening festivities. As she wandered amongst the displays, Celeste noticed Lila writing down ideas for future gatherings, her face brimming with inspiration. "What a day!" Lila exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "Imagine what we can achieve from here. This is only the beginning." Celeste felt warmth spread through her at the thought of the possibilities that lay ahead, knowing they had planted the seeds for a lasting legacy in their village. She approached her friends, a smile breaking across her face. "Let's keep this spirit alive. Each exhibition, each gathering is a step towards securing our future together." The villagers echoed her sentiment, their voices lifting in agreement, ready to embrace the challenges and adventures that awaited them. In that moment, Celeste recognized her journey had only begun, and with the strength of her community behind her, they were ready to chart new paths together. As the festivities came to a close, Celeste stood amidst the colorful remnants of the day, a quiet contentment filling her heart. The laughter of children danced in the air, mingling with the sounds of villagers exchanging stories about their experiences and plans for the future. She felt the warmth of community enveloping her, each conversation reinforcing the connections they had forged together. Looking around, she noticed her mother chatting with a neighbor, both of them smiling as they recalled moments from the exhibition. Nearby, Oliver animatedly discussed future projects with a group of villagers, their eagerness evident as they brainstormed ideas for the next gathering. Celeste felt a renewed sense of purpose wash over her. She understood that their journey was now intertwined with plans for continued collaboration and creativity. With her heart swelling with gratitude, she stepped closer to join them, eager to be part of the discussions about upcoming events and storytelling sessions. "Let's think about how we can build on today's success," she suggested, excitement bubbling within her. "We can expand our vision and invite more guests to strengthen ties with other communities." The villagers nodded in agreement, enthusiasm coursing through the group as they began to share their thoughts on potential themes and activities. In that moment, Celeste recognized how much had changed. They were not just individuals bringing their stories forward, but a cohesive force ready to impact their village and beyond. Feeling the vibrancy of their shared dreams, she knew that this gathering had set the stage for new adventures, and their stories would continue to grow and inspire for years to come.